and this person's statement. I was looking for nexus points.
He did state in the end of his statement that they don't want to attack any of the countries, but they attack only the areas that are used to attack them, which goes in line to what the president has said.
Yeah, that's what I was really looking for. Is there any rhetorical nexus between the two? And I think that you and I think we found that. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to go to
Can you just hold on a second, James, because there were 3 sentences that I wanted to finish my point, please, if you don't mind, because I think it's important. The only boots on the ground would be the Kurds at the moment. The Kurds are not trying to win this war. They're trying to make the peace impossible without them by holding enough ground fast enough that any future Iranian government has no choice but to negotiate. And they have been preparing for this moment for a century. So in 2026, we have to acknowledge for the first time that the conditions are not entirely against them. And that's all I wanted to say about the Kurds. Thanks.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm going to go to Hazem. Hazem, with the situation escalating in the region, especially what we are seeing from Lebanon and Israel right now, and the coordination for the first time between the entirety of the axis, we see that Iran will not bend the knee. Let's be honest about that. They're going to fight until the last man down. How will the U.S. answer to that? And after you, I want to go to Dr. Strange with the same question.
Sure. So, we can listen to that, or we can use that phrase, fight to the last man. But what does that mean on the ground, really? Is Iran going to, pack men on rockets and try to send them over? No. As soon as the rocket stockpile is depleted and their drones stockpile is depleted, they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. They're going to sit on their hands, and they'll probably try to activate the Houthis. They're going to try to, have Hezbollah commit further suicide one way or another and drag the Lebanese people with him, try to activate the PMF. But also, these factions, at the end of the day, will recognize that Iran has run out of missiles. And whatever they do at this point will be marginal to what Iran was doing over the past, days or weeks. Depends how you. Hopefully, it's going to be days, not weeks. And they're going to say, well, the whole thing seems to be over. We're going to they're getting still good. And they're going to start collapsing. And even if they try to mount some terrorist activities and lob some rockets on the civilian population like Iran is doing, well, how long can they last? A few more days? Sure. Then what? This is the question that is plaguing the Iranian regime right now. And what they're trying to do right now is to escalate as much as possible. So there will be some kind of folding of the cards on the U.S. side, under economic pressure, foreign and domestic, obviously, allies complaining. Europe's talking about the oil prices, obviously. It's a major impact on Europe, though timing is not horrible. This is like almost we're getting into the spring time, so at least heating homes will be less of a problem for all of Europe. So the timing is not hard. It can be worse. Let me put it that way. Though, I mean, the economic impact of $100+ barrel of oil is not to be minusculed. But we're talking about days, maybe a week or two before Iranian shoots its last drone and missile. And if they want to stretch it that far, sure, it is what it is. But then whatever they end up having to negotiate is going to be a lot worse than they can negotiate today. And the ability for them to produce leadership that will be accepted by the United States, by its neighbors, will be diminished as well. Before I get off, I want to point to like a small news piece that kind of went unnoticed this morning. there was an air raid on the police headquarters in Hamadan, the city or area, town. This Hamadan is like the biggest town, pretty much between the Suleimaniya on the Kurdish Iranian border and Tehran. And again, this is not necessarily it's a bit different when it comes, if you look at it from a target. It's the police headquarters. And it's not like a place where we've seen missiles get launched or a place that we've seen attacked before. So all the indicators are pointing toward ground prep for a ground assault right now. Also, obviously, I'm sure you guys discussed this earlier. It was a main news item since yesterday, the canceling of exercises for the 82nd Airborne. Now,
which is an elite
nobody.
Hazem, just a point before you continue. Political sources told Al Jadid regarding communication with Hezbollah, so that's government sources. It has been cut off through official state channels, and it became clear that those who were we were communicating with did not have the authority to make a decision. That's quite telling, because it seems that the agreements that were put in place between the Lebanese government and Hezbollah have fallen completely, and that the decision was taken unilaterally by the military wing, who's closer to the IRGC, and the political wing was surprised also by the attack. I'll let you wrap up before we go to Dr. Strange.
Yeah. This is important and worth discussing, actually, James. So they're saying that Naim Qassem is not in control. Is that what you understand from that statement?
Technically, that's what the Lebanese government is saying, is that the real people, the people who have a decision-making in that process, are not Naim Qassem, but other people.
And is Al Jadid saying, what does that mean? Is there analysis or even statement from the Lebanese government on, like, okay, what next?
From a Lebanese source. Government source.
So can I just? I have to go, but I just have to point out that what Hazim is saying in reference to
was next. He's waiting for a really long time. I respect you, but he's really.
It's okay.
Waiting
Craig
for
can finish his thought. I'll go after.
Yeah, no. All I'm gonna say, it's gonna be 15. It's gonna be 15 seconds. All I'm gonna say is that what Hazim has said in terms of a week before Iran's drone capability is not affecting the economic or political rationale of the Gulf. Hazam, with all due respect, that is delusionary. Nobody in the world, political, economic, or otherwise, think that is the case. So I don't know where you're getting that from, but that is like complete misinformation.
Craig, they can stretch for years if they were going to shoot a drone a week, but you think they're going to be able to shoot 1,200 drones every week indefinitely?
They don't have to. They don't have to. And your assumption that they have to in order to cause chaos is reflected in the fact that the UAE and the Qatari foreign minister and energy ministers have both said, in coordination with each other, what it looks like. So it looks like their statements are copy and paste. They both said that if the war does not end in 2 weeks, okay, if the war doesn't end, not that the drone threat is neutralized, not that this or that, they both said that if it doesn't end in the next 2 weeks, you are looking at, quote unquote, not me, them, at catastrophic outcomes for both the Gulf countries and the world economy. You have to stop with this.
But Craig, you said earlier. Wait. You said earlier. You said less than an hour ago that the biggest problem of this conflict is the drones. Now you're saying this is not the drones, and you are quoting the Gulf countries.
No. I understand you don't get it, but what I'm saying to you is that you're not tying the two pieces together. Right? You're not tying the drones on the economic.
I'm not as smart enough.
No. It's a simple line. I'm not condescending. I'm asking people to understand that the drone threat is the economic threat. The economic threat is the political threat. The political threat is what I described earlier.
Oh, Craig,
I don't understand how you guys don't see that.
No. Let me respond to this. So he responds.
Thank you. The point that Craig is making is not bad in terms of analysis. The impact on the Gulf is big because of three things: the security aspect, the aspect of the development of the business and the business relationship with the world, and the impact of the establishment of the Gulf as the most developed region in the world. In case we don't have those three, and to make the argument very simple, if they keep sending drones, this weakens the position of Dubai as the hub of the world with zero taxes and everything. If they keep sending drones, for example, I'll give an example that's close to my heart. I love watching F1. F1 might not race in the Middle East this year because of the situation, and that was a huge show and a huge spectacle, and it brought a lot of money. And other things like this will stop money from coming in. That's the risk. If one drone, even if one drone keeps going every week, this will impact the situation in the Gulf to a certain level, and at one point the Gulf will have to involve itself in this
That's
conflict.
exactly what I'm saying, is that I'm just asking people.
I just explained it in a more appropriate wording.
Sorry, I was attacked here semi-personally, so I need to respond here. No, Craig, the fact that drones just exist doesn't mean the situation will continue the same way it's continuing with 200 drones a day. The UAE air defenses are intercepting 94.16% right now with a 200 drones a day average. Their rate will probably go to 99 or even 100% if we're talking about 4 or 5 drones. They're swarming right now and they cannot get a proper hit. So they will be able to defend. Things will stabilize. And you're also underestimating how interested Gulf nations are in the demise of the Iranian regime. It's the only existential threat they will ever face at this point. It is the queen bee right here. And they are a week away from collapsing. And you think
oh my God. Okay. All right. I'm done. A week away from collapsing. This is total misinformation, total falsehood. Okay. That's ridiculous.
So what's your timeline? What's your timeline? What's your timeline?
James, may I jump in, because this is going to go back and forth between
guys, this
Craig,
can go for an hour, and the argumentation is not there. Every one of you have an opinion, and we're not going to go through the opinion. There is no sense in going through that back and forth. Craig believes that this will, on the long term, the Iranian regime can still do impact. Hazem believes that within a week or two, the Iranian regime will be impotent and unable to do anything. So that's where we are in terms of that point, and we're not going to hash out this argument. And now I'm going to go to Dr. Strange, who's been waiting patiently. Thank you, Strange. And the same question I asked to Hazem a bit with the logic behind that. And if you want to add other points, please do.
Thanks, James. Before I get to your question, I'll say a quick 3 points, and this goes back to the current conversations. The Iraqis and the Kuwaitis have already limited their production of oil because they just don't have capacity to send it to basically produce anything and put it in ships. So I think 1.2 and 1.5 million barrels per day have been stopped between Iraq and Kuwait, and now this is going to basically, the other two countries that are at risk for this is Saudi and UAE. In addition, they also announced that they will no longer be able to commit to the trillions of dollars of investment that they had planned on making with the U.S. In terms of military equipment and whatsoever not. And as much as they didn't like Iran, to Hazem's point, what they feared more was instability in the region, because they get screwed with instability. And I say this because look at the Houthis. The Houthis, in comparison to the Iranians, are nothing. They're like a bunch of ragheads who basically got a few missiles and drones that were launching it. But they've been going on for about 10 years, and they've caused the UAE, the Saudis, quite a bit of a headache, and impacted their security and whatsoever not. So if you think that all of a sudden the Iranians are just going to wither away and it's not going to come back to haunt the Gulf, I would disagree, and I think this is wishful thinking, because more so the potential for this to metastasize into smaller terrorist groups in the region who will create instability and attack refineries and whatsoever not. You've got a sizable Shia population who have strong allegiance to the Ayatollah, both in Bahrain and in Saudi Arabia and other parts of the Gulf. So don't expect that this is just going to be a one and done thing and that's it. We're not going to see it at the end of this. Now, I want to go back to the other points that were made. According to Pew Research, because there seems to be a lot of conflating things. According to Pew Research, the percentage of people in Iran who believe religion is important stands at 78%. The percentage of people who pray daily are 87%. Iranians are unhappy because of the economic situation of the sanctions, and they also are unhappy with the government because of the economic situation. But do not make the mistake that they will look upon us and greet us as liberators. This is wishful, naive thinking. We are seeing a sense of nationalism arise in Iran, where you have over 1 million people came out to grieve the Ayatollah's death in Tehran alone. So do the numbers. I mean, just that's in Tehran alone. The Iranians didn't live in a vacuum in the past 25 years. They looked at what the US did in Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, how those countries became demolished, millions of refugees. This is the average Iranian and what they saw. Their attitudes, their views are shaped by what happened in that region in the past 25 years. They're not going to look at us as liberators. This is the majority of them. I'm sure there are minorities that would love to have us there, but I would say the majority would be on the opposite. And rather, they would look upon us as invaders, especially given that Israel's involved and that we are seen as the aggressor. I mean, the bombs that are dropping right now, the loss of lives are not, this is not something that the Iranians are cheering. Instead, it's giving a rise to nationalism. Now, the Afghanistan and Iran comparison, as well as Iraq, there's a strong potential that this will be far worse than Afghanistan. When we toppled the Taliban in Afghanistan, it took us days. It was like a cakewalk. We demolished them in literally no time whatsoever. They could not stand a day. They didn't have any weapons whatsoever that the Iranians have. They had no missiles at all. They were gone. They basically after like a year, they said, we will surrender. Just let us live here. And at that time, Rumsfeld said no. They, according to recent books out, Rumsfeld said no. And then subsequently, the guerrilla warfare started. This is far more.
Dr. Strange?
Yeah, I'm almost
just a
done. If you can
question.
give me a few more seconds. I would
Okay, sure.
say this is far more reminiscent of Iraq in the sense that the IRGC is similar to the Ba'athist Party. One, they have lots of weapons dispersed all over, porous borders, and they have the know-how how to make these weapons, whether it's IEDs, whatever it may be. So you're there, and there is no military force to come in and fill the vacuum. I believe that we will topple the regime, no doubt. We're phenomenally good at this. Eventually, it'll cost us probably a lot more than what we expected initially, but we will be able to, topple this regime. The issue that I've always said, and I will continue to say, is that replacing the regime is where we will fail because there is no military force capable that can come in and fill in the vacuum. And that's where we will need boots on the ground. This is a slippery slope. People said this will take 4 days. This will take 1 week. This will take 2 weeks. This will take a month. And this slippery slope is going to get our boots on the ground. And there's nothing better than what China and Russia would want is for us to get stuck in another quagmire in the Middle East for 10 years as they rise. I'll land it there. I apologize for the long-windedness.
It's okay. I had a question to you just quickly, we've gotten reports that the Saudis have started moving some of their, mainly Aramco, some of their supplies through the Red Sea. So they shifted from delivering through the Strait of Hormuz, and now they go through the land into the Red Sea and then push through the Red Sea. Will this be the time where we might see the Houthis get activated and start attacking the positions of the regime, of the not regime, of the Saudis?
That's a very good point, James. I would say yes, and the Houthis are, I mean, their mindset is basically it's like a death cult. I mean, they basically they I don't know how to explain it, but they are a death cult, and I wouldn't put it past them to actually attack uh, Saudi interests in that region. And then that also that transportation from the east, all the way from one east of the coast to the other east to the other side to the western coast, comes at a severe cost to put those in tankers and then ship them. So the price of fuel is going to skyrocket. I just think the entire region will be destabilized for quite some time. Unfortunately, we will have some stability, but it will continue to be destabilized for some time. Unfortunately, from everything that we're looking at.
Thank you. Piotr?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to chime in on that point and then just make a broader point again. The Houthis they're not the same as the other proxies. I'm sure you guys know that, right? In that they've always had a slightly more independent attitude, or they've always slightly been more difficult, from my understanding, at least for the IRGC, for the Islamic Republic to sort of get them to do what they want. If they do behave, it's partially on that behest, but also on their own interest. So I think this sort of idea that they're just activated isn't necessarily that simple. Also, and it goes to what I was talking about with a colleague yesterday at some dinner, which is that if they do start doing stuff, that makes the situation for the Americans even worse, because the Strait of Hormuz is one thing, but if you've then got the Gulf of Aden and the Suez Canal being put under pressure, which pulls in the Horn of Africa and the Somali pirates. I've been hearing rumblings that the IRGC is trying to do something with Al Shabaab, the terrorist group that dominates much of Somalia. This thing goes from a mess to a freaking dumpster fire, because that's obviously not just the Strait of Hormuz is a fifth of oil supply and stuff, but the Suez Canal and all that is just global commerce. So this thing gets a whole lot hairier. So that is something to keep in mind on that. And then the other point I just wanted to say was just, when we were talking about it more broadly, like, I think strategically this has obviously been in the planning for a long time. You don't track the in-depth movements of Haname and is in a posse for a couple of weeks, right? So I think this has been on the minds for a long time. But I think where it does distinguish, and where my concern is the operational level, I'm obviously on board with getting rid of these guys, but operationally, I just worry about how sustainable it is, how tenable it is, and the reason I mentioned Soviet Union, Afghanistan, wasn't because it's exactly the same in the sense of you've got one singular actor versus another. It was more because ultimately the Soviets had a clear strategic vision, but they were very bad at being able to reach it. And ultimately, after the first couple of years, they didn't do a great job. So they ultimately were just trying to withdraw and leave the situation in a reasonable condition. And that was part of the issue, let alone obviously Gorbachev and the changes of government and economy and stuff. So I think that's more my point, which is that if the Americans do sort of launch this with the Kurds and it becomes a multi-pronged campaign, okay, that's fine. But I can imagine that halfway through they're like, maybe we've bitten off a bit more than we can chew. So they start trying to, draw down, and ultimately then it becomes a bigger problem. Half of America's operations in Iraq were trying to just get out of Iraq. So, yeah, I'm in Italy at the moment. Just a little personal anecdote, if you're interested. I'm here in Bologna for some conferences, and it's the city centre is closed off for pedestrianisation. There was a massive pro-Iranian monarchist protest, or whatever, in favour of it. But there was also a pretty noticeable, quite sizable anti-monarchist pro-regime, or pro like status quo, anti-American intervention. So I think what Stater Strange said just now is true, that we don't fully understand the extent to which the regime is supported, and it's not. I think that people want change, but that doesn't mean regime change. I think it wants, they want change of corruption, they want change of economic mismanagement, and things like that. So as I say, nothing more than I want for the regime to have gone, but I do worry about how likely it is. But anyway, back to you. Oh, I just has him like, mate, 2 weeks? Seriously? I mean, I think you're very optimistic with that.
Let's not reopen this.
Sorry.
So talking about.
Let's reopen it. It'd be fun. Let's talk about it at some point.
No, Hazem. We're not talking about it. In terms of the news right now on the ground, we have strikes that are happening on the Bekaa region in Lebanon. We have Israeli strikes still ongoing on the oil refineries in the south of Tehran and in on the coastal cities, the Iranian oil refineries. We're also getting strikes from Iran towards Israel that are ongoing, and we have reports from Iraq that the Baghdad airport and the Erbil airport and the Baghdad embassy are still under fire. It seems everyone is firing on all fronts. I want to go to Danny, who hasn't spoken yet, and then I'll cycle through the speakers who have already spoken. Sorry, Danny.
Yes, thank you very much, James. It's a great pleasure and honor to be amongst a panel of Iran experts, one more scholarly than the next, double PhDs, triple PhDs, and all of it without even speaking a word of Farsi. So I applaud you on these incredible accomplishments. But
so let's keep the analysis to the analysis and not attacking the speakers. Thank you.
All right. But putting aside all of the nonsense and so quote unquote analysis we've heard, let's be more serious. Less fiction and more reality. Now, I ask a rhetorical question, right? I think I've come onto this space, and for that I thank you, by the way. And I've asked a few times, or rather, I put forward this idea, or I said, listen, based on this, based on that, XYZ, the overwhelming majority of Iranians support the Crown Prince. Suddenly, people erupt in this fury. No, we don't have data, we don't have polls. Iran is a dictatorship, censorship, so on and so forth. And then, okay, fine, I ask for some consistency. Iran, there is no internet, there is no data, there is no statistics, no polls, censorship, dictatorship. Wonderful. I ask you this rhetorical question. Once I'm done speaking, you can answer. Where do you get these figures from? That, for example, in north of Iran, they bring you the map of Iran and they grab like a Sharpie and they say, up here 20% are Azeris, down here 30% are Kurdish. This guy has 3 pairs of white socks. That guy has 2 pairs of blue jeans. Like, where are you getting these from? Like, you provide data that even we Iranians haven't heard about. Maybe this is divine intervention. I don't know, but it's incredible.
So let me
continue. I'm not done talking, no, James.
It's okay. As a co-host, I'm allowed to ask you questions. So you're talking about that. Let me ask you the question differently. If there was such an overwhelming support for the regime, okay, for Pahlavi, and I agree with you, there is a support for Pahlavi in the diaspora. And
I'm glad you agree. Wow, this is incredible.
Danny,
he agrees. Yes, go on.
No. Okay, Danny, one more interjection like this. I'm sorry, but it doesn't add to the discussion. So let's keep it civil. What I want to ask you right here: if there is such a support, why is the Crown Prince not able to unify the opposition and get something going on the ground? We've seen it. We've seen back in January the support, even with all the killing, the support was not there for Pahlavi. The support was there for a frustrated economical situation that people, as soon as this was practically solved. You saw shops reopen. You saw situation reestablished. The Kurds did not involve themselves. The Baluch did not involve themselves. The Azerbaijani from West Azerbaijan did not involve themselves, nor did the Azeri. If that support is so overwhelming, why are we seeing other opposition group also who have support on the ground, and you can't deny it, also go against Pahlavi? It's impossible to quantify an overwhelming majority of people supporting a certain regime when there is no unity on the ground. There is no unity on the ground, which means there is no overwhelming support. That's all the statistics you need.
Can I
James,
speak now?
I can bring up some statistics
Hold
if you
on,
want.
Piotr. Hold on, Piotr.
I'll let you go with statistics after, Piotr. Let him answer.
So see, James, how you contradicted yourself in your own question. You said, how come we haven't seen the Baluch, the Azeris, the Kurds, the Martians, the aliens, X, Y, and Z? And then you follow it up with, we don't have any data. My friend, if you have no data, how do you know that the Azeri, the Baluch, the Kurd, the X, the Y, and Z don't have support? Can you tell me where you got this information from?
Because
In
I
fact,
read
hold on. Let me ask you a question.
because I read what the Kurds are saying. Because I read
Okay, no
what the
problem. Okay,
Azeris are
James,
saying.
listen.
Because I read what the Baluch are saying. There is
Listen to me, my
statements.
friend. My friend. On one hand, you said there is no data, and then you're saying there is data from the Baluch and the Kurds. Where? Can you put this evidence in the data so I can see it? My friend, I'm an Iranian. I'm a fool. I live in a bubble. Can you, as a Lebanese person who doesn't even live in Iran, give me the evidence so I can go back to my fellow Iranians and say, my fellow Iranians, there is this guy called James in Lebanon. He knows more about Iran than the rest of us 80 million Iranians.
I don't know
Go ahead, please.
more about Iran. I know more about how to read. Sorry, but this has went a bit further than personal attacks and stuff. Piotr, if you have some data, and then I want to go through the hands.
Yeah, I don't. I think the rather pretentious verbose delivery is unnecessary. Look, you can look at the election of 2024 to get a sense of how some Iranians felt about the situation. So the reason I mentioned economic mismanagement and corruption is because those were two of the biggest things that some Iranians felt about. So obviously this is with Raisi when he was president, but 32% of Iranians approved of his job performance, while 65% had disapproved of it. 49% that was strongly disapproving. By comparison, that was predominantly among young Iranians. And the older ones were sort of more indifferent. Young Iranians were very worried about the country's future. 76% thought they would like to they wouldn't prosper in the country, and nearly 70% wanted to emigrate. That was in people aged 18 to 29. Then if you look at one specific list here, so when the protests over Masa Amini occurred, those were predominantly over women and freedom, and what's the name of the protest movement? I forget what it was called. Women Life Freedom Movement. That was about marginalized citizens. But even then, even though those specific protests were occurring, it was still about the economy. So the Iranian people, again, according to this polling, were divided over their opinion of the regime, in the sense of they weren't happy with the leadership and the top tiers, but equally it was predominantly over economy, not over a desire for a complete change of system or something like that. Take of it what you will. It was done by a Western organization, but they had links to Iranian people on the ground. This was 2024, so it wasn't as closed off. But yeah, so I hope that gives some interest to some people.
Thank you, Piotr. Just so we go through the news as usual, which is the main point why I think most of the audience is here. We talked about the fact that Israel has struck today multiple economical points, choke points of Iran, mainly the oil refineries all around the western part of the state. Fires are still ongoing in those sites. When you hit fuel, it goes a bit explosive. We've seen videos of the interception of the Hezbollah and Iranian attack on Israel. Those are, I think, the two biggest barrages until now in the region. We're also moving along. We're moving along in a second phase by the US and the Israelis on their attack in the region. Dubai have been attacked multiple times today. Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait have had less involvement in the conflict the last couple of hours. We got info from Saudi Arabia that they are moving some of the oil from Aramco to the western part of their country so that they can use the Red Sea as a way to supply fuel to the European. In terms of the info we have talked about in the space, we've talked about the involvement of the Kurds and how could they be used or could they be useful to that change if they find that it's the appropriate time for them to get involved. We've also talked about the situation inside of Iran and how Iran is working on either controlling the situation and keeping their situational power in control. In a message from the Supreme National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani, he stated that they will not they will not weaken their attack. They will keep escalating, and that the resolve of the Iranian people is not yet down. In a simultaneous statement by Netanyahu, he talked about the attacks that are happening and the situation in the region, emphasizing that Israel is not after the Iranian people or the Lebanese populace, but attacking the terrorist organization based on his word in those zones. I'm gonna go to sorry for the hands. Ayal, you had some breaking, or you wanted to discuss some of the points?
I wanted to discuss some of the points if I can, because I've been waiting for this a long time.
I know, but there's new people. If I can go to them and then we'll go to you.
But please, James, I want to answer
Sure.
many things that have been said here.
Sure. I'll give you a couple of minutes.
Thank you. There is like a basic premise that presumably the Islamic regime of Iran reacts to what the West is doing. No, the Islamic regime of Iran has an apocalyptic vision, which they, based on prophecies from 700 AD, they want eventually to control the world. And for that, they need to get their Mahdi, and we can go into all of their prophecy, but that's their project. It's not dependent on the fact of what we as Westerners do. They strive to achieve their prophecies. That's their religious apocalyptic vision of how the world should be. And what we misunderstand is, okay, they now have the ability to get some drones somewhere and this causing a financial havoc. But if you leave them in place, they will have more and more of this ability. It's not something that you can compromise with. And eventually they want to get an atomic bomb also to, again, further their cause of eventually having all this apocalyptic vision for the world. That's it. That's who we are dealing with. Now, as far as what the people of Iran wants, we have seen that this regime, in order to combat what the people of Iran wants, has machine gunned 30,000 of their own people. So obviously, we know that those people don't want what the regime want. They were out in the streets, not just to get the price of bread a little bit lower, but leave the regime that completely oppressed them for years. So we know what the people want because they were willing to risk their life for it in millions. So now the question is, what do we have as a choice? We can do all sorts of logistic calculation and say that the number of interceptors is down or whatever. Look, guys, we are going to change the history of this region after 47 years. This is what President Trump is going to do. He's not going to falter in the middle or fumble with some kind of a half-baked agreement, and eventually this biggest war that the world have seen in the last 25 years suddenly going to end with a half-baked Islamic regime continuously in power and then getting more missiles from China like it was after the 12-day war. So I think all of those people who think in small terms and in nice British accent tell us what the polls are in Iran. Seriously, it's not a democracy. Don't quote us polls from Iran. This is a joke. So
Thank you, Aya.
just
But yeah,
think.
the second-handed comment at the
Okay,
end.
fine. I'll allow myself once. Okay,
Yeah.
we are
Okay.
going to change history, and you need to keep cognizant of that's where we are going.
Thank you. I wanna just I wanna go through some of the comments that were posted and one of the questions that were asked, which are very interested. And then I'll go to Nirvana with it. I know you're not military, but you could try to answer the idea of it. Some people in the audience are asking in the comments if the US have credible info about Chinese arms and Russian arms supply, how could they impact those arms supply and be able to stop any rearmament of the Iranian regime throughout that conflict while they are destroying their capabilities? And then talk about the rest of the points.
Okay,
you wanted to
thank
bring
you, James. And I will be very brief. Before I forgot, can I just answer your question, which you asked to your previous guest, who
Yes,
left
sure.
now, I believe? You said why the minorities, the Kurds, the Ahwazi, the Azeris, didn't express support to Reza Pahlavi or opposing Reza Pahlavi, obvious more than the Iranian in Tehran, etc. Is that your question, correct?
It was one of them.
Yes, I think that this is when I attend, but this is a question I would like to answer. Because the mullahs regime focus, like they oppress everybody, but they focus on the minorities 10 times more than the average Iranian in the major cities of Iran. Because they are obsessed about the territorial integrity, which is their right as a leader, but they fear the minorities more, and they didn't trust them more than anybody else. The record of oppression among the minorities make them very careful of not joining things that can risk them more than others. Only the exception was during Mahsa Amini because she was Kurd. So during that, things gone out of control in the Kurdish areas. The Ahwazi was being labeled as traitors, especially in the 80s, because of support of the Gulf states. So those people, the Iranian differ than Arab in one thing. Yes, they are willing to die to their country, but they are not willing to die in vain, i.e. they love life. They aspire for a better life. They are pragmatic about when to protest and when not, when to answer and when not. This is fundamental difference than the average Egyptian who say in Arabic, "Rabb wahid, al-umr wahid wa Rabb wahid." Life is once and God is one. This is the Iranians are not like that. Even in their protests before, part of it failed because of saving life. They are not willing just to die for the hell of it. They are not Hezbollah or the Yemeni Houthi. And that's partly make all the surveys and the question, which again your previous guest mentioned, with all the respect to them, they will not put answer that can incriminate them completely like they want a regime change. They would love to do a regime change, but when they complain about the economy, will probably get them in prison maybe or discriminated against or tortured, but not death. But if they say we are not happy to uproot the mullah, this is just something completely like beyond the red line. That's my observation of that country and that people and how they talk about things and how they think about things. I could be wrong, but this is my impression. To your question, whether the American, of course, the American intercept everything. However, they know that the Russian will not do much to help. It's the Chinese. The Russians are already overwhelmed and with the war in Ukraine. So whatever storage they have, they will keep it and hoard it for their own self. Whether the Chinese do help and whether the American intercept, I argued before, and there is one of your co-hosts in the previous wasn't particularly keen on the idea that one of the Trump plan or why he's going into this war is that part of his chess game with China. And I think that's partly, I think the CIA will be monitor what the Chinese doing and not doing in this war, because this is very important for the American administration at the moment. So it will be interesting to see.
Also, Nervana, Russia can also sometimes provide several drones for Iran just to test it on the battlefield, how it deals with Western
Maybe. Can I just say,
air
هل هلالك شهر مبارك? I don't think you understand Arabic, but it is the first time.
I understood this. Hello, my dear. I missed you. Hi. Nice
It's
to see
quite
you.
interesting to see you disappear and come back, but it's nice to see you here. But you're probably right. I can't comment on that. Obviously, I think I was trying to answer the idea of the question more than that. But I think the Russian, they might try things for their own interest, but I'm not so sure they can really save the mullah, supply enough to save the mullah. That's the question. How critical is the supply? I think we are witnessing whether the war, how long it will take, but I think today or tonight was a turning point in this war. And I want to mention one last point, if I may. Every war in the Middle East, the American have conducted before, America gone alone, maybe with Israeli help behind the scene, but not as an ally officially and formally, publicly. This is the first joint American-Israeli war in the Middle East. And all the commentators who compared it with Iraq are missed that point. And is nothing, whether you like the Israelis or dislike the Israelis, but the Israelis will not join a war like this without doing their homework. And I think that part is missed from all the commentation about this war. The Israelis have done enough homework before, and they have a serial, like an algorithm of what they are doing. Whether they will succeed and implement it and finish the targets they want, and whether they care to announce their targets, that's a different story. But this is a war which been prepared for a long time for Israel. And it will be interesting to see its results and its impact, not just on the Trump administration, which everybody focus on, but also on the Israeli leadership, because it will shape how Netanyahu go in history, whether he will go like Churchill or someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just bring some news and then go to the other new speakers on the panel. In terms of information, Hezbollah went with a video right now asking people to move back into the south and not to listen to the warnings. The other point is that they sent another video talking about the war, the ongoing war, and the fact that we're fighting until the end. That's a bit from Hezbollah. We're still hearing reports about ongoing explosions and ongoing explosions and situation in South Tehran, especially around the oil field and refineries. And then we got also the video of the President Trump and other people attending the transfer at Dover Air Force Base of the 6 Army officers who were killed in the Iranian strike on Bahrain, on Kuwait, sorry, if I'm not mistaken. So this is happening right now in the U.S. First bodies of U.S. citizens dead in this conflict on the ground right now. I want to go to Murtaza. Welcome on stage. I want to get your opinion about the discussions that we had and how this situation in Iran will evolve in the near future.
Thank you, James, and hello, everyone. From my position, it's Sunday morning in New Zealand, and I would happily provide my opinion as an Iranian who has spent the biggest chunk of his lifetime inside Iran. It is interesting to hear a lot of speculation, I would say, about the situation in Iran from outsiders. What I would point out here is that this military operation also means no more cheap oils being exported to China, no more Shahed drones to be built for Russian aggression against Ukraine. And that is something I have not really heard in the discussions previously, although I really am not privy to the context of your conversations here. But I would say a few points and remarks with regard to my feeling as an Iranian about what's been happening in Iran in the last few days or so. I think Iranians do not support these strikes because they crave war, but it is because they love freedom and they love their homeland. And as such, they have been desperate for this military operation. And I hope you are not in their position ever to understand the desperation of people who are celebrating bombs falling nearby. They are cheering for the bombs, actually. For nearly half a century, a tyrannical regime has held a great civilization hostage, trading Iran's wealth, dignity, and future for repression at home and chaos abroad. And when its instruments of oppression are struck, many Iranians see not destruction, but the first cracks in the walls of their prison. What Iranians want is simple and timeless: to reclaim their country, restore the honor of a civilization that gave the world poetry, science, art, dance, and culture, basically, and return Iran to its rightful place among responsible, developed nations. At this historic moment, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi stands as the figure many look to for leadership, a strategic, diplomatic, and visionary leader who has advocated a secular and democratic future chosen by the Iranian people themselves, with the courage of a proud nation and the guidance of a leader prepared for this moment. Iranians believe the day is approaching when their country will rise again, free, dignified, and stronger than ever before. This is how the story of Iran is, and this is how I view it as an Iranian. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mortaza. Thank you very much for your perspective.
Can I ask a question to Mortaz?
Sure,
I assume, based on the picture, I assume you support the Crown Prince and Pahlavi, right?
Of course.
Because so let me ask a question that have been tormenting my mind. If there is a solution similar to what is being proposed, I think in Venezuela, I think the entire plan has not been unfolded yet, but there will be democratically elections throughout within the next 6 months. To a year, there will be some democratic election, and then re-allow the population to vote. If something like this is proposed, where an interim position, anyone on the ground is able to just sustain the government until there is those elections, would Pahlavi and the monarchists agree to that, or do they need Pahlavi to be in charge of the transitional government?
Thank you for the question, James. And I understand that human nature is asking the question now, what's next? Because we are kind of confused in this barrage of news coming from everywhere, with some sort of uncertainty here. What you propose would work perhaps in Venezuela, but in Iran, anything short of regime change would be a failure of this operation. And I do agree that ideally we need to have someone on the ground to conduct free and fair elections, but there is nobody there. There is literally nobody there to take up this position, and that's why Iranian people take hope that Crown Prince is going to set Iran free, basically, and save them. And as he always advocated for a secular democratic process, he is all for fair and free elections.
Answer the question. Sorry, Murtaza, I asked you a clear question. Do you believe that a transitional government from the ground, which could be people, it could be led by I don't know, the Kurds maybe, or but the Baluch, because they're on the ground, would be better suited to transition the government than someone who's been in exile for so long? He could then be voted in as an actual candidate, which would work.
Yeah, I think, James, you are asking for a clear question to be answered in a clear manner, right? But your question is obscure. You're telling me that there are some people on the ground who can take leadership. Could you please only name one for me? Just one.
One person? Kurdish leadership. For example, the current president, actually, I'm going to give you a name. The current president, even though he seems more moderate than the rest of the group, and he seems to be able to sustain a certain level if he's put under pressure and left alone, to sustain a certain vote, to change, to get the decision of the people. He was known to be quite on the left of the rest.
Yeah, on his efficacy, I can say that he apologized to the Arabic nations for the attacks on their soil, and the next hour, Dubai airport was attacked. That's his efficacy that you're talking about. Now, you need to tell me somebody who is strategic, who is bold, and who is popular and accepted by the wider population. I understand what you're saying. In theory, it works.
The guy was voted in.
But in reality,
the guy was voted in by the population.
Yeah, that's what they wanted you to think. That's what they wanted you to view as the legitimate work of democracy in Iran. But for what we know, for what I know as an Iranian, let me put it that way, it's just a facade of farcical election. It's not election, it's actually selection by the supreme leader who is gone now. So the pillar of the structure is broken now. What you are seeing now is the IRGC leftover commanders taking over now. That's why the Arabic nations are attacked. And that's why the so-called president is so hopeless that he doesn't know what to say. He apologizes, and then he says the IRGC commanders did whatever they could to defend our land. So which one is it? You advocate for the attacks, or you condemn them? So he doesn't know what he's talking about. There is chaos there, and it will be clearer in the next couple of weeks, I do believe. But again, what I'm saying is just pure speculation, because I'm not a military operative, I'm not an intelligence officer. I'm an Iranian who lived in Iran, and I know how the system works. I'm not sure if I answered your question, James, but I did try.
No, you did. Actually, for once, Fungi, yeah. I'll come to you.
No, it's just that I wanted to just say one thing,
Dr. Fungi,
second, because I understand your question. There's Mark Dubovitz is a really great expert as far as Iran is concerned, and he said something. Planning does not equate to power. And I think what you're mentioning, James, or what you're trying to say, as far as your question is concerned, is that there is no government in waiting, ready to walk into Tehran. There is no Iranian Charles de Gaulle sitting in exile with a credible domestic coalition, a clear constitutional framework, and a military that has already agreed to follow. What apparently what we see, what exists instead is a fragmented, contested, internally divided opposition landscape, even in the diaspora and inside Iran. So the regime is decapitated, but not yet dead. You have a security apparatus that is degraded, but it's still armed. And you have a population, of course, that wants change, but has not yet converged on what change should look like. And that is the actual situation. So anyone who tells us otherwise, that's the frame, I think, in your question, is kind of selling something. We don't have any Charles de Gaulle over there. That's what I think what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to get for once in actual, because respect to Murtaza, but with my experience with people who have been close to Pahlavi, I understand your frustration. I understand what you've been living, because I've lived this. I'm living the same in Lebanon with the situation. The question in itself is, we need level-headed people, and thank you for being that honest. And Dr. Fungi, thank you for clarifying my point. But we need people to be level-headed in the discussion and bring the point. I was trying to get answers that I've never got, and thank you for answering those questions.
But James,
they were
I
good.
would just
James,
conclude
I'm
with
happy
this
to.
final remark here, if I may. Who, people came out in January, and there was a massacre by the regime in just 2 days. But who do they listen to? I'm talking about the Iranian people. When they came out in the streets in millions, whose announcement was it? And who has that level of authority inside Iran to tell people do this and everyone's going to do that? That was my point.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go to Nirvana. You wanted to bring something, and
Just
then I'll go.
a quick point, and
Yes.
again, forgive me for trying to have a go at answer your question. Okay, the difference between Iran and Lebanon is that in Lebanon there is no bigger majority that actually can force security and stability for the rest of the country, i.e. it's a country of minorities who most of them, obviously Hezbollah is the armed one, but if there is no one armed, no minority can dictate the terms in the ruling government. While in Iran is different. To run an election, let's say, to have a transitional leader who run election, he has to secure all the major cities in Iran, Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, Mashhad, all those countries, and Qum secure to run an election. None of the minority leaders, whoever can, charismatic, De Gaulle, Jesus, doesn't have the moral authority and support to even secure an election without the approval of the majority of the Iranian who are the Persian, if you see what I mean. So unless he will just be another mullah. So your answer is technically who can do your question is another one of the regime, like the Venezuelan scenario. But the problem is that in Venezuela, they have no suicidal mind. So one of them will be willing to be the pragmatic boy who do that job. But the mullahs are not trained to be pragmatic. For 47 years, they are brainwashed and fed on no pragmatism. And that's why none of them will volunteer to do this job that you are asking for.
Thank you
This
for
is my effort.
Thank you
Thank you.
for clarifying the point I wanted to do with my question. That's what I wanted to try to explain, and you put it in word, in an actual like answer. Samira, I wanna go to you. You're also Iranian. You're from the Kurds. I would love to get your opinion on the discussion, because a lot was discussed in regards to Iran.
Thank you, James. I don't really know where to start, but I think I'll start with Mortaza's points about the recent protests. Let's just, take it down to just the recent protests. In regards to Pahlavi coming out, one, you have to keep in mind that the protests were already happening because of economic grievances. Second is that when Pahlavi did come out in January 7th, 8th, telling the people to come to the streets, this wasn't a smart move. This was telling unarmed protesters, come out to the streets on this day at this time, giving the regime plenty of time to actually mobilize the Basij and the Iranian police, like the riot police that they call, to basically attack the protesters. So when these quote unquote millions and millions, which I mean, there's still no numbers, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say, yes, millions and millions of protesters came out because Pahlavi told them. No, they came out because Pahlavi said help is coming, as if he had some authority or if he had some type of agreement with the Trump administration, the Israelis, where come out to the streets, scream my name, and help's going to be there. And obviously, that's not what happened. Instead, 30,000, 40,000 unarmed protesters were killed. So we can't just look at that one incident, that one protest, and say, because of what happened recently, where all these people came out to the streets, we know that the majority, they're not even saying majority of the Iranians, they're saying that the 95 million population is demanding Pahlavi to come back. So that's one point. The other is, I'm just a bit conflicted. So are we asking for Pahlavi to come back as our transitional leader, quote unquote, or as our king? Because I think it's a lot of like uncertainty about what his role is going to be. If it's a transitional leader, I mean, who voted for him? Who said anything about him coming back?
Do you want me to answer, James?
Can I answer?
Whoever's equipped, I mean, go ahead.
Can you
Jala, go ahead,
can
please
you hear
answer.
me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
We hear you
Samirujan,
very
thank
bad,
you for
Jala.
your viewpoint. Sorry, somebody's mic is
Wait,
open. Jean-Lejean, it's, I think.
Morteza, let me get this. I'm trying to see if I
Sure.
can hear everybody. Okay, give me a moment. Jala, can you hear us? Let's try.
Can you hear me?
No, we hear you very bad. Please close the app and come back. I will bring
Is it
you
better now?
right up. Morteza. Yeah,
Okay,
it's better
I
now.
just want to chime in real quick. I'm at work, so I'm going to do it very quick. You know, there is no one inside Iran that the people trust. They trust Pahlavi. And as a transitional leader, he's saying to you, I will be a transitional leader. The Iranian people will have free elections and then they'll choose. I don't know why other groups are afraid. I mean, if you have support within Iran, people will vote for you, you will be part of the political process and so on. I think it's very important that all of the groups, come together and just it's also everyone has to be tolerant at this point. This is how democracy works. Both the Kurds, the Pahlavi movement, everybody had the left, the right, everyone needs to be tolerant and pragmatic and work together now. And you know, Pahlavi has made several statements the last week about the Kurds, about the left, wanting to include everyone, wanting to include their identity, their culture, their in the political process. He's met with even former communist victims, even MK victims of this regime, uh, met with and talked with Kurdish groups. He's so tolerant and pragmatic, and he wants democracy and secularism and a free Iran with elections. So everybody, please be level-headed, be adults about this, and join the process of making this very easy for everyone, for every civilian inside Iran. They've been through enough. For 47 years, we haven't been able to talk together in the opposition, even though all of us want freedom and secularism and a free Iran. We haven't been able to sit around a table. I've been to these opposition conferences where everything goes up in smoke. Everybody says that all of us are, spies of Israel, or we're with the regime, and nobody trusts each other. There's a lot of mistrust, and we need to really trust each other and know that we are almost there. Just help us unite and get rid of these. And I mean,
Jale, I'm so sorry. I don't want to cut you off, but you made a lot of really good points, and I just want to address them before we continue. Is that okay?
Go ahead,
Thank
Samira.
you. The first one, the most critical, it's this transitional leader that Pahlavi is, very public about. It's all over social media. It's the same exact thing that Khomeini said in 1979 when he came in. He said, I'm just a transitional leader. Once I come in, we're going to have elections. You're going to be free to choose A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Hence why he had so much support and why the monarchy failed. Second is, if we're going to talk about unity, etc. Yes, last week, Reza Pahlavi posted a picture with a bunch of Iranians, quote unquote, with mustaches and these ethnic attires. I don't really know what you call them, but Just a few days prior to that, he also issued a statement calling the Kurds separatists. So I just want to see, where's this unity that you're talking about? Where's this level-headedness? If he is such a popular figure, if he's not afraid that he's going to be the leader and there's going to be elections, this and that, why is he not reaching out to these opposition figures that actually have a lot of support within their own regions in Iran? Especially the Kurds, like specifically the Kurds, where we're supposed to rely on them now to do the fighting on behalf of 90 million Iranians on the ground.
Let me make the case for the Kurds join Pahlavi. When Iran is free, the Kurds will have a great ally. When I say the Kurds, I mean the Kurds in Syria, Iraq, Turkey will have a great ally in a free Iran, in a free Iran that is secular and that has the same enemies as all of the Kurds. We do understand as Iranians that the Kurds need to be militant in all of those other countries. But in Iran, they don't have to. We don't want them to be militant. We want them to be a part of the Iranian army. We want the borders as they are. And this is the most important thing. If you agree with this, there is no problems. You can cooperate with everybody else and there will be no problem. And we will be the greatest allies of the Kurds in those other countries. And there will be freedom and cultural identity. All of this will be guaranteed, no discrimination and so on. This is what he has said. Of course, Samira, as I know and as you know, there are separatists. There were just a terrorist attack in London where allegedly a Kurdish man stabbed an Iranian man from the opposition. This needs to stop. We need to stop. And this comes from, I'm sorry,
Jale, I'm sorry. I don't know about this London incident so you're saying because an isolated incident where there's supposedly a Kurdish man stabbed the Iranian man, so now we're going to differentiate, so we're not all Iranians. So there was a Kurdish man that attacked a quote unquote Iranian man. So because of that, you're saying that we have to be
no,
aware
I'm
that
just
they're
saying
separatists?
I'm just saying it could be the other way around. I'm
Well,
just
if
saying.
that's the case, I'm sure you remember in Los Angeles just 3 weeks ago where a Kurdish man was in a U-Haul truck in Los Angeles at the protest saying, I do not want Reza Pahlavi. And he was brutally attacked with sticks, with rocks, where they damaged an entire U-Haul truck. And this is all on video. So does that mean that
I'm
what's
just saying,
the scenario here?
Samira Jan, I think as an attorney, if
Both
you
sides
are
needs
that,
to
as it
stop
says
this.
on your profile, you need to base your arguments on facts, not opinions. I see a
No,
lot of opinions
what was not
coming
the
from
fact
you
here?
that do not hold much water. I'll let you know in a second if you practice patience. Comparing today's movement to Khomeini's rise is a false equivalence. Khomeini was not called for by a nation that had experienced his rule, but today Iranians know exactly what clerical tyranny looks like, and they reject it. When people chant the name of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi across cities, they say Javid Shah, and across the diaspora, it reflects a conscious choice born from lived experience, not blind revolutionary romanticism. This is not another leap into the unknown. It is a nation deliberately choosing a leader it believes can guide a strategic, democratic transition and restore dignity in Iran. This is not an economic protest either, as you put it forth,
You
because
don't believe,
I know,
Murtaza, you
James.
don't believe there is romanticization. One second. You don't
Sure.
believe there is romanticization in the presence of Reza Pahlavi. We've seen right now people asking for Gaddafi to be back in Libya, or for people to asking people to go back to the model under Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Do we want that? No. It is still romanticizing because the situation got so bad after they left. It doesn't mean it's the best model.
Sure, James.
It is
First of all,
That's not
I
going to
forgot
happen
to
in
say
Iran. And I
this.
just one last point I want to make is that Khomeini was very honest also about what he wanted. A lot of people were not paying attention or were not taking him seriously, but the Velayat Farid, the Sharia law, all of this was his plan. He had written books about this. People didn't
Exactly,
take it
Jalajan.
seriously.
But a lot
And
of
he was
people
he was
turn a
actually,
blind
you're
eye.
right. But I think that actually also strengthens the point that he was very open about it. He had made his position very clear, and still the monarchy failed. Meaning that's how fed up the people were. And Mortaza, you said something earlier about, I mean, sure, attorney, facts, whatever. I just want to highlight one thing. You're talking about, okay, so the people know now that they don't want Khomeini, they don't want the Islamic regime. I agree with that 100%. And I can tell you, as a Kurd, the Kurdish population in Iran wants to have nothing to do with Pahlavi, the romanticized monarchy or whatever it is, because we've lived through it too. We've had our experience with the monarchy also.
And
All
just
right.
to pinpoint something, you're talking about him coming with a plan. I listened to Pahlavi. He also has a plan. His plan is to institute a constitutional monarchy, and by institution a constitutional monarchy, he's telling the people like the Kurds who want something closer to a federal state because they want their own independence, similarly to what they have in Iraq. You can't have that. Or same for the Baluch, or same for the West. Azerbaijanis. Those people want something different. You do understand that there is that division,
But
right?
James, he's not
Just
saying
making
that.
sure.
He's not saying that. He's not saying
He
no.
is. He
He's
is. He
saying
clearly
he's not.
says he wants a
No, he
constitutional
says there
monarchy.
are people in Iran that want that, and there are people in Iran that want a republic. And he says it's up to the people. There will be people will vote on this, and the federalism issue is up for debate also, as everything else when we're making a new democracy. But of course there needs to be all.
No, Jala, it's bullshit. It's not up for debate because when six parties came out and announced that they want to be in a federal Iran, he announced 2 days after that the separatist groups, which are, by the way,
But you don't
representing the
get to
Kurds in
decide.
Iran.
You don't get
Hold
to
on,
decide
hold on,
on
hold on.
behalf of
No, no,
90
no, no. He
million.
came out and said that the Kurds are separatists. Who this party represents, the Kurds inside of Iran, will meet the national army. So no, those parties stands in a coalition for a federal Iran with a federal system for the Kurds especially. He wrote the Kurds will meet the national army. Stop lying about his things. Read his playbook. Read it by
If I may,
yourself. On page
Gino.
47 and 48, he actually mentions that ethnic parties, ethnic armed group, which are our Peshmerga, our freedom fighters who've been fighting the regime for 80 years and 47 years, are terrorists and should be handled as terrorists. Do you know what that means? My dad, who was a Peshmerga, I'm sure Samira, every Kurd there are in Iran
That's
should
a bold
meet
claim to
a
call every
no.
Kurd.
Every Kurd has a
I
family
I think
Peshmerga.
I think
Every
I think
Kurdish family has a Peshmerga family member or a Shaheed.
Gino.
Are you
I
fucking kidding me? Do you Jolly think that you know better than me who my people are? Why are you
I
people
think
lying? You
Gino. Hold
keep
on a second.
lying.
Gino.
It's
Gino.
absurd.
Gino.
Absurd. Absurd.
Gino,
Dr. Fund,
Can you
Gino,
hear me?
listen,
Gino,
I'm
Gino.
so
Gino,
sick
I'm
and
with you.
Gino.
I'm sick and
Gino, I'm
tired of
with you.
listening to lies about their prophet Reza Pahlavi, who has no absolute chance inside of Iran. Kurdish leaders, IRGC just
Because you say
announced
so, huh?
Kurdish leader. No, listen, yeah, of course, because that's the truth. IRGC just announced that anybody who will announce the location of Kurdish leaders, as they have been doing for 47 years, will be rewarded with money if they can reveal their locations. Never, ever has Reza Pahlavi's location ever been at risk. I am so sick and tired of your bullshit coming. Reza Pahlavi wants freedom for the people of Iran and he loves the Kurds, and then he brings some Kurd who thinks he is Kurdish because he's been his entire life, the capital of Kurdistan in Kermanshah has been literally subjected to military assimilation policies, previous regime and current regime. You think that is representation? What about our parties that he calls separatists, who
No,
represents
you
us, who
talking
we
on behalf
listen
of all
to
Gino,
us?
Kurds is
I
representation. All right,
represent.
we've got
can I
it.
ask
This is
Gino? Can
we
I
are
ask you a
tens
question?
of millions of Kurds,
Gino,
and
He
yet
Gino,
can't
can I
hear
ask you a
because
us.
one
question?
person says something else, you say no. We have
Gino,
two people
can I
who are
ask a question?
representing. Yes, sure.
Co-host Gino, thank you. One specific point I want to get from you, in terms of we've heard a lot of comments about the Kurds involving themselves in this conflict and what they want to do, and probably not wanting to be the only group that will take the blunt of the hit, because they are the only one that are kind of present on the ground and have actual military authority in this situation. I want to understand from you who the Kurds look at as a potential transitional situation inside of Iran. I know the Iranian Kurds have stated that they don't want to separate completely from Iran. They would like autonomy, similarly to something they have in Iraq. Who do they see as a transitional option or as a transitional figure at the moment?
Listen, that's the difference between monarchists, and I'm not saying Iranians, monarchists and Kurds. We a Kurdish political leader would not dare to come and say, and he is our transitional leader, first and foremost. He wouldn't
No,
dare.
I don't mean,
No,
sorry, just
listen
to
to me.
clarify the
No,
question. I don't mean a Kurdish person to
yeah,
be
I
the
will tell you
transitional
that.
leader.
I know,
I
I
mean
understand.
someone who they would align with.
Yes,
Just to
so the
clarify.
Kurdish coalition believes in Iranian coalition where everybody is represented and everybody has one seat at the table and run the transitional government with international monitoring, with international support and international guidance. This is their literally playbook. NATO international monitoring, international society's support is not once mentioned in Reza Pahlavi's playbook. But the Kurdish people believe that all groups, like even Reza Pahlavi, should be at the table where he has one vote. The Kurds have one vote, Baluch, all these people have one vote and are part of the transitional government.
I mean, your
You cannot
argument
have
goes
a leader.
against itself, Gino. You are speaking as a
Mortaza,
Kurdish. Wait a second.
Mortaza,
You're
1 second.
speaking on
1
behalf of
second.
all Kurdish
Mortaza,
people.
1
That's not
second.
true. This is not
Let's
democracy.
actually go to the people with their hands up. So let's go to Dr. Fungi. Dr. Fungi,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Samira. I think that the clash between Reza Pahlavi and the Kurdish coalition is the central test of whether a post-Islamic Republic Iran can be built on genuine pluralism, or whether it will simply reproduce the centralized Persian nationalism that defined, it's true, the Pahlavi dynasty's relationship to its minorities the first time around. Gino recalled everybody here that when the Kurdish coalition announced its formation, it was a month ago, almost a month ago. This is the most significant organizational achievement of the Iranian opposition in years. Pahlavi did not reach out. He did not congratulate. He did not acknowledge the Kurdish role in the woman life freedom movement that his own political repositioning depends on. Instead, he went on X and described the Kurdish parties as separatist factions. Um, a man positioning himself as the leader of a democratic transition called on the military to confront Kurdish political organizations that had just publicly declared their goal was not, and I say this under Samira and Gino's control. They declared their goal was not an independent Kurdistan, but a democratic federal Iran. The coalition's own spokesperson had stated explicitly. So the royalist camp's use of the words, and I find it quite, I'm just gobsmacked with this. The word separatist to describe Kurdish federalist demands is the critical error here. And I think it's not an innocent one. It is, to me, and this is a political analysis, this is not emotion. It is a deliberate conflation with a long history in Persian nationalist discourse, because federalism is not separatism. Federalism, it is the constitutional arrangement that holds together the United States, for example, Germany, Switzerland, India, and Canada. So when Kurdish parties demand a federal Iran, they are demanding what German Länder have, what Swiss cantons have, what American states have. They are demanding recognition within Iran, not departure from it. So the Kurdish wariness of Pahlavi is always presented as paranoia. It's not paranoia. And I have listened to everybody. It's historical memory. It's historical memory. You have to remember that under Mohammad Reza Shah, Kurdish political parties were banned. Kurdish language education was suppressed. And even the Kurdish uprisings were crushed militarily. So they're not coming out from the woodwork. There is historical memory here. And so what makes this particularly striking is really the contrast in, I would say, organizational performance. The Kurdish coalition took 8 months of negotiations to build. It spans an ideological range from secular nationalists to PKK affiliated leftists to traditional democratic parties, and that has produced a coherent platform that is committing to partnership with other Iranian minorities on the basis of mutual respect. So the Kurds did what Pahlavi's own Georgetown initiative could not. They organized. This is fact. They set aside their differences. They delivered a political platform, and they were rewarded with accusations of treason. So this fault line, this goes deeper than a personal disagreement. The royalist unity narrative and the Kurdish federal aspiration, and I'm going to land here, there's a lot to be said, but they reflect two fundamentally different answers to the question of what Iran actually is, of what Iran should be after the Islamic Republic regime is toppled. And the Kurdish federal positions start from an opposite premise than the Pahlavi's position. They say Iran is a multi-ethnic, multilinguistic civilization, and that its unity must be built through voluntary participation and constitutional recognition rather than enforced from the center. That is not radical. This is how Germany rebuilt after 1945. It is how Spain managed its transition after the dictatorship. It is how Canada holds together. And it is arguably the only model of state building that produces long-standing unity. So the honest question Pahlavi needs to answer, and I think he has so far refused to answer clearly, and it's very difficult to get that answer in spaces here, is whether the unity he is calling for is genuinely inclusive, or whether it is Persian nationalist centralism with a democratic veneer. The Kurds, and they base themselves on a century of experience. They believe they already know the answer. So convincing them otherwise, that doesn't require speeches about human rights. That doesn't require gestures toward a shared Iranian identity. There is a single specific thing they require. They require a clear constitutional commitment to federal self-governance. And that is the one thing Pahlavi has consistently declined to offer. So
Yeah.
you have to
Thank you.
Thank you so
acknowledge.
much, Dr. Fanji.
Let me
I mean,
just
your
I want
let me
analysis
just
is
finish
so
with
on
one point.
point.
Because I've been
one
abused
final
in
20 seconds.
spaces, and I'm going to say it. I've been abused in spaces because I gave a political analysis as to a post-Islamic Republic Iran. The Kurdish coalition has organized, fought, taken casualties, and offered partnership in a democratic federal Iran. The royalist response was to call them separatists and invoke the army. If that dynamic is not resolved before a post regime transition begins, the unity the monarchists are promising will be built on the same foundation of exclusion that has destabilized Iran for 100 years. This is not an emotional approach. This is written in thousands of research papers,
Yeah.
and this has been said by hundreds of experts.
Thank
The
you.
Kurds will not accept it quietly. They never have.
Thank you, Dr.
That's
Fungi.
it.
I think
Yeah.
we hashed out that subject. I don't want to. We went through both opinions and both images. I think the audience got the idea of what the discourse is right now between the Kurds, the Pahlavis, the current regime. We know what the point is, but the news are ramping up, and I want to go back to news coverage. I think news was a bit slower an hour or an hour and a half ago, and we got the ability to go through this discussion. Let's focus a bit on what's happening on the ground. Thank you for everyone who participated in this, and sorry for the people that want to talk about this, but we're moving along the discussion. In terms of the situation, President Trump had a question right now where what circumstances where you would send in ground troops. I don't think that's an absolute appropriate question. Could there be? Possibly. So could there be troops on the ground? Yes, possibly. If we ever did that, this would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight. So he's claiming that people would not be able to fight. And he was asked then after that, do you need ground troops to secure the enriched uranium? We haven't talked about it. It was a total obliteration. Maybe we will. So it seems maybe they've hit it already. Do you want to be involved in the election of the next leader of Iran? Yes, we don't have to come back every 5 or 10 years to do this. We want to pick a presidential school and kill 175 people. Trump said, based on what I've seen, it was done by Iran. Is that true, Mr. Hegzov? We're investigating. It was done by Iran. They are very inaccurate with their ammunition. So that's a bit of what has been said. And then there is a Truth Social where he says that the United Kingdom once, our once great ally, made maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we would remember, we don't need people to join wars after they have already been won. So that's a bit of the situation. Now to talk about the regional things, there has been the third, I think, strike on Dahia not so long ago, a couple of seconds ago. Seems that this is wrapping up. We have had also reports of more strikes by the Israelis on regional positions inside of the economical centers of Iran. We also are getting info about more strikes from Hezbollah toward Israel and not from Iran anymore. Seems that they've stopped for now. Redwire, do you have any news? Anything you want to add up to this?
No news to add to that. Mine was just going to be mainly commentary as a transition from last talking point, specifically on Trump's comments and what I see as my analysis on what the objective is politically inside of
Go into the what did Trump comment bring to the situation on the ground and how this proves the evolution or change that we're looking at.
Yeah, so I mean, my instant translation of this is that they have moved far enough along militarily that they're now looking at this as a political transitional operational plan. So, in my opinion, boots on the ground means that it has been degraded to so much degree, and they have someone inside of the regime who's in a more moderate position, who is discussing plans on the faction and will be willing to work alongside, similar to what we kind of saw in Venezuela. I think Trump has said all along his administration is leaning more towards kind of the Marshall Plan of what we kind of saw with the curating of the Federation of Germany, West Germany, post-war. It's the tried and true method. But what does that mean? I think ultimately, I think the West wants the Iranian people to choose for themselves. But the reality is, the American people do not spend $1 billion a day and send a military armada over there for it to all fall apart, especially when we have adversaries like China who would take advantage of any fractures in state to get their hands back on cheap energy. So in my opinion, I think this means that they have communication inside the regime. They are looking for a transitional period. And if we go back and look at history, both at post-war Japan and post-war Germany, it took nearly 10 years in those cases of setting up stabilized security in the region before a federation could be formed by the people of those states before the departure of the troops. So I think there will be some type of minimal occupation by U.S. troops inside of Iran with whoever inside the regime is working alongside the Iranian people and the leaders that rise up as a result of that. It may include partial monarchists. It will include Kurdish and others, in my opinion. So to this, I'm reading this as they're way ahead of the curve on their military operations, and they're reading intel on the inside saying that the regime has possibly only weeks for its Kurd system to maintain control.
Thank you. We're getting also another report, thanks to Yashar, about the IRGC asking Azerbaijan to kick all Israeli presence and American presence from their territory, or they will become a new center of attack. And I'll go to Jeng about that. Jeng, you follow that region. We've seen Iraq be attacked multiple times today internally. Baghdad, Erbil had multiple attacks, and now we're seeing threats on Azerbaijan. Where does this put the situation with Iran? Like, are they able to fight on so many fronts?
Yes, they are, because their method of fighting, or the modus operandi, is more resembling of a non-state actor. That's why their proxy networks are capable of terrorizing those regions, be it Erbil or the Gulf or Azerbaijan. So it is definitely a significant threat. Especially, we don't know about the extent of sleeper cells in Azerbaijan either, where a Shiite population is the predominant. The same way it goes for the Gulf. That Iraqi militias, once fully activated, they can turn into a serious threat to the Gulf. Saudi Arabia as the first one, but the threat also extends all the way to Jordan. It has to be emphasized that the extent of the Iranian infiltration into Jordan is not known either. But there is also the other side of the story. The U.S. Has been actively engaging Iranian proxy networks in Iraq, especially in the area of Nineveh, also known as Mosul, and particularly targeting the forces belonging to the IRGC-linked portions of the Hashid, of the Popular Mobilization Forces, and these forces are directly responsible for attacks on Erbil. By doing so, the U.S. is seemingly giving assurances to the Kurdistan regional government that the forces that act as the biggest threat to the KRG are now being eliminated, and those assurances should also be considered for a potential Kurdish collaboration, Iraqi Kurdish collaboration with the Iranian Kurdish collaboration, Kurdish forces.
Thank you. And do you think that we've heard multiple conflicting reports about the Kurds? It seems that they won't be going in yet, but do we have a situation where they might be going in the next days, or do you think they are still waiting on other elements to get in place?
It is not about if, it is about when. And the study of the past 24 hours of airstrikes in Western Iran, the particularly Kurdish areas, also indicate that the operation to pave the path for the entry of the Kurdish forces have just been enhanced, and it's not going the other way. Especially the detailed look at those reports will show that the targets that are being struck by seemingly Israeli warplanes in Western Iran are those regime installations that will be targeted by the Kurdish forces when they try to take control of the cities. In other words, those airstrikes in Western Iran do not serve the purpose of weakening the Tehran regime directly, but paving the path for the Kurdish entry. So it is not a matter of if; it will be a matter of when. The Kurdish leadership that I have been in contact with, both in Iraq and abroad, those of Iranians, of course, they emphasize that it is a matter of a timing that will be decided by the U.S. It's not a U.S. instruction for them, I believe. It is about when the U.S. Will give them more assurances for the first stages of the war, that their entry into Iranian territory will be given proper air cover for a successful move. One needs to remember there is also another thing that the Kurdish leadership is potentially waiting on, and that is the popular uprising that they are willing to see in Iranian Kurdish cities. Very reminiscent of what happened in 1991 in Iraqi Kurdistan, in a way that the Kurdish masses will rise up against the regime after the regime is significantly weakened. But there is also another precondition to that the Kurdish militant forces have to be in very close proximity to the cities that will be uprising, so that they can be easily taken over. That might also be one other aspect that the Kurdish leadership is dealing with in order to prepare the groundwork for them.
Chang, I actually have a question for you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Aladdin.
James, before we go to Aladdin, I actually wanted to ask Chang something.
Thank you, Samira. Please go ahead.
I'm sure you saw Hakan Fidan's message earlier. He said that he's in contact with Rubio, and Rubio confirmed to him that they are not going to be arming the Kurdish fighters in Iran. Did you see that?
I have seen it, of course. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Luke. First of all, whose word counts? Marco Rubio's or President Trump's? We all know it's President Trump's. And President Trump said yesterday that he is, in his administration, is willing to support the Kurds if they decide to fight the Iranian regime. And what does that support? It's definitely not going to be a moral support. It will be some kind of an air cover and arming. So Marco Rubio might have passed a message to his Turkish counterpart to give some assurances that the arming of the Kurdish factions will be meticulously supervised and controlled, and in both in numbers, amounts of the weapons to be provided, as well as who is receiving those weapons and how they are using. It might also it might mean that it's not going to be an uncontrolled weaponization of the Kurdish opposition in Iran, but I do not think that what Hakan Fidan said on behalf of Marco Rubio could be seen as representative of the U.S. policy at this critical juncture, especially if the U.S. is planning to have some ground troops in Iran. One needs to understand the U.S. government works on historical data that they collect about their overseas incursions, and the data that will be used for the regime changing or the political transformation in Iran that the U.S. is trying to bring about is significantly based on what happened in Iraq and how the Iraqi freedom operation in 2003 was successful. And the most important tenet of the Iraqi freedom operation was that there was a hub controlled by the Kurds in the north that served as the bastion for the rest of the Iraqi opposition, served as the starting point. A similar situation is now being prepared. Obviously, as we understand that the U.S. sees this as a good starting point, and the ground forces, whether if they cross or not, is going to cross from Iraqi Kurdistan as a safe passage. So I do think that it's Hakan Fidan maybe somehow dramatized what Marco Rubio told him. And
Thank you
that's my
for that,
perspective.
Jen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aladdin, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to counterpoint some opinion here. With all my respect to all the speakers here, a lot of people speaks with emotions or a particular agenda. Let's look at the facts. What this is not going to be Iraq. The Kurds in Iran is about 10% of the population, so that's about 10 million people. And with that being said, in Iraq, you had a different type of regime, which is Saddam Hussein, and Iraq predominantly Muslim Shiite, and the Shiite did not like Saddam Hussein, so that's why Saddam Hussein fell in like literally less than 2 weeks. In Iran, that's not the case. Iran is a predominantly Muslim Shiite. Whether people practice, they go to mosque or whatever, that's up to debate. But the fact is the fact. Iran is predominantly Muslim Shiite, and when push comes to shove, all these people, they smoke pot, whatever, weed, and do drugs. They gonna align with their own tribes, and that's what you're going to face. And that's the big dilemma here. And somebody said something earlier. I forgot who the speaker was, and I think he was on point. I think it was Red. I think at this point is not complete the regime change. I think it's probably just like similar to Venezuela, where like somebody a little bit more moderate, where we can pull into the Iranian government more closely to the West instead of the East. And if we going to accomplish a complete regime change in Iran, we are actually going to need boots on the ground. And by the way, I'm not pro Iran or anything like that. Actually, I hate the government. I'm glad we did this because it's been a long time coming. But you have to be very smart about it and how we going to do that. And I don't think from like if we are going to achieve regime change, we are going to need to send people on the ground over there. And I already reached out to some people in the government, U.S. government. It was like, hey, if you guys need volunteers, I'm there. I will go there and help out as much as I can. So that's my analysis. A lot of people, they just have an extreme emotion just because their ethnic background or political agenda or anything like that. I'm looking at it from a geopolitics perspective 100%. Like I don't have any dog in this fight at all. And I'm just looking at it from what we've done in Iraq, Afghanistan, prior to that in different regions. And I don't think we are prosecuting this war properly, especially from the messaging, at least the first few days until CENTCOM start actually giving daily briefs on what they're doing. I think that does a really good job. But at this point is what are actual objectives in Iran? Because we heard multiple different statements. It's complete regime change. We heard different messaging as far as trying to get somebody who's close to the West, a little bit more moderate in the Ayatollah sphere or the IRGC. We need to actually lock and loaded on what we need to do and prosecute on that particular mission.
Aladdin, those are actually some really good points. I actually wanted to hear from Brian because I know he has a lot of expertise in that too. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Samira. James, good to see you guys. Shabbat to those who celebrate. I came up originally just to +1 the excellent analysis of Dr. Fungi a few minutes ago, but from an American perspective, just analyzing how this current government looks at things, for better or worse, I think the monarchists have had their third strike. First of all, they shouldn't have been demanding a king for 2 years, which I tried to tell them. I don't care. I mean, whoever the Iranian people want is fine with me, but their messaging is terrible. And then, second of all, what Dr. Fungi was talking about. And then third, and here's the question, has anyone validated this video where Pahlavi supposedly warns presidents of other countries not to interfere? Is that a real thing or is that propaganda? Do we know?
I saw the video earlier, the Baluch TV. I think it's like, I forgot the name of the TV, but he's also saying that Trump has no right to interfere with the next leader of Iran.
Yeah.
Is that the same one?
If that's real,
It is
if that's
real.
real,
Yeah, it's real.
if that's he's done. He's done. That was the absolute single dumbest thing he could do if he wants any help from Trump or the United States.
Brian, I want to ask you about, with your experience. I know you have experience in regime change, not in regime change, but in everything related to security. And the US have done their fair share of potential regime operations and the ability to push regime to its brink. Are we seeing the same playbook being played here, or is it a new generation or a new way of doing things that Trump promised when he became president?
It's a great question. I'd say it's too early to tell, but I would lean towards a new playbook. And the main reason is, I think I might have mentioned this yesterday or the day before, everyone talked about how this force that we have in the Middle East that we've been building up since January is the biggest since 2003. And that is true in terms of naval assets and air assets. But as far as we know, and I think we would know, there are no more than a couple Marine expeditionary units of troops, which are badass. They can do their work. They'll do great if they have to go ashore, but nowhere near the kind of troops that we had in Iraq when we went in. And we are definitely not following that playbook of shock and awe and trying to essentially take the entire government out in 2 weeks. We don't begin to have the troops there to do it. Iran's a much harder case to do that anyway. So I think the playbook is the Venezuela playbook. I mean, Trump almost has said this in so many words. What he was hoping for and expecting is you'd put this giant armada over there, excuse me, and the regime would collapse. Or now you put the giant armada over there, you strike enough targets, and the regime will collapse. I leave it to people with more expertise about Iranian internal affairs to know whether that's realistic. But I think these reports of Trump being furious with Hegseth and the military are because I think he believed that just the assembly of forces and or these initial strikes would mean we didn't have to actually fight a war. He would get a mullah or a current regime person loyal to him, and he could, in his view, control them like he thinks that they're controlling Venezuela. So I think that is a new playbook. Whether it's going to work, I don't know. It's not looking good so far.
Talking about this, we've seen the potential of this happening in the situation where it seems that the president right now is more towards finding an appropriate solution, and every time he goes with a statement, you have the IRGC like pushing against it. We've seen the same thing happen with Hezbollah. Reports are coming out from Lebanon that Hezbollah has the political leadership in Lebanon said that they have no communication with Hezbollah at the moment, and they assumed that they said that the people they were talking to in the past didn't have the decision. They were not the decision makers. Could this be what's happening right now on the ground? They assumed the president would shift or someone had that word, but then when the decapitation strike came in, the leadership was completely, the IRGC leadership went completely rogue on the rest of the government.
Well, either they went rogue, James, or that was or that the regime had planned for a decapitation strike, and this was what was going to happen: is all these decentralized IRGC and other commanders would have authority to just go do a bunch of stuff. which kind of looks like what's going on. Again, I'm not an expert on internal Iranian politics, but I will say this as a somebody who was there at the CIA when we were working on these kind of quote unquote regime change situations where we weren't going to put hundreds of thousands of troops in. You had to have loyalists or government individuals in the right positions throughout the government that you could convince or pay or otherwise get to defect. And maybe we've laid the groundwork for all that in secret, but we haven't seen any evidence of it yet.
Okay, thank
Yep,
you.
thank you.
Thanks for the analysis. You sure we haven't had you yet on the stage, and then I'm gonna go to Obey.
Hi everyone. Well, I was here to talk about when the monarchists are telling they are talking about democracy. Well, we can sense their democracy when we get attacked in pro-Iran rallies by these groups. Like obviously, myself in January 10, I got attacked by a group of the monarchists for just like the peacefully protesting in the pro-Iran rally because I'm Azerbaijani because I had a different idea with them. So they attacked me with the pepper spray. They pepper sprayed in my eye, and that's not just one incident. There's many incidences and in all over the world that they are attacking the ethnic minorities. They don't want to hear their voices. They call them separatists. Like the ethnic minorities, when we're talking about the ethnic minority, they are not like 5-10%. They are 60% of Iran are non-Persian. The Persians are just the 40% of Iran, but they want to dominate the rest 60% of Iran, and this is not like how democracy work. Like the democracy comes from the pluralism, they come from the hearing different voices. Like when the ISIS got they removed the ISIS in Syria. I don't think in the next election there should be a like the choice to let's say there shouldn't be a choice for people to to choose the ISIS leader as a leader of the next regime. The same thing comes with the Pahlavi. Pahlavi got kicked out of Iran because of it killed many people because there was lots of the brutal under the Savak and lots of the things that the bad things they did to the people and especially minorities, Azerbaijanis. They killed 25,000 Azerbaijanis in 1946, and that was a massacre. That was a genocide, and they still want to talk about the democracy. It's like it's it's a joke. It's a joke when
Yeah,
they
sure.
talk about democracy
Yeah.
here. Back to the
Thank you for the
back to
point.
our topic. Well, IRGC just put the announcement about the Azerbaijan. They said Azerbaijan should expel the Israelis from the Azerbaijan. Otherwise, they're gonna attack them with drones. They're gonna attack them with missiles. So this is, I guess, this is very serious because just a few hours ago, the president of Iran, they announced that they are giving insurance to the neighboring countries, and after that, the head of the judiciary they said no, we don't. And right now, the IRGC is threatening the neighboring countries, and with this situation, I guess we have
Thank you.
we have a lot to we're gonna witness lots of the firework in the region. It's not going to be just Azerbaijan, UAE, all of those neighboring countries will be under the fire.
Yeah, hopefully it calms down for the GCC region because they didn't want to get involved. I want to go to Murtaza. Murtaza, I'll give you the right of response because he gave some claims, and then we'll move to the rest of the answer.
Thank you so much, James. First of all, I hope Beirut becomes the Paris of the Middle East that it was. Yasharjan, your mic is on. Okay, thank you. And I hope this space does not become an echo chamber of some sort, where everybody's trying to attack Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. I only see Jalejan, who is pro-Iran, I would call her. Other than that, Brian comes in and says that Prince Pahlavi is done because he said X and Y. And the basis of his argument is that he worked for the CIA. Well, good on you, man, but I suggest you enhance the quality of your words rather than adding the background of your employment to the basis of your argument. I was not concluded when I was having my remarks with regard to some of the unexamined claims, which were quite bold and mentioned here. If you allow me, James, I would like to quickly go over them. I know you have a lot of
Yeah,
people who want to talk here.
I'll allow you, but I want to ask you a question before.
Sure.
Did you claim that because other people do not support Reza Pahlavi, they are not supporters of Iran? Did this something that you just said?
No, that's not the case. You can be absolutely against Crown Prince, but also vote for a free Iran. But I think you cannot be effective if that is the pathway you're going to take, because
So you're claiming that anyone who doesn't have the same political opinion as you is doomed to fail. That's what I'm understanding from the statement. I really want to understand that point, because this statement in itself sounds. You call this space an echo chamber in your comment, and then you tell us that if we have a different political opinion, we are not to be aligned or appropriated to the free. I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the people who talked. They are not to be aligned or considered Iranian people.
Dear James, all I said, if you listen to me carefully, was that I hope this space does not become an echo chamber. I never accused you
No,
of becoming an echo chamber.
John, no, I'm sorry. You said it seems like Jale is the only one that's here that is pro-free Iran. And I will tell you, me, Samira Gadiri, I'm a pro-free Iran. Just because I don't agree with Pahlavi as my, what do you guys call? Oh, His Royal Highness. Just because I don't believe him to be the transitional leader does not mean that I'm not pro-free Iran. And that's just me speaking on behalf of myself.
Thank you for the big emphasis on John. I hope you had some honesty there.
Thank you.
Well, you have one vote, Samira Jan, and you can have your say in a free and fair election in the future of Iran. Why not? I'm happy, more than happy, to discuss anything that you want to say about Iran, about the future of Iran, because I think we need to be able to have dialogue and diplomacy with each other if we are going to get somewhere. Other than that, it's just about winning the case, because I know better and my argument is stronger, and it doesn't really get us anywhere. And that's the reason I'm actually here today to discuss those issues, and that's it. So if I please can conclude my remarks.
Owner of the future of Iran, you can join us to talk about the future of Iran. You are not the owner.
Did I say I'm the owner, Yashar Jan? I didn't, and I'm really, really sorry that you've been attacked in the protest, but your experience is anecdotal, my friend. We are talking about 90 million people in Iran who wants to make a decision about their future. It's not overgeneralization does not give us the clear picture about what's been happening. If I may go to the main topic that I wanted to discuss.
I'll let you make your point, but I want to clarify, and there is a recording of this, okay, that the overgeneralization was done by yourself on that space when you stated that the only person who's here for a free Iran is Jaleh. And this is recorded space. So we can go back and listen to it after, but I just want to put this on the record. You can go with your points, because everyone has the right to speak on this space.
Absolutely. Again, I thank you for being democratic to let everybody talk. What I said about Jalejan was that in our panel of the speakers now, it seems to me that Jale is talking with regard to her support for a free Iran, because she thinks the best strategy is going through Prince Reza Pahlavi. That's my personal opinion. And obviously, you have recorded it. I'm not against it. I stand by the account of what I said. If I please go back to what I wanted to say, and I'll try to finish it up in about a minute. I don't want to take much of your time, my friend. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi stands as a unifying figure, in my view, for Iran. He has never accused Kurds as people of separatism. He has simply called separatist movements what they are, which is separatist movements. And if some choose to interpret that as a personal attack, that says far more about them than it ever does about the prince. This is not an economic protest either, as Samirajan put forth a while ago. And I think claiming so is a convenient fallacy used to dismiss a national uprising. It's going against those tens of thousands of people who sacrificed their life for dignity, for freedom, to have their future in their own hands, not just for economy. I think another fallacy is blaming those who call for freedom for the consequences of confronting tyranny, which is Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, as some say, because he called for protest, he is responsible for the death and murder of tens of thousands of people, when the responsibility lies squarely with the regime that created decades of repression and violence. When somebody's raped, the blame is on the rapist, not the person who was raped. Pahlavi has brought international attention and momentum to the Iranian people's struggle, and denying that is simply ignoring reality, in my view, again. Even in the face of loss, many Iranians choose dignity over fear. That's why they're dancing, celebrating, instead of mourning on the demise of their loved ones. Because a life without dignity is not living. And this Lion and Sun revolution is not about ethnic groups separately. It's about Iran rising as one nation to reclaim its future with Kurds, with Azeris, with Baluchis, with Gilaks, with Mazanis, with Turks, with Baluch, with Arabs, with everyone inside Iran. And I see them as my compatriots. I do not see Samira or even Gino as my enemies because you have some grievances. I do understand that. But I think for
Mortaza,
a
I'm
free
sorry.
Iran,
I mean, it was supposed to be like one or two points, and you're like writing us a book about, again, whitewashing
I
everything
told you
else.
1 minute, Samira Jan, and I think I stuck to that.
I don't.
I have a
How
question.
can I call you
No,
us
no. One quick
compatriot? They
second.
don't.
One quick second. Just want to address something Mortaza said. Um, so because Reza Pahlavi is not saying Kurds are separatists, he's saying that the Kurdish political movements are separatists. So who do you think these 6 Kurdish political movements, who do you think they're representing?
What I know is that you are not representing them. I know Gino is not representing them, and
No,
I
no,
know
I'm asking
I
you.
am
I'm
not
asking you.
representing Iranian people.
I understand that, but I'm asking you. You're saying that we need to differentiate because Reza Pahlavi said that these Kurdish groups are separatists. He didn't say Kurdish people. So who do you think these Kurdish groups are representing? The Kurdish
All
people
right,
or another group that I'm just not familiar with?
Samira Jan, could you please point me where he mentioned Kurdish separatists, but not separatists in general?
He said
He said
Iran's
specifically.
current borders are our red line. Can you explain us? Iran's current borders are our red line. This is what he posted on X. So can you just explain us what he meant by this?
Can I go ahead and try to explain it if possible?
Yes, because yeah.
100% Iran's borders are our red line. This goes for, I would say, 95% of the Iranian people. It is our red line. the borders will stay the same. We will fight for the borders to
Jolly, I'm
stay
sorry.
the
Dr.
same.
Fungi, I understand your question and I understand your point, but I think we're just gonna have to like bring it down to the basics with because nobody's trying to dispute Iran's
Can I,
territorial integrity, etc. I
Samira, can
think
I ask?
Mortaza, 1 second, you asked the question about where does he say that the Kurdish people or Kurds are separatists. So I'm gonna pull that tweet up for you. But you guys continue. I'll be right back.
No,
Can
can I just,
Sure,
Jale,
thanks.
I'll let you answer, and Mortaza, I'll let you answer. I wanna like change Dr. Fungi's question a bit. Sorry, Dr. Fungi, in the sense that she was providing, like in the discussion or in the line of question she was asking. When you have a group of people that are the Kurds that go up and say that we are getting aligned under a certain idea and ideology, and we want to be discussing those points together, and then within a very small time frame, you get someone who claims to be the transitional leadership of the country after the fall of the regime come and say that we are focusing on the borders of those countries, and the people that supports him go and talk about fighting separatism and fighting the not just the territorial integrity of Iran, but more than that. This is, in a sense, I assume that I'm someone with some knowledge, a way to attack those groups, calling them separatists. Do you agree that he considers
but
those
James,
people
when?
separatists or
But
not?
James,
5 minutes.
James, when?
Within 2 hours of when they showcased publicly that they want to work, those 6 groups want to work, and Samira will get you the statement verbatim.
Okay,
Okay.
verbatim. I want to see that statement. I haven't seen that statement. I'm telling you, he just today was in an interview where he said that the Kurds and everybody else have the right to have their language, their rights, their identity, their culture. You tell me who is the most tolerant figure in the opposition. He is the most tolerant figure, and he unites different groups of people. And you tell me whether the Iranian people were ready for democracy 50 years ago. You tell me. You tell me what the leftists, including the Kurds and other groups and MEK, if they fucked up, they fucked up. My parents were among the communists who led this revolution, and my mother has a hard time admitting she fucked up. My father was at the conference in Munich with Pahlavi. He's a former communist. He's not a monarchist. I'm not a monarchist. We support Pahlavi because he's the most tolerant figure in the opposition. We still, as
Actually,
Iranians,
opposite of that, he's not tolerant at all.
as Iranians, we were not ready 50 years ago for democracy. And listen, if we cannot unite f- around free elections, he's saying whether it's going to be a monarchy or not, it's up for debate. It's up for election. It's up for you to vote for it. The Kurds or anybody else cannot come and say which kind of government they are vetoing everything. If they don't get federalism right now, they will not join anything. And and Reza Pahlavi had a alliance with Kurdish group Komale 3 years ago. So it is possible he's not against them. Komale and him were in this Georgetown alliance with other people as well. The leftist movements are still too intolerant, but the monarchists, some of them are also too
Yeah, but
intolerant.
Jale,
Everybody needs to be more.
you're claiming people are leftists or monarchists. On here, there is no leftist, there is no monarchist. Everyone is talking. We're talking about the certain situation. I get what you're saying. I just want to go through the logic, the logic that was put in place. That we agree that there is a guy called Pahlavi that he's working on a transitional situation. That we all agree on. I think no one is arguing his presence. The issue is that he said in his statement and his manifestos that he wants a constitutional monarchy. He said that the transitional government will be a constitutional monarchy, and then we'll see through election what will happen.
No,
Okay,
no,
and
no,
that yes,
that's
yes,
not
yes, yes,
true.
yes,
He
yes,
said
yes.
I
It's
I
it's
put
not
up I
true.
Jolly, I
It's
put
not
up
true,
in
James. Can
Nest.
I
Hold
say he said
on.
multiple times, and
Yeah.
I was at his conference. He says he wants to, because people have pointed to him, he wants to lead a how do we say government for a half a year for them to get a free election going, and then the government, the way of the government, whether it's a monarchy or a republic, will be decided by the people, and there will be free elections. Again, people will decide who to vote for in a political process.
Okay.
He never said he wanted
Okay,
a
Jolly.
monarchy in the.
Jolly, I'm so
Okay.
sorry. 1 second. You're like, I swear you're repeating the same thing over and over
Yeah,
again, which is
exactly. I put
completely
up in the Nest.
contradiction to what he says like 2 days later. So can we actually go to Ozzy? Because Ozzy, go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing, Samira and James. I put up in the Nest the statement, an official statement that he put up on his website on dated February 25, 2026. And he says it, preserving and defending Iran's territorial integrity is an inviolable principle. We will not negotiate with anyone over Iran's unity and territorial integrity, nor will we yield even an inch. Iran's territorial integrity is the red line. Okay, so can
What is
they
the
can
problem
they
with that, Dr. Fanji? What is the problem with that?
the two, well, there's two things. First, this is not a social media post made in haste. It's a formal title statement published on his official website, which
Yes, it
means
is. What's the
it
problem?
reflects it reflects a considered political position. This is not impulsive. Second of all, the phrase quote unquote any individual or group that crosses this red line will face a decisive response is a language. I'm sorry. It is a language of threat. This is not the language of democratic dialogue. And it is directed implicitly at Kurdish federalist parties who had just announced their coalition 2 days earlier on February 22nd. So the timing makes the target unmistakable. So don't tell us that we do not understand what we have before our eyes. This is not something I'm making up. This is an official statement. That's all I
Okay, you
wanted to
made
say.
your
Thank
point.
you.
You made your point, and I'm not sure why you were shouting at every one of us here.
It seems like that's the
I
only time he's
Stop
actually
your
Samira, can you
ad,
hear
willing to
me?
ad hominem
listen.
attacks,
Samira,
Go
please.
ahead, Ozzy.
can you guys hear me?
Ozzy, go
Can
ahead.
you guys hear me? Thank you. I might lose connection. If I do, I'll try to come back up real quick. I don't know if how much everyone follows the news. Tied to the news, I might lose service, and I'll come back up. I see that notification. Um, there was a press gaggle on Air Force One. Okay, and I hear this conversation. I've heard this ad nauseum, even within the Iranian communities and Iranian spaces and other apps and Instagram and everywhere. I'm going to read something to you. So, a reporter asked Trump, "Do you think the map of Iran looks the same after this is all done?" I'm going to repeat that. Do you think the map of Iran looks the same after this is all done? Trump's response is, "That I can't tell you. Probably not." Again, that I can't tell you. Probably not. We have heard so many different comments from Trump, from Rubio, from Hegseth, from Scott Benseth. Like, I mean, you from everyone you can think of, we have heard things. Second point, Condoleezza Rice was just at the White House. There was also an event there, but she met specifically. If you are not familiar with who Condoleezza Rice is, and when I'm done with whatever thing I want to say, Samira and James, I would really like Brian to chime in on this because these are from the eras that he remembers probably very specifically. And I want Brian to explain Peter's map and Condoleezza Rice's position on Peter's map. I'm not trying to sit here and fearmonger. I'm not suggesting that, they're going towards a separatist perspective. What I'm trying to offer is a little more grounded realism in this situation, because I have said this repeatedly to my fellow Iranians. When you ask for foreign intervention, you get what they ask for in return. You don't get what you want and foreign intervention and they walk away. Trump
That
also said, this is news related. I'm not finished. This is news related.
I
Trump
wasn't
also
finished
said that,
either, Ozzy. So you're
I'm
not the
sorry,
only person who gets to talk over
Samira,
everyone else here. You're
Yes,
Samira,
spreading
as the co-host,
propaganda
I
about
called on
separatism
Ozzy.
here.
So let's just wait one
I'm
second, Morteza.
also,
Continue,
But
Ozzy.
co-host can be
thank
a
you.
dictator as well.
Okay,
You're
so
very
Mortaza.
familiar with that. Go ahead, Ozzy.
So Trump also said, and I woke up to this news, that Trump had also said that he is going to take over Iran's oil. All right. So there's that aspect of it. If we're talking about news and tying it to statements and things said, we have that. Now, with regard to the statement and the conversation you've been having, that comment by Reza Pahlavi was an official statement, as Dr. Fungi said, that was a concerted, deliberate, intentional, thought out statement 2 days, not even full 2 days, after that group met together to form a coalition. And he referred to that group and said there was a group recently created. Okay. That group never, ever once mentioned separatism. They mentioned federalism. Now, here's my other question to Iranians here. When we talk about 90 million people get a vote, what I think we're not understanding really here is that when you have a group, and I don't want to pick on Pahlavi, I'm just saying this on principle, okay? On principle and values. When you have somebody who says, okay, I'm going to be the leader of this group, another one says, I'm going to be the leader of this group, and this person in this group says you only get 2 options. When you also have millions of people also desperately looking to consider a third option, then
Millions
you're
of people.
essentially
Where did
not
you get
giving a
that?
choice. You're not giving a choice in that respect. Okay, so
People
one
chanted
of
their
those
votes and
one
their choice on the streets,
so
loud and clear. I wish you
Morteza,
had
you
some
just
ears
asked
to
about the
listen to
millions.
people.
Morteza,
so
the
I'm
millions.
almost done.
Go
I'm
ahead, Ozzy.
almost done, and I want Brian to explain what I'm referring to when I bring up Condoleezza Rice and Trump's statement on Air Force One when he says probably not. Because I don't really think that Iranians understand when Trump says, I have all options on the table. When he says yesterday, I don't mind if it's a religious leader. So he's considering this, he's considering that, he's considering 50 different things. Just like when we asked for help and everybody got upset and wondered where the help was, and it came later and not in the way that 100% of the population who gets a vote thought was going to happen. I want you to understand this, that these words have implications. And when sometimes we're looking at this, the reason why we talk about these news updates and we analyze them and we look at them and we have non-Iranians also looking into it, experts looking into it, is because they understand the dynamics and the intricacies, the history and the things behind it. Right now, if you were the leader of the free world, if you were Donald Trump and you had the responsibility here or the choice or the freedom and the ability to make the decision for other people and say, here, this is what I'm telling you to do, I would like you to really, really think about what that would be that he would tell people I'm going to do.
Thanks for the
Because
lecture from your moral high ground, but it doesn't hold any water. I believe James
I
asked me
don't
a
see that.
question 10 minutes
Mortaza, it
ago to
doesn't work
which I
with
did
me. I'm
not give an
sorry.
answer. So I have the
This
right to
doesn't work
answer to
with me,
James'
Mortaza.
question.
As
James asked me a
soon as I'm
question
done.
10 minutes
No, I
ago,
think
and I
As
didn't
soon as
answer
I'm
that.
done and I go to Brian, I want to hear from Brian,
Samira,
James.
just 1 second, 1 second. I'll go to Brian. I want Murtaza to answer me for once a question that I asked, because since the beginning you haven't. So I would like the question that I asked. Can you answer it? Yes or no? Actually answer the question, not read the pre-prepared statement or answer something that is like completely out of line.
I guess you guys were talking about ad hominem attacks, and you're telling me that I'm reading from a script. Is that the case, James?
Actually, it sounds like this. I'm giving you my own personal opinion. It sounds that you're reading from something that's pre-written, because every time I talk to you, you don't answer the question. You answer 2 miles away from the question.
James, you can ask the question, but you do not determine the answer. And I hope you've got the
Yes, but
understanding
as
to get this
you
point. To
ask
answer
me a
your
question.
question, I give you
Ask me a
one
question.
simple
I will
sentence.
show you. Please ask me a question. You just asked me a question, and I
Okay,
answered
what do you
in a
want to see
very
in
clear,
Iran? What do you
precise way.
want to see in Iran? Tell me that.
Me? I want to see the Iranian people have a vote. I want to see a position where we get someone that, if you want to get the UN to get involved, the UN goes sit there for 6 months, which is Chapter 7 of the UN. It's very, very concrete. Sit over there and goes and be like, okay, in 6 months we will hold election. You have 6 months to campaign. No one attacks anyone. At the end of the six months, 9 million people go and vote. Do you want that
Okay.
or no?
No, I don't want that because I do believe that the UN is a corrupt organization that masters the craft of statements after statements with no consequences. UN has no authority anywhere in the world these days, and it needs to be dismantled and built from the ground again. To answer your question, my friend, just one sentence. And that person who identifies with her academic honorific title, if she's got a PhD, she mentioned that as well against Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. But I repeat one sentence, which is my answer, whether you like it or not, to your question. Iran's territorial integrity is never up for debate.
Okay, yeah, that I agree with you. I don't want the separation of Iran. I'm completely against the separation of Iran too. I completely agree with that.
But can I just
Jale,
ask you some?
Jale, no,
Can
I want to go to Brian. I want to go to Brian now, and then I'll re-rotate through the hand. But thank you, Murtaza, for the clear answer, and that I think we agree on that. We can stand on that, Brian.
Hey, thanks, James. I got less than 2 minutes, and I will answer Aziz's question about Condi Rice, but I want to just make a couple things clear, and I'll give Mortaza the benefit of the doubt that it's a language barrier. I don't give opinions about the next leader of Iran. As I said, when I'm open my mouth, I don't have enough understanding to do that, and it's none of my business. I don't care who they elect, as long as it's the people, as long as it's the person or people that Iran wants. I don't give opinions, I give facts and analysis. My point was, for 2 years, the monarchists said, our king must be installed. We don't need any help. Then it became, our king must be installed. Our people are rising up. We have to have air power. Then it became, the US has to install the king. So if that's their goal, the dumbest things that can possibly happen are saying they want the US to spend our blood and treasure and let our people get killed to install a king with no choice by the population. And number two, the absolute dumbest thing you can say to Donald Trump is, you don't have any business deciding who our next leader is when our bombs are falling and when our people are getting killed in that country because they wanted it. So that's what I was saying before. And when I said Pahlavi was done, I didn't mean that was my personal preference. I meant if he keeps saying things like that to Donald Trump, he's done. Okay, now to Aziz's question. So I'm not sure what it is exactly that Mortaza has against qualifications, but since she asked, I was Condi Rice's lawyer for intelligence and the war on terror while she was the national security advisor in the White House. I saw her many times a day. She believes, not sure I believe this, I know a lot of people don't believe this, she believes in transformative democracy. She will prioritize the democratic choice of a people anywhere in the world over borders, especially borders that don't necessarily represent the democratic choice of the people. The fact that Trump not only called her into a pre-planned event, but the White House chief of staff and Trump pulled her aside for a separate conversation, and you can see this on video, tells me, one, they've gotten in over their head. They don't know how to get out of it. They want help from people who know what they're doing. And two, if she's involved in the conversation, she will not be pro-Pahlavi or anti-Pahlavi. She'll be an honest broker who wants a free democratic choice in Iran, period, full stop. And if that's the opinion that Trump's listening to, that's what's going to happen. I say that's a big if. Who knows what Trump's going to wake up tomorrow and decide. Last thing I'll say, I have observed in all spaces I've been in about Iran in the last 2.5 years that for a certain segment of people, anyone who does not say that Reza Pahlavi needs to be the complete leader of Iran and be a king, at least for a transition, is branded as a leftist or a communist or as an Islamist. And just as a matter of advice, again, my friends, that is not the way to get people to support you.
All right. As my right of reply, Brian, to you, thank you for the clarification. Firstly, I do not let my academic degrees define who I am. Secondly, if you think a career diplomat who is Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi would directly and publicly goes against the president of the most powerful nation on this planet, then I would really feel sorry for your previous
It's
employer
on
if you
tape.
actually
It's
work for
on
the
video.
CIA.
It happened
All right,
today.
like I do not know that, but you do know that because you work for the CIA. Thank you.
No, because I can watch television. And because the first thing I did when I came in here was ask the panel if that was a fake or a real video. And everyone said it was real. If you want to prove it's fake, go ahead.
I do not honor that with a reply. Thank you.
Can I answer some of the arguments that have been made?
Yes, Chile, I'll give you 2 minutes to answer,
Thank
and
you
then I
so
will go
much.
to Vladimir with the news and then
Thank
move
you. I'm
around.
very confused because at one hand, people are saying here that nobody's a separatist, the borders are going to stay the same, nobody has asked or said anything about the borders. But then Dr. Fungi keeps on talking about the borders being the red line is a problem. I
That's
don't
not what I
understand.
said.
I don't understand this. Of course, the Iranian people will fight terrorists who want to balkanize Iran. Of course, that is not what I want. That isn't what 90%, 95% of the Iranian population wants. So I really, really don't understand what is going on, and the double speak is a little bit too loud. When you're talking about not being separatist or not supporting separatism, and at the same time talking about the borders being the red line is a problem. This goes for every party,
But
Iranian
What
party,
Jolly,
is the difference
and
between
that it was a
federalism
problem?
and
but
separatism,
that
Jali?
was what was read up. That what you read that out loud as if it was a problem.
Yeah, but she clarified, Jale, the problem is not this. The problem is the moment he said that statement and the coordinated time this happened. He's framing that the group of people that was created by the Kurds that represent 6 Kurdish group, independently of what you think the weight of those people are, they claim that they want federalism. Okay, he went on and he said in front of that anyone who claims separatism 2 days later should be attacked technically by or should
But
be
why?
followed up by law.
But
Okay,
if they're not separatists,
legally
but if they're not
criminalized.
separatists, why do they feel attacked?
Because that's media, because you're creating a sentiment that those people might or should be attacked because they are separatists. You're putting that label on them the same way some people on that
No,
space, and I have
no,
to admit it,
no,
put a
no.
label on the
If
monarchists that
you're
they are
not
aggressive.
separatist, if you're not a separatist, you're not a
No,
separatist.
Jale,
And
it doesn't work that way. In media and in politics, please, that take it from me. In
James,
politics,
can I
you
have 10
can destroy
seconds?
the image.
I,
Sure.
I, I just want to say something to land my plane here. Um, it's very important that all of us who want an Iran where the borders stay the same come together and try to work together in unity. It is not true what you've said several
Jolly,
times that
Jolly,
Pahlavi. No, don't interrupt me.
you keep saying
It
the
is
same
not true.
thing.
Don't interrupt me. Let me finish. It's not true that Pahlavi has said that he wants monarchy in the interim period where he's going to lead a transition where there's going to be free elections, and the Kurds or anybody else are not going to have pre like vetoes on what kind of government there's going to be. They can participate in free elections and they'll get their vote. They can be a part of the, and that we don't want balkanization. We want the borders to stay the same, whether they're minority groups or parties or not. All of them, more or less, as Azios also have said before, they want the same thing: secularism. They want free elections. They want democracy, and so on. So why can't they come together? This is the
Because
problem.
Jale, can I
No,
ask
no,
you
no.
something?
Let
No,
me
I
let
have a question
and
for
let me
you.
say one more thing.
Okay, but I
All
have
of
a
these
question
groups are
because
from
it
all of these
depends.
groups are for all of these groups and parties are parties that existed 50 years ago. When the Iranian people are
That
free,
has
they will
existed
make,
for 80 years, but yes.
when Iran is free, new
Yeah,
parties are
but
going to be
I think
made.
you're missing the point.
No,
Jale,
can
Jale,
I
you're missing
please?
the
I
point.
have
You
written
are
it down,
no,
James. Hold on.
Gino. I'll give you the right of response, but I need to
No,
answer
it's not a
Jale just
response,
right
it's a
now.
question.
About
Yeah, but
Jale,
it's
hold on a
question, but
second because she called
no,
me out as
okay,
well, James. So after you, please.
Fungi. Okay, okay. I'm gonna go to people in order, but let me answer the question when I say I want to answer or answer. The point that you're doing, Jale, the point that you're giving is really correct. But if the monarchists, okay, I want to call them the monarchists. So the followers of Reza Pahlavi, if they want to get the support of the rest of the people on the ground, okay, let me finish the sentence. If they want to get the support of the rest of the people, they need to listen, right? If you're going to ask the Kurds, who have been one of the biggest fighting group inside of Iran for a while, for help, because that's one of them. They need Pahlavi need the support of the Kurds. He needs the support of the Baluch. He needs the support of the Azerbaijani. All of those, he needs their support. He needs to listen. You need to go and look at those people and ask them, what do you guys want? You have a group of people that went out, 6 groups. 6 groups is not a small number. They went out and said, we want this. Pahlavi sent a message after that saying that those people are separatists. In his message, he went and sent a message that those people, either he has
But
information
he
because the
didn't,
public
James.
statement talked about
But
federal.
James,
he
can you
Jale,
share the
literally
tweet?
listen,
didn't.
he
James,
claimed.
can you share the tweet, please?
Okay, okay.
I can share it. I can
We're
share it.
not going through and we're not getting through to the idea. I want the audience to know that that's what happened. I'll get to Gino for the question, and then we're gonna move a
We
question,
asked you
then
to
an
read
answer,
it
and then
out
we're moving
loud,
out from the
but it
subject.
did.
I will now. Jale.
We
Jale,
did.
he
You're not
said
listening.
2 days after the coalition got
Okay.
established, he said, Dear compatriots,
Hmm.
in recent days, several separatist groups, some of those record include, listen to this, collaboration with both Khomeini and Saddam. Remember, Khomeini made a jihad in Kurdistan in 1979, and Saddam ethnically cleansed the Kurds. 200,000 Kurds got cleansed. Have made baseless and contemptible claims against the territorial integrity and national unity of Iran. Then blah, blah, blah. He says a lot of, about what happened inside of Iran. By remaining committed to this fundamental principle, we can accept the Iranian army to fulfill its national and patriotic duty to stand with the people and to defend Iran against both Islamic Republic and separatist groups. That
So,
is jihad,
so,
secular
so what you're
jihad.
saying,
That is
Gino?
Saddam
Jale, one
Hussein.
second. Let
Okay.
Gino
That
finish.
is
Sorry.
Saddam Hussein. He made it for you to start a campaign against Kurds and Kurdish people in Iran and these groups who call them
Now
because Reza Pahlavi, hold on, let me finish. Because Reza Pahlavi made this issue. One of those people who were at that time a Kurdish leader who was not at that time part of the coalition but is now wrote this, and he never speak like this. Never in his life he has spoken like this, tweeted like this. Let me read it. Yesterday, Reza Pahlavi issued a statement once again labeling the Kurds as separatists, threatening to fight us with an army that doesn't even exist. He has already described the suppression of the Kurds as national and patriotic duty. Let me be clear, the people of Kurdistan remain fully united in our struggle
but
against the Islamic Republic and pursue
but
an
factually
Iran
that
based
is
on,
not correct,
hold on,
Gino. Can I say?
Baba, are you fucking stupid or what? I am reading you his
No, no, no,
tweet.
no, 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 no. No
Yeah,
No, I
personal
Gino.
know
attacks.
Jale
Gino, please.
personally.
Yeah, but that
She
doesn't
went
give you
from
the right
communist
to
to a
say these
Yeah,
pacifist.
things.
not
Uh,
not
No,
publicly, not
gives me
publicly.
every right because I am reading the goddamn tweet, and she
Gino,
still says I am.
factually,
This is not
Guys.
true.
Okay,
Can
okay.
I just respond to
can,
That's.
Jale? She asked me that question
No,
and explain. No,
I
no,
need
no,
to
no, no, no.
finish.
Stop it,
James, let me
Gino.
please finish.
You're
Gino,
being
Gino, Gino,
emotional.
Gino. I want Gino to
Yes.
finish. Fungi, I want Gino
James,
to
James,
finish.
10 seconds
Thank
for
you.
me. I gotta go, man.
By echoing the regime's false narratives against Kurds, they serve to legitimize past repression, what the brutal regime could not accomplish in 47 years of killing and repression, breaking and silencing our rightful voice. You will not be able to achieve either. Where fathers and grandfathers of yours failed, despite all their executions, violent schemes to strip the Kurdish people of unity and our identity, sons will not accomplish either. So you made a man who is so diplomatic, Abdullah Muhtadi, Komala leader. Never he talks like this. You cross the line, Pahlavi crossed the line that made him not even talk about Reza Pahlavi, but his grandfather and his own father. So please stop saying, I will also put it in the nest if it's okay with James, both tweets, because you keep saying what I am reading is a lie.
So just Gino, I want to clarify that point and then move on also because this is gonna go in circles. The idea is when you reach a position when people see it that way, I think everyone saw it that way. It's Pahlavi's job to go up and either do a correction or clarify the point. He did not. Okay, he did not. It did not politically. It was a misstep. Let's agree on that and move on from this discussion, please. Because if we go keep hashing this discussion, we're not never gonna finish.
Yeah, but James, I request to answer.
I give you 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank
30
you.
seconds.
Okay, so if you look at the tweet that I put up in the nest, two things matter there. The first is the format. This was not a tweet fired off in anger at midnight. It was a formal statement. It was titled, dated, and published on his official website. That means someone wrote it and someone reviewed it and someone approved it as an expression of his political position. So when a politician publishes a formal statement, he owns every word of it. He cannot later claim he was misunderstood, that it was taken out of context, or that it was an emotional reaction. This was what we call a policy document. And the second is the timing. We talked about it. So this is not a misunderstanding. This is a political choice. And political choices made before you hold any power tell you a great deal about the choices that will made once you do. And one last thing I want to say, because my friend Brian Cunningham left the panel, but I want to address something that was said because it was not fair and it was not accurate. Suggesting that Brian Cunningham leads with his CIA credentials and puts his CV before his arguments does not reflect the Brian Cunningham I know. That is an ad hominem and a lazy one at that. The man engages, I'm going to finish, on the substance.
Just don't
We do
shout.
not
All right.
agree all the time. He does not hide behind his biography. He does not invoke his institutional affiliation
Yeah.
as a substitute for argument. I'm going to finish this one. I'm going to lay it down here.
No.
That is one of the things, that distinguishes him
Fungi, please allow
from
me.
many
Brian is
people.
here. Brian is here. He can
Yeah,
defend his
no,
own
just
honor.
hold on. Yeah, but I know Brian, and I want to
We
say this
know
because
Brian. I
he's
know
not going
Brian
to
too.
say it, because
Fungi.
this was a lazy one. Brian
I
did,
know,
and I'm
but
going to finish
we
with this
already
one. You cannot
no.
reduce someone's contributions to a credential
Fungi.
dropping exercise. This is not critical thinking; it's
Yes,
a
but that shows
personal
that
attack dressed up.
you're okay. We know.
Yeah,
We
but I'm
called him out
saying
on
it
it.
because nobody said anything.
I did, and
Let's
I
actually,
actually
let's
was clear
all,
about it.
can we
Can,
just
Samira.
pause for a second? I think there's like developments on the ground. So Vlad,
Yeah, I want to go to Vlad
yeah,
exactly.
please, let's go to Vlad.
Uh, yeah, so I'm here in Erbil. I think there have been almost 5, 6, I don't know, I lost the count of strikes on the Erbil airport. So it has been very heavy. I saw a CRAM system taking out drones. And also what is new is that they started to also attack the city of Slemani. They attacked the 70s base. They attacked the former UN building that they claim there's US soldiers there, but I doubt they are there. But so there's like a big, actually until now, they're still shooting in Slemani. Also, there was an Iranian Kurdish opposition party. One of their members got killed, and there's very heavy. Still, there's very heavy shooting, and we also saw the comments of Mr. Donald Trump a few minutes ago, where he was saying that he does not want the Kurds to launch an offensive against Iran. We are not looking to the Kurds going in. We are friendly with the Kurds, but we don't want to make the war any more complex than it already is. So I think this sort of closes this discussion about if Iranian Kurds went into Iran or not, or if the US is going to support them or not. Although, of course, you can also say something like that, and then in reality, the opposite is happening. Because sometimes he also wants to confuse people or be like strategically ambiguous. Yeah, but I talked to a Iranian Kurdish leader today, and they were also talking about that there's not, that there's not clear yet if they're going to go in or not, and that they have had talks with the US, but it was more nothing like official yet. So yeah, I think that's the current situation here in Iraqi Kurdistan. And also there was a strike on the Victoria base in Baghdad. So also there's strikes
Are
there.
the attacks all concentrated on US assets, or are we getting attacks on non-US assets in the region?
Well, in Erbil, it's mostly focused on the Erbil airport. And also you have, of course, the Kurdish opposition parties. And then, but today it was mostly on the Erbil airport. But also there was, what was strange, they also hit a telecommunication tower on the border of Iran in Halabja. They claimed also that was used by the US. And also there was some small attack on a border town in on the border with Iran. And then also you have today, so there was this attacks on this Kurdish party called Komala of Iranian Kurdistan. They had, I think, 2 attacks on their base, and they had 1 fighter that got killed. So basically, if you would summarize it, it's on U.S. bases, Kurdish opposition parties from Iran. Also, there was one time that a U.S. company was hit, an oil company called HKN. We saw that also before in Basra, that there was also an oil field hit where U.S. and British companies were operating. And also they have targeted several times Iraqi Kurdish Peshmerga forces. So 2 times they hit one brigade, I think in the Erbil province, if I'm not mistaken, and also they have targeted the 70 unit of the PUK in Slemani. So that's like an overview. So they target Peshmerga, oil fields, Iranian Kurdish opposition parties, and the US bases.
Thank you so much for that, Vlad.
Thank
And I
you.
hope you're staying safe. I know it's like so much going on, especially in Kurdistan. I actually did want to ask something to Brian about what you just mentioned. So, Brian, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were talking about how Rubio said to Hakan Fidan of Turkey that the US has no plans to arm the Kurds in Iran to do the fighting. And then now we're hearing that Trump is saying we're not going to send the Kurds in. We don't want them to die. So nice of him. But then I also read that the US is saying all of this, but Israel is still, planning to proceed with arming the Kurds or assisting the Kurds. What's your take on that?
Can I answer
I
some of
think,
the at
Jolly, I'm
one
sorry, we'll
point?
get back to you in 1 second. I
No,
wanted to hear
Jolly,
from Brian.
we moved from that subject. Let's go into the news. We finished the discussion about the other subject. Brian, please.
well, I think 2 things are really clear. One is that the key principals in the administration, Hegseth, Rubio, principally those 2, but a few others, are not always speaking from the same page. And they're certainly not always speaking from the same page as the president. And I think that there's 2 reasons for that. One is what I said yesterday, which is that this was not thought out in the normal process that the US government runs. And therefore, there aren't consistent talking points for everybody. So they just kind of wing it. The other reason is I really don't think Trump knows what he wants to do. And bringing Condi Rice in, let me just make clear to the room how stunning that is. Okay. A key pillar of MAGA, of Trump's movement, is the complete rejection of the so-called neocons, by which they mean people who got us into wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Iraq, I actually think they have a point. Afghanistan, I'm not sure what we were supposed to do when 4,000 of our people were killed. But the point is, they absolutely hate her. MAGA absolutely hates Condi Rice. So for him to visibly on television pull her aside and take her separate for a consultation is a huge thing. And I think it means that he is now in a mess that he doesn't know how to get out of and achieve his goals, which are personal enrichment and winning, being seen as winning. So I think it seems like we're making it up as we go along because we're making it up as we go along. But with regard specifically to this issue of arming the Kurds, first of all, if we are arming the Kurds, I would hope to hell we're not publicly saying it. And if the CIA is doing it and we publicly say it, that's illegal. Can worry about the niceties of that another time. But I also think Trump never wants to be seen as having to have help and never wants to be seen as not being the person in the world who can wave a magic wand and just make things happen. So I think both of those things are going on, but I would not conclude that because our officials publicly say we're not arming the Kurds, that we're not arming the Kurds, because covert action, which the US government has legal authority for, includes doing things that our government is going to deny. So I think the only real answer here is unless and until somebody gets photographic evidence or some other proof, no one knows whether we're doing it or not.
Thank you for that,
Thank you.
Brian.
Can I say some?
James, maybe we can go to Donna. She's had her hand up for a bit. Jella, wait one
Yeah,
second, please.
I'll
We'll
go
come
to
back to you.
Dana and then go to Saul.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can I just start by saying that I almost agree with everything that Brian has said since I came in and listened to him speaking. So thank you very much, Brian, for your expertise and for your input. I really do agree that ambiguity is a type of policy that we are seeing with regards to Iran. That is very much the point here for nobody to know what's happening. But I also think that Trump doesn't want chaos and prolonged civil war in Iran because that will establish his legacy. He wants an outcome that will give him a clear win. And if Iran is involved in civil war, then that is clearly another version of Iraq and puts him in a position that he doesn't want to be associated with. And so the question of, I have watched historical videos of Donald Trump talking about the Kurds. And although he always thanks them for the fighting with US, but he also says things like they are very vicious fighters, they are worse that they can fight really hard. I think he also mentioned worse than ISIS or something like that. So he understands that arming Kurds and encouraging them to come in would mean serious confrontation with the regime's army and can create something or start something that will not be easily controlled. So I think that is one consideration. At the same time, there is the push for regime change, and I think it will be a shock to a lot of people who paved the path for this war if there isn't really an effective change in the regime, that effectively what you have left with is the regime that may be softer in its external approach, but harder on its internal repression. That's also not an outcome that Trump would want to see in Iran. And it is certainly something that Iranians don't want to see. So it's not really clear what the strategy is and how they can bring this war to an end with outcomes that would not be embarrassing for Trump. So this is the situation at the moment. And also this has to be a war that should come to a quick end, because what we are seeing at the moment and what Iran is doing is increasing the cost of this war by spreading it regionally, by creating chaos. And that is what they are aiming for. They're trying to prolong this so that to increase the cost and to make sure that they will never be a target again, to really clearly establish that there's a cost associated with this type of attack, or mourning the lone, as they're calling it. And that's why that we are seeing the spread in the region and the escalation in the way that this war is going. I think escalation, as far as Iranian regime is concerned, is the point here, and to creating as much chaos as possible, so that the pro-war faction think twice about doing this again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and yeah, okay.
Thank you, Donna. The point you're bringing up are quite good, but the problem is that we're already way deeper into something that is so pushed along that I think that regime will fall. The question is what will come after. The current version of the regime is not coming back. That's what I want to bring up. Saul, I want to go to you. We haven't had you today yet on the space, and then I'll go to Brian. Saul.
Hi, good to be with you. A few comments from the things we've been hearing. I would say, first of all, there's a tremendous amount of obvious CCP disinformation that's currently being spread around the internet that ranges in variety from everything that Tel Aviv is currently in ruins to X is hiding pictures of all the destruction, and to the fact that Iran is definitely winning and all Iran has to do is hold out a bit longer. If you'll recall, the same kind of disinformation vectors who 10 days ago were going on podcasts, I don't want to mention any names, but we all know who they are, and saying Iran is invincible, their ballistic missile arsenal is a terrifying threat, and everything is going to get destroyed in the Middle East if anyone attacks them. Immediately after a couple of days, and after noticing that they have only managed, for example, to get one single hit on Tel Aviv. There's only one missile that has hit Tel Aviv and caused casualties, killing an old lady and her Filipino carer. And apart from that, they have hit nothing on Tel Aviv. Not an army base, not the Ministry of Defense headquarters, nothing. In the entirety of Israel, they've killed 12 civilians and they've killed no one from the military. They haven't caused any military damage at all. And they have killed 8 civilians in the Gulf as well, and they've killed 6 soldiers. Those are the achievements of Iran. This is the war they've been preparing for 40 years. It's a complete, pathetic defeat of the most astronomical. Never in human history. I challenge anyone to name me a more one-sided war in history than what we've just seen. So everything you see online explaining how Iran just has to hold out a bit longer, it's complete disinformation. The same people who were telling you that Iran was going to win, after a few days, in the middle of last week, they started saying, oh, Iran is just saving their super weapons for later. And now we see people, including Mario interviewed one of them earlier, I forget his name, explaining, yes, it's not that they were holding the best missiles for later, it's that they're saving up their missiles for a longer war. But of course, anyone who's run the numbers knows that it's no use to them at all to fire off 5 or 10 missiles a day at this point. That's no use because the air defenses that are arrayed against them are completely capable of dealing with these threats. If they want to get through the air defenses, they need to be firing them off in dozens or even in hundreds. And they have not been able to do that even on the first day. So that's the first thing. The information being spread is astronomical. But the good news is, everybody,
Saul, can I ask you a question about the situation right now? How about the coordinated strike that we're seeing starting to be more powerful from Hezbollah and Iran, coordinated their attack right now?
This is absolutely. Look, Hezbollah is reduced to approximately 10% of its strength before 2023. They're a very weak organization. They no longer. They had 3 large threats in the old days. They had first of all, they had about 10,000 men, very highly trained, essentially waiting to go on a suicide mission into Israel and commit some kind of October 7th times 10. That was their plan. That was the Radwan force on the borders. That is entirely gone or pushed out into the Bekaa Valley. There's no significant threat of any kind of infiltration by Hezbollah attack teams. That's gone. They had a large amount of relatively short-range rockets that were spread out in the hillsides all around southern Lebanon. The vast majority of those have been destroyed and have been gone for a long time. They had some still here and there that might have escaped or that might have been replenished, but southern Lebanon is a very small area that has been and is currently under constant Israeli surveillance. Constant. Every village, there are cameras all over the place. There are drones constantly flying overhead. And the other store they had was was in the Bekaa Valley. They had more long-range missiles and drones, but those are no challenge really at all for Israel's air defense. And while people are worried about the Patriots and the THAADs, how many interceptors are there? The Iron Dome interceptors, there's no shortage of them. And so far, there hasn't been any real threat. My guess is that the idea of the IDF currently going in on the ground and cleaning up the last pockets of Hezbollah from South Lebanon is a bit of a bluff. I don't think it's actually going to happen. All they're doing is they're moving in to certain very limited areas around the border to present some defense in depth. Hezbollah is not a serious threat. The fact that they're able to coordinate is surprising. Most likely, they're not actually able to coordinate. The problem also for the Iranians is that, look, whatever happens, the Iranians, the current regime is cooked. Whether it happens during this war, while the Americans are still in theater, or whether it happens at some point down the line in a couple of months or years, is unknowable. We don't know, but it can't continue. It's simply not sustainable. They don't have any allies left. Their allies, Russia and China, have been totally unable to help them, except writing a couple of nasty letters. They certainly won't dare to try and reinforce Iran with arms. Not that it would help, because they would be destroyed. And the whole thing has been a complete humiliation for everyone that
So
makes.
you're saying that coordination is not visible. I can argue that like pretty simply. Like one time it's luck, two times it's okay, luck again, three times it's not. It's the sixth attack where they coordinated and they had a throw at the same time. I get your point. The question
I
is,
tell you what might be happening. It occurred to me what they might be doing. So here in Israel, where I'm standing right now, we get approximately a 10-minute notice that everyone in Israel, including I'm sure there are certain people in Israel, a small minority, a few hundred people who are affiliated and in touch with people in Hezbollah, due to perhaps their familial or clan ties. There are certainly many Israelis who have gone to jail, not many, but some, from certainly also Palestinians in the West Bank who've gone to jail for collaborating with Hezbollah and feeding them information about sites, etc. So it could well be that for Hezbollah to fire off their rockets, they only have a 2 or 3 minute travel time. So it could well be they're just waiting there by their rocket launchers, and when the Israelis get their message, their cousin in Ramallah will update them. Everyone's got a message, rockets are on the way, and they can time them. That could be it, honestly. And I tell you why I think that has to be the case. It's because even according to the Iranians themselves, and this is believable, they've divided up. Their current rocket teams are no longer in touch with each other, and they're currently functioning individually and as dead hands. Their morale is clearly very low. If you saw that video of a team firing off a missile and then running away from their launcher, just abandoning it. So it means that their very limited supplies of launchers are being attrited as fast as they're firing off the missiles. The launchers essentially become one-shot games, and they don't have very many left. Their genius idea to build what they called essentially missile mountains by digging into caves, and to have items hidden in caves, in mountains, to have your precious missiles hidden there, is a very good idea in theory, right up until the point when there are enemies flying above your heads with drones and jets. At that point, particularly when your enemies have complete satellite penetration of your territory, as the Americans, of course, do, more or less in real time. As they're building these tunnels, the Americans and the Israelis are watching them. They know where all the entrances are, down to the 10-centimeter grid, and putting those out of action with Western weapons, which can land on a postage stamp, might seem complete Star Wars stuff to them, who can't even hit something within a kilometer. But to the Americans, to the Israelis, it's a piece of cake. So digging into a mountain is really just such a stupid idea. And now we're seeing that, according to Israeli reports, approximately 130 of Iran's launchers and countless, certainly hundreds of weapons are permanently buried under mountains in these special mountains that they made as underground reserves and secret plants. This really is just the level of sophistication that you're dealing with on the Iranian side. The level of, if you read the stories of how the Israelis were able to trick the Iranians by having the cars in the parking lot outside the defense ministry and spreading rumors online about how the
Yeah,
chief of the defense staff.
yeah, I get the rumors. So we got the idea of the rumors.
No, but the
We
point
got
is
the
that
idea of this.
the rumors are so basic that if me or you would have heard
So
them,
basic.
we would have
You
said,
don't understand.
this is a counter signal. This is a
Those
trick.
rumors. Just 1 second. Those rumors are not for you, are not for me, are not for people that have internet. They are for their own consumption. From someone who's watched what Hezbollah, for example, gives internally inside of Lebanon in terms of messaging, I can tell you
Yeah.
that 80% of the environment of Hezbollah watches only Al Manar. They don't look at other channels. They don't look at their phone. They don't look at Twitter. They don't know that. So for them, they are winning. so
Oh, no.
until there
I
is a
hear what
day
you're saying.
where
I didn't mean that. I meant that if
yeah,
if I was, I know.
the point,
No, that was.
yeah,
I'm making a totally
the
different
point you're
point.
providing,
My point was no. My
is
point was that kind of level of trick, that kind of deception is so basic that you would think that
it
people on the
works.
other side
I
would get the
promise you.
opposite
I
impression.
promise you. Okay, so thank you. I promise you it works. Okay, just so we move on from this. I know how
No,
basic it is,
I
but I
get it.
promise you
I
it
get
works.
that it works. But that
I know,
reveals to
but
you the level of a sort of infant-like credulity that is
we got
managing the IRGC.
yeah. Got the point, but they don't manage it this way because they believe in what they are selling. They manage it this way because they know it works, and it's the simple things that work better in life usually. So the Israeli Air Force has now attacked around 30 oil storages tanks across Iran. Also, they've hit the oil refinery south of Tehran in Togoyan. Okay, so that's a bit of an update. Other points that I would like to bring in terms of update, Central Command spokesperson has said that Iranian regime's claims of capturing American soldiers is another example of lies and deception, talking about what you said. There is ongoing strike in Dahi. There was 2 more strikes after the ones we updated on. SETCOM commander denies again not just the capture, but all the information that were provided about jets being downed in the area. So Trump was asked about the bombing of a desalination plant. And that was a claim done by the foreign ministry of Iran, and he said they are among the most evil people on earth. They cut babies' head off, they chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7. If they are complaining about the desalination plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' head off. That's a weird statement, to be fair. So that's a bit of the overview of some of the news that we have right now. It seems that news is slowing down. As usual in Iran, we don't have a lot of info. We rarely get pictures. So we are trying to get as much info from inside the area. Brian with an I. I know your position about Trump. His messaging today, I think, did not convince you. do you still believe that the war is going into the direction of regime change, or do you think that they pushed back as the US and that they are trying just to weaken the position of the Iranian regime right now?
Well, I think that's a very good question, and that's obviously a question that the world would like answered. And I think the problem that we're having is we're getting words and statements, and we're getting spitballed ideas, as I think of it. You're throwing spitballs at the chalkboard or the board at school. We heard within just a few days period this whole thing, and I was in this space yesterday saying this, about us throwing the Kurds out as some sort of idea that could fix problems. And Trump already today has said, "Oh, we're not doing that." And then we had hours and hours of all these people who are super expert on the Kurds going into like exactly which routes they take going into Iran and all the different groups that might be, and that was fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm going to keep saying what I've been saying from the beginning. The degree to which we're focusing on some of the hypotheticals before they even happen and then turn out maybe not to happen or just go back and forth or be delayed or whatever it is, we don't have, to me, clear evidence that there is specifically particular policies that we have enacted and are underway, clearly, undisputably not about to be reversed, okay, that we're working towards regime change. Forget about the rhetoric and what you're told. You could just as easily say the Kurds are there to do something different, protect the state. They could perform all kinds of different functions in theory, and you could just put whatever end game you want and just throw it out there and be like, maybe this or maybe that, okay? I am not convinced that Trump has decided that we have any kind of regime change official policy that he's enacting. I'm not sure he decided that earlier or pushed it out earlier. I think it was much more of a let's blow a bunch of stuff up and then see if everything will just work out. And I've said that from the beginning. So I just to be clear, I don't think, regardless of what we say and regardless of what Israel says, we can't trust the language on regime change. We have to trust what we actually see, because as people have been talking about here, there's a lot of triumphalist talk, unfortunately, on the American and the Israeli side, in terms of we've been hearing for years and years and years how horrible this regime is and how powerful it is and how it's so dangerous. And at the same time, we're hearing the triumphalists of, oh, they can't do anything. They have no capabilities. They're melted. I've heard Israelis in here and Americans that are MAGA folks in here stating as a fact that the IRGC is melting away. I really would love to know what information they're stating that on. Or they're just narrative warfare participants engaging in maximalist advantage to try to influence us, right? X specifically, not Mario's spaces, not Mario. They're sincere people, not the hosts here. James is great, and I'm pleased to have the new host here, who I think has been doing great. But this is an information warfare operations space, right? And X is used to exert influence operations on different populations and different thought leaders and political leaders and others throughout the world. In particular, X has a lot of influence on the MAGA policy making hive, whatever you want to call it. It's so opaque, right? So what we have is a regime that's absolutely been decapitated. But I can tell you as a student of history, many decapitated regimes can be much more like a Hydra or Ghidorah for you Godzilla fans, okay? You cut one head off, you cut something off, and it regenerates, okay? And the idea that we keep saying decapitated like it's a human being. You cut the head off, that's it. But what we have seen is a week of a war where Iran didn't just melt away and the government didn't melt away because we killed the leader. There's very much the Islamic Republic of Iran's government fully intact except for the most top levels and some of the other stuff that we've blown up. But the government system overall, there's still about 200,000 IRGC, 180,000 according to CFR from a couple days ago, okay? So my question is, with all of these targets, because we're talking about regime change, we're talking about what our policies are, with thousands of targets, it's historic bombing. How many actual IRGC have we killed? How many actual people that would be willing to pick up guns and fight for the regime? We hear all this stuff about all the mechanics and the planes and the Navy. That whole the Sri Lankan coast thing, that is very weird the more I read about that. We're hearing about all these targets, and I'm sure they're real.
Brian, Trump answered that yesterday, and I think even the Iranian talked about it, that most of the dead are from, apart from the ones that they talk about, the school, the hospital, and I think most of the dead are actually IRGC members. Just
But that's
stating
my
that
point,
they
though. But
said it on
these aren't
TV.
large numbers. We've seen about 1,000 or something. I don't know. I haven't seen
Yeah, but
casualty figures.
they are killing leaders. So the US is trying to kill leaders, and they are destroying infrastructure. You have Basij
Yes. No,
members
that's what that's
that
the
are
you're
forced.
announcing me to make the point I'm making, that they're hitting the very top leadership, they're hitting the infrastructure, they're hitting the military hardware, they're hitting ammunition dumps, they're hitting energy infrastructure, all that stuff. But with all this going on, and in an atmosphere which the last speaker did not acknowledge, that the interceptors for us and our allies are running out, in addition to having things like our THAAD batteries damaged. So their cheap drones can easily, and they're manufacturing those easily, not their ballistic missiles, but their cheap drones can easily start doing a lot more damage than they have been. And so when you say, they have no idea what they're doing, they're all idiots, they're all clowns, they've actually been able to hit a lot of sensitive targets from us and our allies. I'm not happy about this. As an American, I don't want to see that. I'm not happy about the equipment that we've given that's very expensive to our allies getting blown up because of a bad plan that was rushed without proper force protection and without paying due respect to the capability of your enemy. Because I can remember learning about the Vietnam War 20 years ago when I was in college, and reading about how a bunch of guys in pajamas beat us when we were obsessed with talking about body counts and kill counts, and we shot their birds at it. We didn't lose a single battle. 10 offensive, we took so many fewer casualties than we inflicted. It wasn't about that. And so whether it's the Israelis or the Americans, we're so good at bragging about the military tactical accomplishments without realizing how we're strategically setting us up for failure. We marched to Baghdad in 3 weeks in 2003. We had this amazing coalition back in 91. Somehow we have Israelis like Benjamin Netanyahu and others and neocons in the U.S. telling us everything's going to be great if we just go and do this regime change war, things will be great. Netanyahu was so convinced if we got rid of Saddam, everything would be great. We got rid of Saddam, and Iran was the best beneficiary of it. And so now we're here for how many rounds and how many decades? So I'm sick of the triumphalism. I'm sick of it. I don't need to. Yeah, I didn't talk over you, sir. I didn't talk over you, sir. I'll let my plane so you can respond. I'll let my plane so you can respond, sir. But yes, I'm sick of the triumphalism. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the lies, and I'm sick of the happy talk.
I don't say any lies. I don't know if you're talking
I'll
to me.
give you
That's
30 seconds.
I'm not saying you are
I'll give you
lying. I'm
30
just talking in general, sir.
Guys,
sorry, James.
I'll
Good.
give you
So I would
30
just say,
seconds.
listen, I have to go, but I would say, listen, the very same people that are telling us that this is not a staggering achievement. If the Israelis and Americans packed up and went home tomorrow, they have achieved the vast majority of what they set out to achieve, and they could continue through attrition by maintenance into the future over years to maintain the effects that they have already done. In other words, the Iranians will never be able to build up a threatening ballistic missile.
We heard this last year. We heard this last year. You said the same thing last year. Your crowd said the same thing last year, that's what we did in Fordo. It's so ridiculous.
This is not true. Not true. Absolutely not.
Your crowd wasn't saying that this is the end of the Iranian program. Trump said it was obliterated. Do you know what that word means?
My crowd.
Brian.
The people cheering this war. That's your crowd. The people cheering this like.
Okay, both of you, your mics echo too much. Saul, he's right. Brian is right. Last year in the discussion, we got a report that said that the entirety of their ability to redevelop or re-establish nuclear weapons has been destroyed for the next 10 years. What has been the finger they put the hand on is the capability to create probably 10 to 15 warheads with the 400 kilograms of uranium that are still in circulation. That's the other point. So the ballistic missiles is another issue. We're talking about the nuclear here. The ballistic missiles were not completely destroyed last year, Brian. That's where you're mistaken. So just to get the facts straight. So.
And sure, I never said they were, but I never, to be clear.
I said Saul. Saul, can you answer or no? If not, I'm moving to Fusilier. Welcome to the stage. It's been a while. Oh, okay, you're here. Go.
Sorry, but Trump did also say that. I would just leave it to say that This is hopefully going to work out very well for the people of Iran. These are really the main people at this point who has to benefit. Israel and the USA have pretty much got, or will get in the next couple of days, what they wanted out of this. The nuclear and missile issue will be resolved. I assure you, the amount of ordnance being thrown onto Iran at the moment is so vast and so coordinated and so accurate. And as we can see, the drip, the missile fire and the drone fire has reduced to a drip, and there's no way that they can rebuild that under fire and under foreign air cover. They don't have any air defense anymore. They don't have a navy. They don't have an air force. In fact, they never did. And really, without that, they've got no way to rebuild if you have foreign planes flying overhead constantly attriting you. So we only have to hope that that means that what is effectively, hopefully going forward at the very least, a US no-fly zone will allow the protesters, when they come out to the streets next time, be that in a week or a month or a year, remember, the regime would already have been changed had it not been for the fact that the regime shot 30,000 protesters in the head. If there was an American air cover over those protesters' heads, perhaps that wouldn't have been possible. If the regime would have been weaker, perhaps that also wouldn't have been possible. So we should all hope and pray that
That's all
whatever we think of the details of the
so
mission,
that's all if no, don't guys, when someone else talks, you don't raise your voice. It doesn't work this way. When you're making a point, we get it. But when you give fallacies, people need to correct, especially the hosts. In the discussion, okay, the fallacy is if there was help from the US, if there was help from Israel, if there was weapon. The reality is more straightforward than that. There is no cohesion in the Iranian community. We want to be honest with each other. We need to talk honestly. The Iranian community and the Iranian opposition is divided. If the Iranian opposition, as they claim, 80% of the Iranians are against Greg, can you hear me? Guys, there seems to test. There seems to be a bug. We're trying to fix the situation.
Yeah, we can hear you,
Okay.
James.
Okay, I wasn't hearing anyone. Sorry, Craig, you go. Thank you.
Okay, I wasn't really sure. I think we lost a lot of speakers here from what I can understand, but I would the only reason I joined was honestly just because I wanted to talk about what troops on the ground were. Yeah, I don't know if this space is about to crash or not.
I think it was solved. Keep talking. I think it was solved.
Yeah. So anyway, I was going to talk about this the Kurg Island that rests off Iran. There have been a lot of talk about troops on the ground and the cancellation of the 82nd Airborne and what that looks like as far as having troops ready, right? What an amphibious attack would look like. This is not, you're not going to parachute. I mean, you could theoretically parachute onto this island, but there's been a lot of talk about what this island means for Iran and what it would mean if the U.S. captured it or what it would mean if it was destroyed for Iran's oil infrastructure. And that's really what I've been spending the past couple of hours trying to kind of dig through and shift through. Just so everybody's aware, Kurg Island, I'll give the spelling for it. It's Kharg, just for everybody can kind of follow along on a map. It rests approximately 25 kilometers from the mainland of Iran. It's in the northern Persian Gulf near Kuwait, near the border of Kuwait and in Iran. This handles 90% of the oil exports of Iran. and it would literally be, if you destroyed it, their ability to export oil would almost certainly go to 10%, possibly 15% of export capacity, which would absolutely destroy their economy from top to bottom, right? So destroying it doesn't make a lot of sense if you're looking for leverage, right? You can't leverage something that's been blown up, but you can leverage it if you capture it, and then you can negotiate how do you give it back, right? The weird thing about this is that it's not fortified. You're not going to have any kind of resistance fight on this island of any real measure. You're not going to have a bunch of oil workers, firing Kalashnikovs at anybody that is conducting a amphibious combat landing, right? Like that's not happening. There is an airport on this island. It's approximately 5,000 feet long. Some estimates around 6,000 feet. I'm trying to kind of confirm that. That would matter in terms of sustaining those troops on the ground, giving them access to, weapons and food and all the rest of this stuff. However, and this is a big however.
Thank you. I want to get Anas. We're trying to get Anas in to discuss. Anas have done a couple of interviews with Mario, guys. If you want to go watch the videos, there's amazing interviews. The guy is one of the most renowned people when it comes to LNG in general, and he was with us. I'll try to get him on to talk specifically about the oil situation, because the fields that were hit today were it is a big hit on the oil infrastructure.
All I wanted to say is that the only way that you can put troops or capture that island is if you are willing to, in all likelihood, lose an American ship. You're going to lose a ship. There's this fallacy that there are American ships just prowling around the Persian Gulf and they can do whatever they want. That's not the case. They're in the Gulf of Oman, right? They are well out to sea. They are nowhere near the Persian Gulf conducting these operations. Let me make that abundantly clear for everybody. There is not a strong military U.S. Navy military presence in the Persian Gulf right now. It does not exist. That would mean that you would have to transit amphibious troops or amphibious support
carriers.
Well, no, you're not going to put a carrier in the Persian Gulf. You don't need to. You're well out to sea. You can reach them. It's perfectly fine. So that's the whole point of an aircraft carrier, is that you can be far away, right?
Amphibious carriers.
Right, but you don't need carriers in the Persian Gulf to do this. You have aircraft. That's why you have range, right? But to put combat ships, these are destroyers, these are frigates, these are amphibious landing ships, right? Within the proximity of Iran, if you think that the U.S. is not going to get hit either by a sea drone or by an air drone or by a short-of-ship missile, then you're insane. Like,
thank you, Craig.
You're absolutely nuts.
Let's see. Pierre seems to have. Oh, Anas is here. Sorry, I'm gonna go to Anas, Pierre, and then give me a second. I want to go to Anas, and then I'll go to you after.
Okay.
Anas, welcome on stage. I wanna understand a bit the implication of what happened today. Israel and the US went through and hit most of the infrastructure and oil fields of Iran. What's the impact of those hits, and what will this do to the oil supply around the world?
A couple of things here we have to be clear about. Usually, when you hit anything that has oil in it, the explosion will be massive, a lot of fire and a lot of smoke. That's why oil depots historically were always the favorite for any opposition group or any terrorist group. Basically, we've seen that with the Houthis with Saudi Arabia, basically, when they were targeting those, because you can see the flames and you can see the smokes from hundreds of miles away sometimes. And that's exactly what we are seeing here. What was hit was not the refinery. It was an oil depot near Tehran, near a refinery, but it wasn't the refinery. And it seems that it's a flammable material, probably something like gasoline or jet fuel or something like this, where we've seen something like this. So, and I've seen many people on Twitter and others talking about oil prices will go through the roof and China and all this. This has nothing to do with oil prices. This has nothing to do with China. This is for domestic use. and probably
this war if they can't sell oil right now?
well, if you look at oil, while the other side basically did not have that sea of oil. So this is a known fact in history. That's what they can do. The main issue here is, and if the United States and Israel basically were serious about this, they will separate the South from the North. Because the oil is in the south and along the and west along the Iraqi borders, while near Tehran, basically where the population center is, they don't have it. They have, in fact, even they have to import natural gas from neighboring countries. That's how far it is. So if they hit all those oil depots around Tehran, the oil facilities and the oil fields are very far away. So to get the oil there, that is very difficult. However, I would like to point out a couple of things here. I know I've been on the show several times for the first days, but I would like to emphasize the point that it was not Iran that closed the Hormuz Strait.
Right.
Hormuz Strait was closed because the insurance companies refused to insure the tankers, and they wanted to negotiate. And I want to explain the legal issues here because these are very important for everyone to understand. There are two issues here. The first issue here is, of course, most of the well-known, respected insurers are British. And two things happened here. First of all, the EU instituted laws years ago when the UK was part of the EU, but when the UK left, they kept the same laws. And the laws basically institute that if you are an insurance company, to avoid bankruptcy, or they call it solvency, to avoid bankruptcy, you have to adjust your cash to any risk. So if the risk is going up, you have to hold more cash, which means that if you have any investment that has to be liquid or semi-liquid, you need to sell and just get the cash so you'll be ready for it. So if the risk increases substantially, then you have to have a lot of cash. And what happened is, and this is true, that when the U.S. torpedoed that Iranian vessel that was kind of a military ship near Sri Lanka, they did two things here. And I don't know whether they have experts to think about this. They never thought about it because they were kind of thinking about it in a military way. That expanded the risk to a very wide area and to all the shipping in that area. So they expanded the risk from the Hormuz Strait all the way to Sri Lanka and India. So imagine how many ships and how many tankers are there. And therefore, the insurance companies they don't have the capability at all to insure that risk. So they prefer to cancel. So if you want to look at the sole issue here, it was hitting that vessel in Sri Lanka. That's really what caused the trigger. The other issue here is we have to remember, and this is a general mistake. You heard about all those attacks by Iran on ships. Well, if you look at each one of them, first, why Iranians have to hit their own ships and their own oil? Seriously, why? So the first two that's been attacked, and supposedly by Iranians, they were Iranian ships. They were carrying or supposed to carry Iranian oil. So who did it? The second thing is, throughout all this war, there was only one local ship that's been attacked in the Hormuz Strait. Only one. And all the others are somewhere else far away. But the media keeps talking attacks in the Hormuz Strait. There was none except one. And this one happened just in recent hours, before the insurance fiasco. And now, how to solve this problem? We have a proposal from President Trump about insurance. Well, the money they dedicated is not enough. It's not going to solve the problem. And it will create a chaos because it's American money. Are you going to kind of give priority to whom to pass? and then for the Navy to escort the ships. Well, here is the joke about this. If the Iranian Navy was wiped out, why you need an escort? So that's really another issue. But the bottom line here is people do not realize the mess we are in. First, if you want to go, and for those who follow me on Twitter, probably you've seen those write-ups that I've written. If you really want to look at the deep state objectives of the United States, and you want to bring if this is a war about AI, China, everything else, you want to bring the chip industry to the United States, you achieved your objective. Why? Because you cannot make chips in Korea or any other place without helium. 35% of the world helium goes through the Hormuz Strait. That's stopped. Asia is doomed. That's it. The United States is the largest helium producer in the world. If you want to look at it the other way, you want to look at oil and gas. The United States is the largest oil producer in the world. The United States is the largest natural gas producer in the world. The United States is the largest LNG producer in the world. Everyone in Asia got nailed. So you have issue, and then you have issue with fertilizer. And when we talk about fertilizer, this is a really serious problem. 33% of the world's fertilizers go through that strait. And then you want to talk about NGLs, because NGLs are important for many things, including industrial sectors in
Anas,
Asia.
we're
Yes.
seeing already the Saudi Arabia and others going through a transfer from the east side to the west side and sending those things from the Red Sea. I know it's more cost, but is that a solution on the medium long term if this continues?
It is not a complete solution, because the capacity to export out of those areas basically is way less than the total export. So Saudi's been using those pipelines for ages, but at a very low utilization rate. Now they've been increasing them. In fact, last week in the Daily Energy Report, we published the data and we had a chart on this. We've seen a large increase. We expect the increase to be at least 900,000 plus. This will prevent Saudi Arabia from filling the storage and then halting production like what we've seen in Kuwait and what we've seen in Iraq. So the Saudis are not going to experience that problem. But here are the issues. Now the oil is going to reach Yanbu, which is on the Red Sea. They are free to send it right or left. Right goes to Europe and the United States. Left goes to Asia. And the issue here is this. Left means it has to go through the Bab el-Mandeb. And who are there? The Houthis. So this is going to test the Saudi-Houthi agreement, whether it's going to stand or not. But any Asian country that wants to get that oil, they have to pay the high price to get it. Another issue to pay attention to when we talk about the Saudis and their pipelines. Now, the Saudis are very damn serious about trying to avoid this problem and end it. And they've been telegraphing to the Iranians, look, stop it. Otherwise, don't force me to respond. And it seems they have an agreement. But remember what we have, because something happened just 1 hour ago. We have decentralized decisions being made in Iran. And at the same time, those factions, yes, they are fighting one enemy from their point of view, but they have their own competition too. So what I think happened is the Saudis agreed with a certain group not to hit Saudi Arabia, and another faction got mad, so they sent a drone to Berryfield, and that drone basically was downed. But that violated the agreement, but the Iranian side might say, well, it wasn't me. So this competition and this decentralization of the military attacks in Iran is going to be very serious, because it is wreaking havoc even on the central government in this case. So the situation is getting out of hand because of that. The attack on ships, especially the one in Kuwait, came in from Iraq. That's another dimension to the situation. And as oil prices go up, it's just waking up every terrorist and every group and every militia saying, look, this is really where I need to go and do something. So the more the news popularize the issues and the fires and the things, etc., the more terrorists will come in to participate in this. Back to you.
Thank you, Anas. I want to go to some news and then I'll.
I have a question.
James, real quick, I was hoping since I was interrupted before and he ever got to finish.
No, I'm gonna go to news and then Vladimir will go to news and then we're gonna go to Pierre. Thank you. In terms of the news that we have right now, there has been a strike inside of the center of Lebanon, center of Beirut, not Lebanon, in the Raushi area. One hotel room was attacked. The area is very dense. Raushi is one of the main locations that are on the edge of Beirut, at the end of Beirut, but on the, let's say, more upscale side of Beirut. It is around half a kilometer to I think a kilometer away from the American University of Beirut. A hotel room seems to have been hit. I'll come back with more information as long as I can. I'm following the story because it's literally a kilometer away from where I studied. I'll go to Vladimir. Vladimir, you seem to have news.
Well, just in Iraqi Kurdistan, they're still hitting the town of Slemani. And it's interesting because the town of Slemani doesn't really have US bases. This is one of the reasons why it's more vulnerable, and because they don't have a Patriot or CRM system. So actually Kurdish fighters, they're trying to shoot them down with like simple anti-aircraft guns. So it's not really efficient, and this is the longest attack so far I've seen since the war, the 28th day war. Maybe they were just looking for a target that would be easier to hit. And also there was one Kurdish security member was killed for the first time in Erbil airport. Also in the Gulf, the rest are still, despite of that speech of the Iranian president, you see a lot of air defenses being active, like in Kuwait. There's missiles and drone attacks in Saudi Arabia. There were 6 drones intercepted and destroyed. So there's a lot of things going on. And also the Qatari Minister of Defense said that Qatar was attacked with 10 missiles and 2 cruise missiles on Saturday, despite of the speech of the... And then at the same time, what you also mentioned is that Israel started striking oil storage site in Iran, which is also something new, because before I heard some speculation that maybe Israel was not hitting the infrastructure or something like that, because after the regime falls, that can still be used. But that's also now out of the window. And
Actually, they are not hitting the refineries, based on what I understood. They are hitting the...
I have breaking news.
Yes, sure, Anas.
Okay, go
ahead. Iranian drones hit fuel depots at Kuwait International Airport.
Yeah, that's jet fuel, right?
Most likely.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go, as I said, to Pierre next. Pierre, French or US?
No. Okay. Hello. Good evening, everybody. I'm Pierre Lachir. I'm 21-year veteran of the United States Air Force. Served between 1986 and 2007. I was part of Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. I was also a veteran of OIF, or Operation Iraqi Freedom, in 2003 and 2004, a part of the Advon team for the initial invasion force in Iraq. I can speak to a lot of things that Brian was, I guess, complaining about, based off of a factual, logistical point of view. I served in 9th Air Force at the time, which is basically the air component to CENTCOM, U.S. CENTCOM, in MacDill Air Force Base in Florida. What we found when we fought against Iraq, there were several things that were overpromised and underdelivered on, like Brian was saying. One of the things that was overpromised was that we would win this war in 3 weeks, and then we would take over Baghdad, and then we would establish a new government that we could control. Well, that was a neocon promise that just failed miserably for two reasons. One, their basic premise to get involved in Iraq was false, meaning the Bush administration knew that there wasn't weapons of mass destruction because we had already briefed the Bush administration that they had moved all weapons of mass destruction to southern Syria uh, right after the first Gulf War in 1992. Um, the intelligence that CENTCOM had uncovered was in 1992. A lot of that weapons of mass destruction were moved, and Assad had assumed control of it. And it may speak to the reasons why he was so able to use chemical weapons against his own people a few years ago. So I understand Brian's frustration because the United States military always says, "Well, we're going to bomb it, we're going to win it based on operations alone." Well, that sounds great, but in the reality is it takes logistics and sustainability of operation to win a war, any war. And with this in mind, um, we were able to sustain operations in Iraq. It took us, instead of 3 weeks or a year, it took us basically 8 years to control Iraq. And then, even then, when we established, or when the Iraqi people got to establish a government, it wasn't the best government, and there's always factions of tribalism and separatists and fundamentalists like Muqtada al-Sadr, who was
Yeah,
closely aligned to the
I have
Shiites.
I have a question in
So,
regards to what you're saying. Just a question.
sure, sure,
Let's. I asked the question to Brian also before. Do you think the
right.
U.S. right now is using a model that is similar to what they use usually, or is that a new playbook that they're putting in place for this conflict? And do you see
I,
this conflict moving into a potential regime change, or is it more of let's deplete them strong enough until the population can do something about it?
okay, the goal, I believe, militarily is regime change, obviously, because it's got to be regime change. There's no other way for United States to justify the actions they're taking now without the regime change. So I really honestly believe the Trump administration wants to do the regime change. The problem we have here, just like we had in Iraq, is we can win the strategic war, meaning we can control the air, we can control the water, hell, we can even control the main thoroughfares and highways. But the reality is there's always that dangers of insurgency. Just like in Iraq, Iran's got a diverse set of people that don't agree with one another inside those borders. Kurds being one, and then you got the traditional Iranians, and then you've got more of the Iraqi flavor Iranian, more of the Shiite Muslim type radicals who really started a lot of this stuff in Iran back in '79. So with all that being said, um, I really think what Bush what Trump is trying to do, it rather than having American boots on the ground to occupy Iran, which failed miserably in Iraq, because we were able to win the strategic objectives, but we weren't able to bring the tactical fundamental changes that the Iraqi people needed. I feared the same thing could happen here in Iran. And the reason why I think uh, Trump is reaching out to Condoleezza Rice is to get the perspective of where do you think you guys went wrong? And I think Condoleezza Rice, being a straight shooter that she is, she told him basically we came in there with too many assumptions, thinking the Iraqi people would embrace democracy, and that wasn't true at all. Because they 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 feared Saddam Hussein. The reason why Saddam Hussein was so successful is because he was so oppressive, and living under that for 30, 40, 50 years, which has happened in Iran. People become accustomed to being dominated rather than having a free choice. So democracy isn't always the best thing for people outside the United States or Western civilizations, because our ideas of democracy are vastly different from the ideas of democracy of what a traditional Iranian may be. So I think what Trump's trying to do. He's trying to thread the needle of who are my true fighter, who are the true Iranian fighters who've been battling this regime for 50 years, and how do I get them on the ground to stand up? Because he's never going to make the same mistake as Bush. He's never going to put those troops, those American troops, on the ground, because for the
Yep.
same reason.
I get the point of him not putting like big amount of troops on the ground. Is there a way
Yeah.
to like put? Is there a way to like put commandos maybe for some missions? Example, get people in to take out the uranium if they know where the location is.
Well, I think you got Delta Force, you've got the SEALs, you've even got the Rangers that have specialized units that can take care of those various things. However, the problem here is we haven't identified the Iranians yet who will be willing to stand up and fight, say within the next week or 2 weeks, to arm. Once we figure that out, once we figure out who the true fighters are, because right now the United States government, all we got is Pahlavi, but Pahlavi hasn't been in Iran for over 50 years. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I
Pahlavi
don't want to.
might have that.
I don't want to bring his
Yeah,
name
yeah,
here because he's
right,
the
right,
one
right,
who we
right,
don't announce, because if we do it,
what,
it
right,
turns into a mess.
right, it, right.
So
I understand. So the
thank you.
The U.S. government doesn't know who to turn to. That's the big question.
The problem is the opposition is not yet aligned. That's one of the
Right.
issues right now. Thank you
Yep.
for
James,
the
can I ask a
analysis.
question? James, can I ask a quick question?
I have a legitimate
Can
question for the panel.
I'll come to you guys. I just want to give some news, and then I'll come to Craig, and then because he want to ask a direct question, and then I want to go to Aladdin. In terms of the news itself, so the Rausha apartment was hit in one area. It seems that the attack happened from a boat, so from a destroyer, I think. Direct attack into the room. It's an assassination. We don't know if it's successful or not. People are already on the scene. We might get information in the near future. Welcome, Azi, also for as a co-host. And
Hello.
now we're going to who was Craig, who wanted to
Yeah,
ask a
just a
direct
quick
question.
question. Yeah, just a quick question. And it was actually directed towards Anas because he mentioned something at the end that just, I mean, checking my notes, just going through my list of concerns and everything that I've mentioned, he said something at the end that I haven't thought about. He said something about like terrorist or something, or terrorist activity in the Gulf region outside of the Houthis, or was he talking about the Houthis? Because I haven't heard anything in regards to extremist groups in those Gulf countries or Saudi Arabia. I just want to get a point of clarity on that. I don't know if Anas is here.
I was mostly talking about the Iraqi groups.
Okay, there you go. I thought you were. I was about to. My pencil almost snapped in half. I was like, "Oh my God, please don't throw that in there." But okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
All right. Should we go to the hands a little bit,
Oh,
James?
sorry. I was talking and muted. Aladdin,
Oh,
you
go
had the
ahead,
right of
James.
response. You had the question to ask
Yeah,
for the
well,
panel.
yeah, I have a question, and I want to elaborate on extremist groups in Gulf countries. Yes, they do have them. If you guys doesn't know anything about the Shiite in northern Saudi Arabia, then you should not be talking about that region at all, or the Shiite in Bahrain. Anyway, so yeah, they do have extremist groups.
Eastern Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, Eastern, northern Saudi Arabia, and so with that being said, I literally have a legitimate question. What if we bomb Iran into oblivion, Stone Age, force them to have an election, so we don't have to send troops on the ground, and the Iranian people come back and elect a new government that is still majority
Okay,
Shiite
I'll help you.
aligned with.
I'll help with this. Okay, I get the question. The idea is, even if you bomb, in order to hold the election, you need someone to take it over, to hold the election. And the problem is that at the end of the day, it seems that they will be Shias. The question is, the problem is, I think, with the mullahs in specifically, but not all the mullahs. The problem is with the IRGC ideology. I think does that answer your question or not really?
No, I mean, I know exactly what will happen. I'm just trying to open the conversation to what if they come back and elect same thing, like elect the same radical figures, not necessarily the same exact people, but same figures that
Well,
holds the same radical ideology. Then what's next?
can I answer that?
And by the way, my question is not to the Americans, because we literally we failed in very much every regime change out there since probably World War II and maybe Korea.
No,
But I'm
Korea.
asking the
Shirin,
Iranians and Arabs in
Shirin, I'll go to you for this. Shirin, are you here? I think she's not here. We'll go through that
James,
question.
James,
Oh, she's
I'm
here.
sorry.
Okay.
I was. Can you repeat the question?
So the question is, what if tomorrow there is a democratic election and the Iranian re-elect someone who's from the mullah, or back into the same model?
I don't. I doubt it. Highly, highly doubt it. Because from the beginning, people were against the regime, and the Iranian regime started to suppress people from the beginning. First it were Kurds, and then in Turkmenistan, and it spread its suppression until it got to 1981 against other groups. MEC was the priority and the main target. But this regime has been killing so many people, and from so many different divisions in Iran. Even, the recent people that were killed, they were not political. They were civilians who were looking for their, prosperity, for a little bit freedom. It was just a regular, ordinary people. But this regime, we saw for the first time how they massacred them. So I don't, I can say it with the certainty that people are not going back there. And, people are looking for a secular, democratic republic in Iran. So I know I can say with certainty that no one wants to go back to have one man to rule for everything, or any of the clerics, because they're all the same. And people have, they have gone through them with Khatami. They saw, when the student uprising in, I think it was 1994 or 1997, when it started, they suppressed them. During Rouhani was different. Again, people were suppressed. During Ahmadinejad, there were crackdowns. In every single president, we saw the major crackdown on against the students, against people, ordinary people. So there is no way that the Iranian regime go back to and elect any of this. I just want to tell you something else. This afternoon, I talked I get a lot of calls from Iran. Of course, it's just a voice call. But and then later, I saw videos that it was on the internet, that the regime people, there are these people. They told me that they have armed. The regime has armed young and old of their, IRGC and Basijis with guns on the streets, with large knives, and they are threatening people. They're stopping people. They keep getting text messages that if you are in contact with any of the foreign agent, we can kill you. I mean, they said it's just horrendous. They are creating such a, I guess, psychological war against people, and making them to be afraid of doing anything. This person I talked to, she said they are standing with heavy guns, machineries on the streets, on every intersections. So that shows that how afraid they are, and they are just there to, just there to get a major, crackdown against people. And the video that I saw, it was with, guns and large knives and everything that they were calling Haydar, Haydar, which means that, they're ready to kill. This is the slogan of the IRGC and Basij's people. So I really think they are afraid, and they know it's their existence. So they are taking any kind of weapon that they can in their hand so they can fight back. And I really think we are going to go through the phase that we are going to see people are going to fighting back, because they know that if this is over, if the war is over and the regime is still in charge, then their lives is completely over. That's it. It's another North Korea. So they know that. That's why I think a lot in the next few days is going to happen. But also I have to tell you that I was told a few times today by different people that they told me the only thing they see in the sky is just red. It's just red. So that means that it's bombardment. And some of them were in one side of
Yeah,
Tehran.
Shireen, real quick. There's right now I'm looking at videos from Farmaniya district inside of northern Tehran, and we're continuously seeing these oil depots and infrastructure bombings over and throughout the night.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question in relation to
Re-
collateral damage?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to get to that and ask
Yeah.
you a question and welcome everyone. But I wanted to get to it's Mars time real quick because they've been waiting for a while. But I had some questions around what you asked, Craig, and then Dr. Funji's here, and hi, Anas, and everybody else, Brian. So, Shireen, if you want to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I wanted to give an update on some of the strikes that we're seeing. But Shireen, if you want to go ahead and finish, and then we can kind of cycle and go to the other hands.
Yeah, I think it's just that, it's a psychological war right now also is going on. And also people are seeing that. They tell me that everything is destroyed. Even the smaller houses are destroyed. So I don't know. Again, I said it before and I'm going to say it again, that I think they have to be vigilant about people that are on the streets. I have been in the war myself when Iran-Iraq war was going on. And we had similar things, but maybe not to this extent. But I remember that how much all of us were traumatized during those times. So I can feel it when I talk to people that are very stressed, and because right now there is no political end game, and that's the problem. That okay, you're bombing and you keep changing your your narratives and decisions, and you go from one side to another side, but ordinary people are being the victims of the whole thing, and civilians, and now the question is that okay, how this will going to end and when it's going to end. And imagine that very soon people would be out of food, power, gas, everything. So what is going to happen then? And I am really worried and thinking about that. And I don't think people can take this for another 4 or 5 weeks. And it has to have a political end game, and I don't see that right now, and that's the problem. And I really want to see what is going to come out of this.
Thanks,
With
Judy.
that, I get back to you. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead. It is, and then we'll kind of circle around. I have some questions
Sure,
for everyone joining us. Yeah, go ahead.
sure. It is HIMARS time. It's just a play on words on HIMARS. But anyway, right now, I would say the mortishers are in very high demand in Iran. If you don't know what that is, that job, it's the body washers in the mosque. So when somebody dies, they wash the body and then they bury them within 24 hours. So if you want good body counts, which Brian was asking about before, buy your intelligence maps to focus on those mosques that are doing the body washing. So the other thing is straighten out some misconceptions about Karg Island. I posted in the Purple Pill in the last 20 minutes what it looks like now. The Wednesday morning, the U.S. and Israel took out the substations on the island, and one day later, they damaged the 33 megawatt power plant there. So they're running on generators right now, and they have about 13 days of fuel. They don't do any processing on the island, so they can't make their own fuel. So as soon as those generators run dry, the oil stops. But now that all the captains are staying away from the island, I posted a picture of marine traffic that I took 20 minutes ago. Yeah, there's probably some in the terminals there with their transponders off, but highly unlikely considering the amount of boat traffic, in that part of the strait. Anyway, if you want more information, tag me on X or whatever. Ask me directly.
Thank you so much. Craig, did you want to go ahead and ask a question, or Dr. Fungi, you wanted to ask a question? I know you had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, she can go.
We can go to you first.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, go for it.
Great. Dr. Fungi, you want to go ahead? I know you've had your hand raised. And then Brian, I also see you too. The other Brian, I see you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ozzy. Yeah, I have a question for my friend Brian Cunningham. Brian, there's something that really...
He left. He's not here.
He's not here.
Oh, wait, there he is.
He's back now. He's back.
He's back. Okay. Brian, we're seeing before our eyes the maximum pressure framework, and that has always rested on two pillars. The first is military. So this is what we see right now: destroy the Islamic Republic's coercive capacity. And the second is political. And I heard, I was really it was interesting what Shirin was saying, because I think that is really a follow-up on what she was saying. So the second pillar is political trust. It's the trust that the Iranian civil society, once the pressure is removed, has the organizational depth to build something new. Most of the debate has focused on the first pillar. But before we talk about the transition mechanism, I'm going to put two specific actors on the table. That's why I wanted to address the question to you. I want to talk briefly about China and Russia. China has a 25-year cooperation agreement with Iran. It was signed about 5 years ago, I think, if I remember the date. And the core logic was straightforward exchange. China's investment for discounted Iranian oil, right? And it has been underperforming for years because of sanctions. The moment the conflict ends, that changes. Chinese firms do not need Washington's approval to move in. They need a functioning counterparty in Tehran and enough legal ambiguity, I think, to get started. And we know Beijing has spent years building this architecture for exactly this moment. It will identify a counterparty faster, I think, than Washington will agree on who the legitimate transitional authority is. China does not need to like whoever comes next. It just needs someone who can sign. And then we have Russia. Russia is a different problem. you know, and you've talked about the Iran-Russia Strategic Partnership Treaty. It was ratified. I think it was last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. So Moscow has 2 decades of relationships inside the IRGC command structure, and every incentive to ensure that whatever government emerges in Tehran is not unambiguously Washington. So Russia does not need to win the transition. So what you actually have in that now is not a vacuum waiting to be filled by Iranian civil society. I think, let me phrase it that way, you have an auction. Washington is trying to build a transitional framework around figures it finds acceptable. We talked about it. Beijing is moving to secure whoever can keep the 25-year agreement alive. And then you have Moscow working inside the, let's say, surviving IRGC structure to make sure the outcome owes something to them. And then you have the IRGC itself deciding right now, as we speak, whether to reconsolidate or fragment. And in either case, it is not waiting for Washington to get its story straight. So, Brian, you know the administration, you know how it thinks. You have spent years being honest about where its instincts are strong and where they're not. So, in your opinion, does Trump actually have a political plan for the day after? And I'm not talking about a military one, we have seen that, but a political one. Because from where I sit, the statements coming out of the White House are pointing in 3 different directions at once. So, what do you think is really going on inside that administration when it comes to Iran's transition, and who, if anyone, is responsible for getting that answer right? Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I was bouncing in and out. Sorry. Great questions. I'm just going to say this. I do have, I can give you my views on it, but I think the most important thing to reiterate is people like Dr. Fungi, who are institutionalists and rational thinkers, not necessarily assume, but hope that the US government is that way. And usually we are. Even when we screw up, usually there's a process, there's rationality, there's input from all parts of the government, there's a decision-making process. At the end, always the president decides. There's none of that now. There's all kinds of reasons we know that. One is that Marco Rubio is double-hatted or like quadruple-hatted with his other jobs as national security advisor. They also massively cut the National Security Council staff. So what would normally be dozens or hundreds of coordinating meetings that would end up with a decision going to the president is just not happening. I know that logically, and I know it from sources. So this is part of the reason you see everyone so confused. Hegseth, Rubio, Witkoff singing on different pages of the songbook. I think if you want, so it's basically going to be whatever Trump wakes up and decides on the day. But if you want to put rationality around it, you know, as an intelligence analyst, I found there's a couple things that predict, and really it hasn't missed since January of 25, what Trump's going to do. So first of all, you got to look at the Trump national security strategy, not the cyber strategy that came out today, the actual national security strategy. It is crystal clear in that document that under this administration, the 2 formal priorities of the United States, again, won't necessarily control every decision Trump makes, are 1, we are going to seize as much energy around the world as we possibly can. And not just oil and gas, also rare earths. I know that's not energy, but all the strategic materials that come out of the earth. And the thing that we've been falsely accused of by the left forever, since I've been an adult, that we're going to go around the world and grab people's resources, that we're actually doing. And we've announced we're going to do it. The second thing, and this is important because this is where these things clash. The second thing that's crystal clear from the national security strategy is that, and Vance has said this in speeches and Trump has hinted at it, the way Trump sees the world in that strategy is China can do whatever they want in Asia. I'm oversimplifying, of course, but China can do what they want in Asia. Russia can do what they want in Europe, including going after NATO. And the United States can do whatever we want seizing Venezuela, taking their oil, overthrowing the Cuban government that we want in the Western Hemisphere. So they're positioning the United States to go from a global superpower to a regional superpower. I personally think that's a mistake, but I wasn't asked for my opinion. That's the way it is. So the way I think that plays out here is, if it were not for Israel, and I'm not saying Israel controls the United States government, I'm saying because of our relationship with them. And if it were not, most importantly, because of the oil that Iran controls, I do not believe we would be operating at all in that region under the Trump administration, other than protecting Israel, probably, because I think every president's going to do that. So when this is over, I think what happens next, to your direct question, Dr. Fungi, depends entirely on which model we go with. Trump clearly wants this to be the Venezuela model. He planned on going in, putting this giant armada there, and that in and of itself would have led the mullahs to, capitulate and put in a mullah that was more friendly to the United States so that we could tell it to give us their oil revenue, just like we're doing in Venezuela. And if that didn't work, the massive shock and awe of the first week would lead to the same result. That's the outcome Trump wants, I think. Not regime change in any way, shape, or form, like the people in Iran who want to determine their own future would judge it, but leadership change like we did in Venezuela. Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela is the number 2 person in the narco terror cartel that Trump declared war on. So all he did is he removed Maduro, great. Maduro's a horrible guy, and put the number 2 person in charge, as long as she'll let us do what we want with the oil. That's what I think he wants in Iran. If you can't get that, then I think all bets are off. I don't think we know what we want. And
Well,
but I was
want to
getting to
add
Russia
something.
and China real quick. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to add one thing to that. For those that have just also joined us, one of the statements that Trump made is that, we are going to take control over the oil, just like he did with Venezuela. But continue.
Yeah, we're not hiding it at all. This is for better or worse, like it or hate it, it's the United States policy right now. So the main objectives are: 1, getting control over the oil; 2, getting on track to get the Nobel Peace Prize. And I know people don't like to hear it, but it's true. If you look at what's been going on in Qatar and elsewhere, enrich the Trump family. So how do Russia and China play in here? On the China piece, I think, Dr. Fungi, I'm not a China expert and I don't claim expertise in things I don't know about, but I don't think Trump's going to give a shit about the legal agreement that the Chinese have for oil. To your point, I think China can probably get what they want if there's a period in which the U.S. doesn't control the government there. Either we pull out and declare victory, or it drags on. But the United States is not going to give a shit about a legal agreement between China and Iran. Quite frankly, I don't think any American president would, but certainly this one's not going to. Russia, though, entirely different story. Those of you who follow me know that as an intelligence analyst, I have 4 rules to predict what Trump is going to do. Rule number 1, which has to this minute never been violated, is he will never do anything that Putin doesn't want. Never. Today is a great example, or maybe it was yesterday. The same day that it came out that Russia is stealing U.S. secrets and giving them to the Iranians so that they can target and kill our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines and intelligence officers, Trump orders the lifting of sanctions on Russian oil. So if the United States is in a position to control what happens in Tehran at a certain point, it will be what Putin wants. It'll be a lot of other things, but it will certainly be what Putin wants. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Brian. Two points that I want to make really
Real quick.
quickly.
Yeah, if you can, Dr. Fungi, because we have a lot of hands and I want to get to,
no
I have some
problem.
questions.
No. I just want to thank Brian for the answer, the complete answer. And I just want to say just 2 things. There are structural reasons why this Venezuela model will fail when applied to Iran. I'm just going to mention them. The power structure is incomparable. There is no Rodriguez waiting. The IRGC is not a military, it's an economy. China and Russia have no Venezuela equivalent. And the rally around the flag effect is real. Thank you.
Hey, 30 more seconds. Sorry, Aziz. Just on the insurance piece, because I actually wanted to talk about this for an hour or so.
Yeah, and I'm glad we
I,
still have Anas with us too, and we've got Eric and others as well. Go ahead.
that was super interesting, Anas. I followed you. In my recent prior life, running a cybersecurity institute, I wrote 2 gigantic academic papers on the cyber insurance business. We interviewed a lot of economists, not my area, but we interviewed a lot of economists. We were proposing a federal backstop to protect against catastrophic failures so that the insurance companies would insure against a cyber attack. Exactly the same. I mean, it's not the same commodity, but the same idea as what Trump announced. The consensus of these economists was that the amount of US dollars that we would have to have put up to really convince the insurance industry to insure against catastrophic attack was $1 trillion with a T. I don't know how that compares to the oil market and energy, but I got to believe energy to really insure against catastrophic ongoing energy related attacks, I got to believe it's at least that much money. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Real quick for those that joined, and welcome back, Samira. I want to go through just a really quick 20-second recap of today. We're getting through almost to day 8. We're on day 7 of this war. We've seen consistent strikes happening all over the region. It seems like we're in a new phase of some of the targeted strikes against Iran, targeting their oil depots and some of those locations. There's talks of taking over Kharj Island, which is off the coast of Bushehr, for those that are not familiar with that. We just saw strikes happen near Kuwaiti airport. I think some of them were intercepted, but some of them must have landed in some of those fuel jet areas. We also have some strikes and possible news on who some of those impacted by the strikes were inside of Lebanon. I've been looking at that and waiting for confirmation on some of that to see if some of those reports are true on who those specific individuals were that were killed in those strikes. And for the last, several hours, we've been talking through a range of things from what a transition looks like. Trump has made a lot of statements in his press gaggle on Air Force One regarding this topic, regarding the Kurdish groups inside of Iraq, the Iranian Kurds, the Kurdish leadership, and we can get to Samira for some of those updates in a second. And then also we've been talking about the impact on the oil markets and the shipping lines, and then also what we just heard as well with Dr. Fungi and Brian, kind of looking at more expanded, broader, and bringing in Russia and China. We've spoken also about Turkey and Azerbaijan and what's happening at the borders all across, all around Iran. So really quick recap on all of that. I want to go to, I know Anas was mentioned, but we've got Brian, had his hand raised for a while. And also I'm going to go to Brian real quick, and then we'll get back to this conversation. Welcome, Eric. I see your hand up, and we'll get to you in a second as well. So Brian, go ahead. And then we can get to Anas and have a couple of questions for all of you.
Thank you so much, Aziz. Well, always one of my favorite hosts here, and I'm biased, but you should all be too. But yes, thank you. For those of you who might still remember when I was speaking earlier, before a person I would say was doing understandable narrative warfare, and I was interrupted. And here's the thing. You have to think about, for an American audience, it's think Winston Churchill during World War II. Say whatever you need to say to the Americans, get them in. We want them doing what they're doing it's good for us. They're going to help us, right? And you can't blame, all right? You can't blame Winston Churchill or British for wanting to say and do whatever it would take to get the U.S. to do what they wanted to think things are going well, okay? So with the Israelis, they want us to think they're all no problem, everything's great, just keep going, destroy them. Like that's what they want. That's their interest. That's not necessarily the United States interest. All right. So you get a lot of look. There's different narrative warfare on our side, and of course the Iranians have their nonsense. All right. But the point is, what I was trying to get to before I was interrupted by someone that derailed
Don't
me,
worry
because
about the
these points are
derailing, Brian.
important.
Just
They
get to
touch
the
on
points.
everything. No, you're doing great. But it's important because this builds on what everybody else has been talking about. When you look at the bigger picture of all of this and trying to, whether it's the energy situation, the political situation, the military situation, we do have this very real situation with the level of interceptors, and they're dwindling. And surprisingly, the Houthis, who have for the first time sat out for the most part here, Okay, they were always the most reckless. It was like comically ridiculous how reckless they were because they always had the least. They had the least punch. They're like the Chihuahua that just won't stop barking, right? And they were always in on it every time. It's like when the U.S. goes to war, Australia's always in. They were like the Australia of this axis of wherever they want to call themselves. Okay, and they're sitting out here for now. And I know there's this agreement with Saudi Arabia and this and that, but you know what? Iran's going to do what it can to try and blow things up, and that all may just be part of the plan. With everything going on, with the U.S. depleting their missile interceptors, if the Houthis all of a sudden start opening up everything from the south, like a week or two later, if we're really bogged down, those interceptors are really low and taking damage, our ships could get hit. What if 100 shot heads, by the way, from Iran, just 100, which isn't that many of them, decide they want to just send one of those at one carrier or one destroyer? What type of missile defense do we have at that point? Like, there's if this doesn't go away soon, it starts not that Iran's going to win, it just starts costing us more. And the thing is, the Iranians, whatever decapitated regime there is, they don't have a midterm election coming up. Trump does. Okay, so they're betting that they may get hurt enough that we'll just back off and go away, whether it's in a few weeks, a month, or a year. And they don't care. Let's just be clear. This regime doesn't care how many of their own people are going to die in the process. And the reason I was bringing up casualty counts before, just to land my plane, was that if we don't know how much damage we're really doing to the IRGC, which is maybe 180,000 something strong around there. I've seen some different estimates. I need to look into that more, but I saw the CFR putting that out there. They're not relatively okay with that type of stuff. Could be around 180,000. Okay. That's a lot. And if we haven't been killing a lot of those people already with not just leadership, right? Because we've expended a lot of our best ammunition right here. We've expended a lot of our missile interceptors. We're going to have to keep doing that as this goes on. They're going to be going into the mountains. It's a much harder to hit, harder to reach parts of Iran for us. Okay. They're not going to be right by the water anymore with some of these targets. And we're going to still have to be able to defend against shot heads because look at everyone pay attention to what has been going on in Russia and Ukraine for the last 4 years. You don't think that could be recreated at a snap here? Just start sending a bunch of drones to Moscow. I was the author who predicted that was going to happen days before it happened, okay, when it was sunk. So I'll land my plane and thank you guys for hearing me out. And real quick, yes, they might be making a lot of the right drapes for the bodies in Iran in an anticipatory way. It doesn't necessarily mean that means that's what all those casualties that they're all related to specific casualties. So we'll have to wait and see, but that's certainly possible. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Brian. And Anas, I want to go to you, Craig. I haven't forgotten about you and the conversation you kind of want to open and expand on this because I think this is a good segue into that. But Anas, I would love for you to also answer this question when you
I
respond
just
to
want to
something Brian
comment, a
said.
quick comment, and then I will leave. It's about that insurance. The reason why the insurance is extremely expensive because of the cleanup if you have an oil spill. That's really where the cost is. You can compensate for the tanker. You can compensate for the oil. Okay, it's $300 million. That's it. That's fine. But the cleanup could go billions. We've seen it before. And that's where really the problem is. So the insurance problem is mostly related to the cleanup if the tanker is full. And one of the strange things that we've seen basically is most of the tankers supposedly that been hit were empty. And of course, some of those that's being claimed to be hit, really the hit came from the sky because they intercepted some missiles and the shrapnels and other things basically fell on the tanker. So it wasn't really an attack at all. But the bottom line here is really about the cleanup. That's where the cost is. Back to you.
Hey, Anas, I have a question before you leave. There was a headline. Sorry for interrupting, Ozzy. There's a headline on Zero Hedge saying Goldman Sachs analysts panic, saying oil is going to reach 100 next week and reach demand destruction levels. Does that mean we'll reach a level where it's so high that the demand falls off and then it crashes, or what exactly does that allude to?
Yes, I said almost the same thing with Mario yesterday.
That's exactly what I was coming to you about, Anas.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So and oil prices are already at 100, by the way, because what you hear in the media these are the markers, but we have certain types of oil that we lost, like the Iraqi oil. The replacement basically has a premium like $7-8, so we are already at 100 anyway. But when we talk about demand destruction, if oil prices go way high, we start having demand destruction. companies, people, etc., will start searching for substitutes. And when you talk about substitutes, by the way, don't think about it as, well, I need to get gasoline. That's the only way I run my car. No, there are many substitutes, including walking, including bicycles, including public transportation, including many things, including to going to the store once every 2 days instead of every 5 hours, etc. So there are substitutes for these things, and we'll see more of this. Historically speaking, we've seen more public ridership when gasoline prices go up. This is just an example. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I want to get to something that Craig was, I think, starting to get to, but to get to that point, you know, based off of what we were just talking about here and looking at some of these, like the potential for an energy crisis, using that global economic leverage, you know, this sort of ties into what Dr. Fungi and Brian with the China and the Russia conversation going into infrastructure. So, you know, looking at these facilities, like for example, Kharj Island, which handles most of, I think it is the #1 source of it, but most of Iran's oil exports, it's its oil complex. If those are seriously degraded, does that become an existential economic threat to the regime itself, or would it simply push Iran into?
There is a big misconception about Kharj Island. I'm going to give you some data. For several years, Kharj Island was not in use between 2019 and 2022. So how was Iran exporting oil without Kharj Island? Even if the Kharj Island is completely out of service, Iran over the years built so many ports to circumvent sanctions and play around the system. So even if Kharj Island is completely gone, that's not going to do much. It's easier, of course, for Iran because they already built the infrastructure. They can have larger tankers, but that's it. So how did they survive between 2019 and 2022 without Kharj Island? So I think there is a big misconception about Kharj Island.
Thanks, thanks. But nonetheless, though, I appreciate that, Anas. That was very helpful. But if we're starting to look at the impact of infrastructure, and some of the strikes against some of this infrastructure, I guess what I'm looking for is, does this push Iran deeper into war, some sort of wartime mobilization, or does it look like
Well,
we're?
yes and no. And I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just that I do have to run. I'm about to go grab dinner with some friends. But the answer to that question is both yes and no, right? Yes, this storage facility, and Anas pointed this out factually, that the storage facility that you're looking at does kind of cut the country in half, right? In terms of the population center being in the north and the oil and everything, infrastructure and everything being in the south. That is correct. However, my angle is somewhat different. My angle deals more with the collateral damage that we are going to be seeing over the next 12 to 14 days, as the U.S. has said it. The more facilities that you're striking like this, the more attacks that you're striking, and yes, some of these facilities are very large and all the rest of it, but you're going to start causing collateral damage, whether that's women and children or you know, men can still be collateral damage. I understand that, but I'm just saying from an optics point of view, the deeper you go into these urban areas, the more risk you have of causing civilian casualties. There's no way around it, right? And yes, this structure is very large. Yes, it's extremely large, but there's like, there's only so many big, large facilities that you can strike. Sooner or later, you have to go downriver, right? And start striking more refineries and distribution points and things like that, if you're trying to get to what you're saying, Aziz, to be clear. So you have to go downriver to these refineries, to the distribution, to where you hook up the trucks and the trucks go to the gas stations, all the rest of that stuff. Those are not in isolated areas in the desert somewhere. Those are in urban centers. Those are in urban areas. And that starts to pose a risk, whether you like to say it or not. Again, we all concede the military objectives. We already get that, right? And the drones, I've talked about with that enough. But I don't think what's getting enough attention is that strike on the school that you saw with 175 children being killed. It matters, okay? Because there's a very strange tendency. I mean, it's just weird to me, but it's just a really strange tendency how you can start bombing people from the air and killing civilians while at the same time saying you're liberating them at the same time. I just don't think there's a translation. Maybe they need to use some sort of app or something. But in the history of warfare, you can have a civilian population that's against the regime. But once you start killing civilians, that's your brother, that's your sister, that's your uncle, that's your daughter, that's whomever. Those people that you hope to be with you don't tend to be with you. And they don't tend to start this uprising. And that's what I worry about. The deeper this bombing campaign goes towards that infrastructure, to what you're talking about, and goes into these urban centers and goes into these places, you're going to get civilian casualties, and it's not going to produce the critical mass, in my estimation, of regime.
Yeah, well, Craig, on that real quick, one of the points I was trying to, I was kind of getting there in a way, because when you think about political transitions, which is one of the conversations we were having, and I think Fungi and Brian were mentioning this earlier, some of this, when heavily damaged, could the question really is, could that actually make any political transition harder or easier? Because to me, it seems like we're creating more economic collapse or even humanitarian pressures by some of the examples that you were giving. And so when we see those pressures, and we're talking about transition as well in the middle of all of this, and now we're expanding this, are we now in a is this now transition to, are we now in an infrastructure? Has this war modified now to an infrastructure or a economic war, or is this still a military? We want to get rid of their nuclear weapons, we want to get rid of their ballistic missiles, and so it just seems like we're seeing a modification in the war itself.
I think you are, and I think you're right about this, and I think that remember though that you're not imagining things. This isn't an opaque, the Venn diagram, right? The Pentagon announced that they're in phase 2, right? That you're not imagining things. This isn't Aziz guess. This isn't like her trying to read the tea leaves. It's a statement by the Pentagon that they're in phase 2 of this operation. That's going to take 12 to 14 days, right? So that part has been announced. And the more you strike these, the more you incentivize Iran and the IRGC and regional commanders that what I think is clear to a lot of people have a lot of latitude and have their own independent command to make those decisions on what they're going to attack, right? Now, there's and I'm trying not to get away from it, so I'm just trying to stay in the silo that you're in. When you start attacking infrastructure and you start targeting economic nodes, right? Then you're going to get disruption in civil society, right? You're going to get this disruption in gas and people's jobs and filling up their tank and doing all the rest of this stuff. And again, psychologically, that doesn't produce the critical mass that you need. What that does is that it actually buttresses and usually will add 5 or 10% of people who are sitting on the fence, not pro-regime, not anti-regime, just kind of like sitting on the sidelines, right? We discussed about this, right? A little bit, where you and I were discussing percentages, right? Where you have 15% on either side, right? The Islamic extremists, the Shia clerics, you have the people who oppose the regime. And then there's this really broad channel in between that is full of maybe 60%, 50% of the population that's just kind of just waiting to see where things go. They're not revolutionaries. They're not, trying to overthrow the regime. They just want to live their lives, right? They
Right.
just want to live their lives. And I think that when you start pushing that button, when you start pushing that economic button, you're going to
Craig, let's try to wrap it up, mate.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is that you're pushing that button into pushing those 5 or 10% towards a regime support system.
Thanks, Craig. I want to go to Piotr real quick, and then we'll go to Eric and Jason. Piotr, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks.
I tried to get
I wanted
Anas
to
back in
speak
here
to
for you.
Anas.
I tried to get him back in here for you, but I don't know if he saw my
Yeah,
message.
well, some people like to go on.
Piotr,
Yeah, I mean,
Piotr,
look,
you like
the
to
more I
talk
think
just as
about
much
this,
as
the more
anybody else does.
Craig, you do drone on a bit, mate. I think that the war, the longer it goes on, the more insane it is. Trump's comments, I think, are interesting. Earlier, well, depending upon which one, obviously, he makes complete horseshit all the time. But also, he's wearing a hat at the commemoration of the 6 soldiers as they're flying back. what is he doing? Anyway, yeah, I think that this war, the longer it goes on, the more absurd it is. You can have 12 to 14-day phase 2 plan. That's great, but there's no guarantee that that's actually just going to happen as you sort of foresee it. Clearly, they are expecting more of a response from the Iranian people, and that's not happening. I just think that they're creating more of a mess for this resistance, well, perceived resistance, and this economic stuff that you and Anis were discussing earlier. I mean, it's just, I know me and Voice were having a back and forth briefly earlier, and like, she looks at it primarily from a military standpoint, but like, I think it's incredibly unwise to think about the fact that sort of the Americans are like, yeah, it's fine, the economy will be fucked, but the military objectives will be achieved. Okay, I mean, I don't think they will be 100%. But last point, just on his comments, the one thing that I did know, which I thought was interesting, is that he said we will only accept the unconditional surrender, but then he clarified it, which is that once all the major things are destroyed. So again, he's not really mentioning regime change again. Conditional surrender based on the destruction of the military hardware and assets is not the same as unconditional surrender and destruction or removal or whatever of the regime. So I really think they are trying to be quite, clever and subtle in this walk back. But
Well,
yeah,
Piotr,
back to
on
you.
that note, can I ask you a question real quick? So I hear you, and I hear the frustration. I experience it myself when I'm looking at all the mixed messages of the different statements. And when I try to put the pieces together, I'm just like all of you. We sit here and we look at these signals and these data points and we try to figure out, make some sense into it. Right now, from my view, I see us in multiple wars. I see the military confrontation, so we have that kinetic side of things, but I also see an energy infrastructure war happening. I see an economic war happening. I see a potential for on the ground type of war happening. I see all of these different layers of quote wars that are potentially evolving and emerging. And I wonder, what is the end strategy? Because we today on Air Force One, Trump said a lot. There were a lot of things that and I think maybe it's worth talking through it as we're waiting for some breaking news, because each one of those statements in and of itself, in its own little bubble, it means something significant and ties to one of these 5 or 10 or 6 or 3 wars that we're just simultaneously in. So where do you see that aspect of it in terms of what signals are you seeing? How many fronts, how many wars are you seeing right now through all of this
I
confusion?
think the war is a war. I wouldn't overly try to distinguish between an economic or a kinetic or we're at war with Iran, or more specifically the United States and Israel are at war with Iran, and I think that they're trying to hold out a bit to see about more partners, allies joining in. The French are aircraft carrier on the way, the Dutch are going there, the Greeks are sending stuff. Britain is preparing not just HMS Dragon, which is one of its warships, but it's also preparing its aircraft carrier. Now, Tony Blair has berated, former Prime Minister Tony Blair has berated current Prime Minister Keir Starmer over here as a response. And in some ways, I sort of agree, because I think Keir Starmer's a joke and an insult to British leadership. But I also don't think that we should just jump into every single war that the United States, at the behest of Israel, wishes to do. So I am staunchly against Keir Starmer's slow uptake, but I also don't think that we should offensively be getting involved. If we're going to be involved, it's in a defensive capacity for our own interests. Some people won't like that, but this isn't our war, and I think it's completely unnecessary, frankly, the more I think about it. But multiple fronts, I mean, Lebanon is a front. The war, air front with the Iranians, that's another one. The Gulf, maritime, possibly, although we haven't seen direct engagement between the parties as such. There's more been indirect shots from the mainland. Possibly now the Kurds getting involved. I mean, maybe the Houthis start doing stuff with the Gulf of Aden. But if you want me to be more simplistic, then sure, we have maybe 3 or 4 fronts of primarily kinetic action, and the fallout from that is leading to economic chaos. I'm worried about the price of oil. So that's, I guess, an economic front. But, we could
Yeah.
say this is also a bit of a proxy war, last point, because the Russians are quite clearly supporting the Iranians tacitly with intelligence, non-lethal aid, as they call it. And the Chinese, I don't fully know what the Chinese are doing, to be honest. I don't think they're doing too much, but they're probably doing something. So you could say this is sort of a proxy war as well. But at the end of the day, these are just terms, phrases. We like to apply categories and put things into boxes when I think it sometimes is a bit pointless. So bottom line is this war is quite glacial at this point. We're seeing shots fired here and there, but is it ultimately going to lead to some massive seismic change? Not for the next couple of weeks, no. But who has the greater strategic patience and ability to draw this out?
Thanks, Piotr. I want to get to some hands. So Eric's been waiting for a while. Jason, I see your hand, and Dr. Fungi, and welcome, Brandon. Eric, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being so patient. Go ahead.
It's okay. I agree with what Piotr said. I agree with Anas' analysis as well. I retweeted an English version for those who want to read directly in English. I just translated it, that's all. And to achieve the objective that the United States wants to achieve in that Hormuz Strait, it makes perfect sense what Trump is doing. So essentially, he needs to be able that there's no missiles able to strike United States boats in the strait. So he wants to eliminate as much as he can the missile production capability. And the second thing is any boat that could interfere. So he sunk most of the Navy. That's part of his objective and his economic objective that he's talking about, because it's also part of his trade war. It's a kinetic war to help with his trade war by controlling all these flow of goods. So from Trump's perspective, for the objective he was looking for, is definitely helping a lot. It's just the way it is. And just like Piotr, I'm wondering what will come from the Chinese side. The Russian side, we kind of see it. They will have to supply gas to Europe, so Putin is winning a lot in that sense. I disagree with one of the previous speakers, though what he said, I think it was Brian. I agree with most of Brian said, except one thing. Not everything for Putin, because in this case, the releasing the sanction for India is because India had started veering away from Russian oil to get Gulf oil, and now they're screwed because of what happened. And because of that, Trump doesn't like high oil prices. I mean, oil has to flow, so he's enabling the oil to flow in that sense. I wouldn't necessarily take it as permanent. Maybe Trump will use this also in negotiations with the war in Ukraine that he wants to end so much. Let's see how it happens. I cannot really predict, but thank you all very much. Back to you.
Thank you. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, can I just clarify,
Sure, go
since
ahead.
he called me
Yeah,
out?
absolutely.
What I said was, and what I said for 2 years, and what has never been proven wrong, is that Trump will not do anything that affirmatively hurts Putin. So whatever the additional motives are, Putin's on board with the lifting of the sanctions for sure. Thanks.
I think that's speculative. There's a couple things I wanted to just bring up that were recent headlines that I kind of glanced over. One was
Jason, your microphone is really bad right now. Are you able to?
How about now?
It's much better.
Okay. I was going to say, one of the things I was reading this morning is that, the Emirates has served as a banking hub for Iran, to be able to bank and access, the global economy. And with all the strikes on the Emirates, there was talk of if the Emirates freezes Iranian bank accounts, that could further, cripple at least the monetary flow into the regime and add more economic pressure on them. That was one of the things. And then I read something else about a newspaper, I believe, or a news outlet in Iran, basically for the first time sort of came out and was against President Pezeshkian when he was sort of apologizing to the Gulf states and, said that strikes won't continue, or, we wouldn't do it if our hand wasn't forced or whatever, and that he didn't speak from a position of strength. So there's definitely some fracture between the internal mechanisms in the regime. How much of a fracture and how long does that grow or get worse or whatever, obviously remains to be seen. It's still a little bit early. but there's a lot of different, obviously, impact globally, economically, from the oil, from the LNG, from flights, from freight, and everything in between. I mean, there's a lot of things impacted, and it's a multi-layered offensive. It's for the hearts and minds, for the economics of it, for the oil of it, for the resources, rare earths. It's not one end-all be-all cause or benefit or result, and it's maximalist demands, maximum pressure, and maximum options available. I yield.
Can I hit on that real quick, if you don't mind, Ozzy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, so absolutely. So I think what Piotr said, and it almost got glossed over here, is really important, is that this is, in my opinion, more of a proxy war. And I think we see it from the administration and what they said today more than anything, is that, and when I say proxy war, I'm saying against China. Like, we keep saying Russia, and I think Brian is pretty spot on about Russia, that there's something going on with Russia, whatever we may want to say about this administration in Russia. There are close ties, and I don't believe we're trying to hurt or harm them economically. I think that this is more about China. And Piotr mentioned, how this is, he's unsure about China's involvement. I mean, again, I've mentioned this several times over the last few days. We have seen an uptick in cyber attacks and different things. And then, China they've kind of backed off militarily from Taiwan over the last few days with their flights and everything. I think that this is more so our way of having this proxy war with China. And so if you look at it from the military standpoint or an economic standpoint, you have to include China in that. Like, I think that most Americans, at least myself, want a free Iran. We want the Iranian people to prosper. Like, I think that that's what most Americans want, and that's the way we're viewing it. But I think that that's the wrong way to look at this to try to assess these engagements or this operation. And more so, it starts to make more sense when you assess it from, this is our way of economically hurting China. And we're doing so, in my opinion, because of this AI battle that's going on, that really is on the level of almost a nuclear standoff because of the capabilities and everything of AI. So I just don't want Piotr's point there to get glossed over, because I think it's really important. And I think that when you hear Brian talk, when you hear Eric talk, and when you hear Jason and some of these other people talking from an economic standpoint, if you view it as a proxy war between America and China, it starts to make more sense than us going in and our sole objective being regime change, which I do think is a side objective, but I just don't view it as the sole objective.
Definitely, there's a Chinese impact here and a reordering of the energy infrastructure and access to energy and rare earths.
Your mic, I've never heard your mic this bad. I don't know. Maybe take it off of hands-free or something. You might be in the car driving, maybe.
If I can just follow what Brandon said quickly.
Go ahead, Piotr.
I'm skeptical about this sort of long strategic game with China, because China's not that involved in this. I think that there is obviously a broader goal of Trump to deal with China, quote unquote, and the reason partially is because it's not entirely clear what Xi Jinping wants to do with China. Some people argue China is what's known as a status quo power, right? It just wants to keep things the same. Some people see China as a massive, competitor wanting to become the global hegemon, and others think it just wants to be a regional hegemon, focus on its near abroad, its sphere of influence, that sort of thing. So I think it's quite difficult to tell with the Chinese, and it would be that case because they're one of the oldest civilizations, incredibly long-term thinking, But there's also another factor, which is that the Chinese military's not really been in a conflict, like big scale conflict, since 1960 something with the Indians, and all that war. So a lot of their military is untested, especially in the maritime theatre. And I'm not saying they're not capable, don't get me wrong. I think that's where AI and other forms of warfare are important. But there is a big question that a lot of analysts have over what exactly is the capabilities of China if we were to have a hot war with them over Taiwan or whatever it was. So maybe China does benefit from this more clandestine, covert form of conflict, right? Supporting tacitly, funding this, undermining that. In Britain, for
So
example, I would just, last point, in Britain, for example, we've just greenlit this mega embassy, which is situated in the Royal Mint, which is in between two major financial hubs, the City of London and Canary Wharf. I think it's the worst decision that the British government has made since Brexit. Like, it's fucking terrible, because if they find a way to access the fiber optic cables and all the stuff with all that information, how much control does China then have over financial considerations? So, yeah, yeah.
Piotr, you're so spot on, and I love that you're saying this and the points that you're bringing up here, and so I think you're almost making my point for me better than I could have, and this is why I think that we have to really reposition how we're analyzing all of this, and what I believe the administration is doing that we just don't see publicly. I believe this is our way of almost testing China. Because you're right. They have not been in any military operations for longer than I've been alive. I'm 36 years old, so longer than I've been alive, and we just don't know because of their the secrecy and everything that with China. So we try our best, but obviously we just don't have that information. And so this is our way in some shape of testing them. And I think you nailed it. The AI capabilities, like we're still vastly underestimating what this means for the world. And that is why we saw this administration's kind of disagreement with Anthropic, which is Claude, the AI company. And so it is not a coincidence that these things are happening simultaneously, right? And that China is coming out with their more advanced models simultaneously as all of this is going on. And if we view these engagements from that standpoint, a lot more of this starts to make sense. And again, my heart goes out to the Iranian people, because I think that there's the potential for some good of this to come for them, but they are unfortunately suffering, and so are these other Gulf states. So is Lebanon. So is all these other places that we get to hear from the speakers daily in this room from. They're suffering. They're getting bombed. There's bombardments on them daily. And the hope is, at least I know from my American perspective, that some good comes from this and the Iranian people get some freedom and some prosperity. But I think that they're going to be in for a little bit longer of hardship, and so are these other Gulf states, as this engagement happens, which again I believe is more of a proxy war with America and China.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Exactly because of what you said, Brandon, and what Piotr said about this proxy war, which I 100% agree it is becoming. I expect China to send a few of their prototypes of different types of drones and this and that into the battle, and America to look how they perform in the battle. Both sides are going to size up each other to see the efficiency of their weaponry, just like they did in Ukraine for Russia. Russia is a much bigger scale and so obvious, yeah. But here it might be a bit more subtle. But I think both sides are going to be looking at the efficiency of their weaponry against each other. So the sad part is these other countries are stuck in the middle with all weapons from both sides flying. But it's a very sad part of life. But I agree with you, and Piotr, 100% it is so obvious. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eric. Brian, I see your hand up. Aladdin, do you have a quick comment on this conversation? Because I want to actually shift to another topic while we're waiting for some updates. So I'll go to Aladdin first because Brian's relevant to my next topic. Brian, so can you just hang on 1 second? Let's hear from Aladdin.
Yeah, thank you very much. So just so you guys know, the longer this thing drags, the more it's going to affect the U.S. elections here at home, and I think the IRGC is going to try to drag this thing out as long as possible to cause maximum impact on the U.S. election. And matter of fact, I'm gonna drop for a little bit. I don't know what time you guys gonna close the space, but I'm gonna write up my analysis and I'm gonna publish it here on also Substack. And also, just go back to my actually, if you click on my page, you're gonna see my YouTube channel. A lot of people are.
Thanks.
Yeah, a lot of people are actually, especially in the Gulf countries, looking at these drones and whatnot. I spent 3 months in Ukraine, documented a lot of bombings, especially drones and missiles and whatnot.
Aladdin, you just said drone. Craig's not here. We can't have the drone conversation right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but yeah, everybody can go back. Go back to my either timeline on X and just look up my Ukraine trips with hashtag Ukraine, and or go to my YouTube channel. I publish some videos over there as well. Yeah, so I've seen it firsthand. I deployed 21 times between Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and a few other theater. And when I went to Ukraine, I've never seen anything like that, especially from drone warfare. So I can only imagine what the folks in Middle East experiencing, and that's actually just the fraction of what's happening or what's been happening in Ukraine, especially on the front line or cities near the front line. When I visited Odessa, Dnipro, Kharkiv, and a few other places. Yeah, with that being said, thank you very much. I'm going to drop for a little bit because
Thank you, Aladdin.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I want to shift this to a different conversation a little bit. Real quick, though, a bit of news. There was a bomb that went off near the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, but we're monitoring to see what that's related to. And again, we still have some strikes happening in some of those spots. Iran is getting hit still. I believe there was a strike again in Iraq again. So we're still monitoring some of that. But Brian, if you don't mind, I want to. Did we just lose Brian? Darn it. I'm going to try to bring him back up. So we have some lawyers on the panel here. And one of the conversations we haven't had, and some of the conversations tonight have inspired me to think about this is, the discourse and the idea of transitional leadership, because we've heard a lot of that framed by Trump, by the opposition, by the diaspora, and a lot of these conversations. And we've heard mixed signals from President Trump about possibly influencing who the next leader might be. We're hearing opposition groups in the diaspora talk about transitional councils and immediate elections. And at the same time, there are comments about arming Kurdish groups, then pulling back from that idea, and even statements suggesting that the US wouldn't necessarily oppose a religious leader. So I'm curious from a legal standpoint on how any of this would actually work. Brian, I hope you heard some of my comments so far. If not, I can just.
I did not, but can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, I can hear you. I'll give it to you.
I didn't hear him. Go ahead.
I'll do it in a 10-second Cliff Note recap. Essentially, I want to look at really like the legal framework of it from both, how the U.S. looks at the laws, the international laws around this, around transitions. Trump's said a lot of things in the last week, walked back a lot of it. We've heard different members of the administration saying different things around this idea. We have the diaspora, opposition groups, all saying different things. So my sentence that you were coming up with was, I'm really curious how this would work from that legal perspective, from that legal standpoint. So from an international law perspective, I'm curious what actually makes a transitional government legitimate. Does it require some sort of territorial control inside the country, or can a government in exile actually gain that recognition before it controls the state? And that was one of the things I was looking at. And when we're talking about free elections, a lot of people in the diaspora are talking about holding free elections immediately after regime collapse. But then there, practically speaking, what conditions actually have to exist for that to even be recognized, you know, especially when we're in this situation where we also have, you know, infrastructure issues and, telecommunications issues. Right now they're bombing the oil depots. So that's for domestic use. You know, having the access to put gas in the car and go somewhere. Those things, I see a lot of, I don't see it there yet. So I'm curious how it works from that perspective.
Any transitional government in Iran needs two things to survive. Sorry, I'm cutting you a little bit, Brian. I just wanted to put the basis for the answer. It needs international legitimacy, so recognition from the UN, Europe, and the broader international community, which gives it access to reconstruction funding, diplomatic recognition, and legal standing. And it needs domestic security, actual physical control of the country, which in Iran means some working relationship with whatever remains, I hope not, but you know, of the IRGC, because no outside force is going to police 90 million people across a country the size of Western Europe. So the problem is, I mean, I would say what Brian says quite a lot of times. Two things that cannot both be true. The problem is that these two requirements are contradictory, directly contradictory, and not just politically but legally. Because to get UN endorsement and UN Human Rights Council cooperation, a transitional government has to demonstrate independence from the military campaign that brought it to power. And you have seen that the UN Human Rights Council has already called the US campaign an unlawful, quote unquote, military intervention. The European Union is already asking whether regime change violates the UN Charter. So if the transitional government is visibly Washington's creation, it cannot credibly claim the sovereign independence that international recognition requires. It will be treated the way, and this is for Brian to answer in detail because he knows more than me about this. It will be treated the way the Iraqi Governing Council was treated after 2003. It was treated as an occupation administration, not a legitimate government, which means no UN Chapter 7 mandate, no legal authority to sign treaties, no access to IMF or World Bank reconstruction frameworks. And the domestic security requires, I think, a kind of accommodation with the IRGC, because the IRGC is not just a military force. It is, as I said before, it is also the economy. We know it runs between 20 and 40% of Iran's economy. It controls the supply chains, the ports, the construction sector, the telecoms infrastructure. So if you dissolve it immediately, you do not just lose your security force, you collapse the economy. You put hundreds of thousands of armed and trained men on the street with no paycheck and guarantee an insurgency. So every serious transitional planning document, and we heard in this space, I think a couple of days ago, somebody coming from this organization that was set up in the diaspora, you know, the NAFDI framework, every serious transitional planning framework document, you name it, acknowledge this. So some form of negotiated accommodation with surviving IRGC structures is not optional. I think it's the price of basic government function. And the international accountability framework explicitly prohibits blanket amnesties for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So we have to look at the IRGC that has 40 years of documented atrocities. So any agreement that lets IRGC commanders keep their positions or their assets in exchange for cooperation is under international law, and I really talk under the control of my friend Brian Cunningham, an amnesty for crimes against humanity, which means it will be challenged, prosecuted, and delegitimized, often by the same international mechanisms that this transitional government needs to survive. And I'll land my plane here. I'll let Brian
Thank you, Dr.
expand on
Fungi.
this.
Thank you. And Brian, if you can, maybe I would love your thoughts on this. And I'm curious, ultimately, when we look back at Iraq or Afghanistan, Libya, and even some of Eastern Europe from history, what I was really thinking about was, what are those legal mechanisms that allowed these transitional authorities to be recognized by the international communities? And so I want to start from there. On the heels of what Dr. Fungi just said, would love your thoughts on that as well.
Brian, can I ask you super quick to go exactly with Ani, with just Ozzy and Dr. Fungi said? Can you also weave in there, does this administration even think about that? Like, because when we're talking
Great
about these
question,
prior
Brandon. Yeah.
engagements, yeah, with these prior conflicts that we talked about, they are, they're just under what has America been, what we believe to be America and the U.S. Does this administration even consider any of that? I want you to address that as well.
Well, a lot to unpack there. You have to give me a couple minutes, and I'll probably miss stuff or forget because I'm old. So let me kind of try to work backwards. Even though it wasn't my account, I still have the scars on my back from what I think is the biggest single mistake that Bush and Rumsfeld and Cheney and Condoleezza Rice, who I love but is not infallible, made, to Dr. Fungi's point, was dissolving all of the organs of government of Iraq that could plausibly be tied to Saddam Hussein, which was basically everything. And then appointing, Paul Bremer as kind of our viceroy to try to pick up the pieces. That is a gigantic mistake. And I hope, and I'm certain if she had a chance, that's one of the main points that Condi gave to the president when he consulted her yesterday. So totally agree with that. But that collides directly with another thing that Dr. Fungi correctly said, which is the problems of giving blanket amnesty to groups like the IRGC, who have certainly committed as a group, even if each individual wasn't involved, and they probably were, crimes against humanity and all kinds of other crimes. The reality, though, and apologies in advance to Dr. Fungi and Piotr and Tira and others who are going to find this blasphemy probably, is at any particular time, international law means exactly what the great powers say it means. And in this case, because of some of the stuff we talked about earlier about Russia and China, at least officially kind of being on the sidelines, they'll bitch and moan at the UN, but really what matters is what the United States thinks international law means. And to Brandon's point, there have been a lot of statements from administration officials, chiefly Pete Hegseth, that suggest that they don't care about the laws of armed conflict, about international humanitarian law, about really any laws in the international order. And just to give one example, I absolutely do not believe, excuse me, that the United States Air Force or Navy aviation intentionally hit a school or a hospital. However, when you have the Secretary of Defense, because that's still what it is legally, go out and say multiple times, rules of engagement don't matter. All these silly rules that we put on ourselves about protecting civilians don't matter. That creates a big problem because even if we didn't do it, which I don't think we did, at least not intentionally, it makes it seem like we would have ordered it directly. It becomes plausible, which is a horrible problem for the United States. So what we did in Afghanistan was not without problems, but at least we tried to hold elections in Afghanistan, the Loya Jirgas, and give not only a voice to the Afghan people, but also some legitimacy to the process. Tried to do it in Iraq too. People remember the purple ink on thumbs. Didn't work out in either place really, but we gave it a try. I don't think the Trump administration is going to do that. I think it's one of two things. It's the Venezuela model, which is what Trump really wants, which is We get rid of the mullahs. We find a mullah or an IRGC person or a government official who Trump is not going to care about their human rights records, not going to care about their democracy, not going to care about any of that. Only going to care about will they do what we tell them to do. This is why Delcy Rodriguez is in charge in Venezuela. And one of the things we're going to tell them to do is allow us to take a bunch of their oil and minerals and revenue. So we are going, gigantic if, we can pull that off. We can get the current government to give up and let us install someone, then we're not going to worry about, the United States government will not worry about international legitimacy. It will get challenged all over the place, and UN fora and elsewhere, but they're not going to care, to answer Brandon's question. I don't think I covered everything that Dr. Fungi asked, so we can go back to this, but I did want to also make a comment about the discussion, really good discussion, I think Brandon and Piotr and I forgot, Eric were having, which is, you can look this up. I've written about it for years. I've spoken on TV about it. I think that whatever side, let's just say it's China versus the US and the West, can control at least 2 out of 3 of the following: quantum computing, AI, and autonomous weapons will own the world if they want to. So it's imperative for the West that we don't get to the point where China controls 2 or 3 of those. The other implication of this, I want to say this very strongly, and then if I miss something, I'll go back to it, is we need to all have a lot of humility, including me, about trying to overlay the lessons of the past onto what's going to happen in the next decades. In the 30s, everyone in the US military, except for like 5 people, that's an exaggeration, but basically, thought that the idea of aircraft carrier based aviation was just laughable, and the battleships were going to rule the world forever, and it was a stupid little side project, and they let it go, thank God. Well, obviously they were wrong, and aircraft carriers to a large degree decided the naval war in the Pacific, at least. So my point is, I have absolutely no doubt that the US and Israel can crush the Iranian military capability over time if we have the commitment. But don't sleep on the drone threat and don't sleep on the AI threat. And it is absolutely shocking to me. It's malpractice. And I blame Biden and Trump for this, that we somehow have not built into our doctrine all the lessons and all the technology advancements that have been made in Ukraine on drones. And we are paying the price for that right now, big time. And we're in a huge race to catch up. Fortunately, we have a lot of companies, including some I represent, that know this stuff, and hopefully they're getting involved. But we should not try to predict the outcome of an AI and drone war by anything that's happened in the past.
Thanks, Brian. I want to welcome Tira here. Would love your thoughts on what you've been listening to. And if I can add maybe one more perspective to this through a question, something else, and we've mentioned Russia and China now, something else that complicates the transitional leadership discussion is the economic dimension of it. So Iran's infrastructure, as we've seen, the oil exports, shipping routes, financial systems are all under pressure right now. We've been discussing some of the strikes even on their oil depots internally, domestically. And at the same time, we've also seen that Iran has these deep economic ties with China and strategic relationships, these transactional relationships with Russia and China. So even if there were some kind of transitional government, there's a question of recognition, sanctions, economic survival, if you will. And my question around this is, even if a transitional government emerged tomorrow, but Iran's oil infrastructure was damaged, the sanctions were still in place, and you have these major powers like China and Russia that haven't recognized it yet, could that government realistically even function in this new environment? And Tira, that might not be what you came up to ask, so we can pause on that for somebody else, but I wanted to put that out there as one of the questions as well. Tira, go ahead.
Thank you, Ozzy. And hi, Brian. Hi, Dr. Fungi and everyone else. This is a really wonderful room. I've been listening for a while. It's funny. For a long time, I think we've had lots of discussions about international laws, particularly in the Israel-Gaza conflict about, war crimes and things like that. But at the end of the day, Brian is correct. It doesn't really matter that much. Nobody is enforcing international law. The International Criminal Court has, I think, said not Netanyahu and Putin are criminals, and it doesn't matter, right? Nothing has happened. And I think that America particularly wouldn't care one way or the other about international law. America doesn't actually particularly care right now. The Trump administration isn't that concerned with domestic law. So, I don't think that this is we talk about it. It is, it's philosophically important and it can be important, but it's not going to determine what happens. And what happens is going to be what Donald Trump wants, what boots on the ground want, or what happens within the country itself. There's many unknowns. I don't pretend to know what the end games are here. I think Brian is correct, though. Ultimately, Trump doesn't really care. He wants to get the oil. He's a transactional person. Okay, this is not, regime change. It will happen, but this is not what, he doesn't care. He cares about money. He cares about business. He cares about saying I can win. If he can find a way out of this, which says, hey, I put into place the guy, we're happy with who's there, he'll walk away because it's not going to be that relevant to him. So I guess, my main point here is I don't know that, yes, what would happen technically is a transition government gets put into place, somebody starts to recognize it, ultimately you go to the UN, people recognize this, and you become the government. That could change, that could take months, that could take years, I don't know. But at the end of the day, it's going to be what America and to a certain extent, potentially China and Russia decide, and maybe the other Middle Eastern nations as well. If they all say, hey, this is the government that we want, that's going to be the government. Now, elections, I don't really know how we can frankly put into place elections right now or in any feasible time frame. So this government will have some holes and some lack of supports, I guess, because it will not be, it'll be basically put into place by fiat, by the Americans having bombed them. But that has not stopped governments before from being perfectly feasible governments. And so I guess I think that we have a lot more unknowns than knowns. But what I would say is I just don't think and I say this as a lawyer, and I hate to say this, I don't think the law is that relevant here. Thanks.
Thank you, Tara. I want to go to Dr. Fungi and some of the hands. Welcome, John, and both Johns, really. But I want to give just a really quick 10-second update on where we are and what this conversation is about. The U.S.-Israel war against Iran is now in its second week. Just when we think that there might be signs of de-escalation, there really is no sign of that right now, with fresh Israeli strikes hitting Tehran's oil depots and infrastructure. And then we also see President Trump vowing to hit very, very hard with no timetable on what that means. We also see strikes and military activity inside of Lebanon and Iraq. And then we also see strikes from Iran into, Qatar and Bahrain, et cetera. So we're still seeing this escalate. The conversation we're having right now is around the legal framework about this, because we don't often talk about this part of it. And so we hear all these talks from Trump, from Rubio, from the diaspora, from everyone, that there's going to be a transition, or is there not going to be a transition? And so tonight we're really kind of unpacking that while we're waiting to get some more updated news. And so thank you for all joining us tonight. Dr. Fungi, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to answer your second question related to this degraded economy, the infrastructure damage, and let me put it that way. This is not a complication layered on top of the transition problem. It is the transition problem. A government that cannot provide water, electricity, fuel, and wages within the let's say the first 30-60 days does not lose legitimacy gradually, it loses it immediately. Because the population's first question after a regime change is never ideological. It is kind of really, the kind of, will the lights come on tonight? Will I be able to have some bread, etc., etc.? Iran's economy was already on life support before the first bomb fell. You had decades of sanctions that had degraded the electricity grid. I think everybody saw the water treatment network that is not okay, and the banking system, to the point where rolling blackouts and water shortages were a daily reality for tens of millions of Iranians. And the military campaign has accelerated that deterioration sharply. Whoever whichever military did the first strike, or each strike, the picture is unambiguous. A country whose basic service delivery systems were already failing is now under additional stress with no functioning mechanism to absorb the shock. So a transitional government does not just inherit the political vacuum, we talked about it, it inherits the physical one. So on day one, it needs to pay the people running the power grids, the hospitals, the water system, the fuel distribution network. But Iran's central bank reserves have been frozen for years. The money has collapsed, and whatever hard currency exists inside the country is either inaccessible under sanctions or controlled by RIGC linked institutions that really the transitional government is politically required to distance itself from. So here's where.
Well, Dr. Fungi, can I ask you a quick question on that?
Yeah, go on.
On that point, real quick on that. Okay, so one of the things that I have noticed just from history and seeing how, transitions and revolutions work, and I remember back to 1979 as well, one of the key indicators of some of this are embassies, because through those embassies, they have those diplomatic relations, and some of the funding streams, the frozen assets, et cetera, the legitimacy, those funnel through the existence or the opening of those embassies. And I've been watching that, and I saw one embassy, and I can't remember for the life of me which country it was in the region, but closing the embassy completely. And I wonder if is that one of the signs that you all, as familiar with this stuff, do you see that also as one of those indicators that we're seeing that? Because up until now, I haven't seen it really, except for that one country. And I wonder if that's also an indication that the Trump administration is looking at the situation saying, all of those reasons that you just said, Dr. Fungi, for all of those reasons that Brian and Tira also said, is it possible that the Trump administration is looking at this and saying, okay, maybe the change and the transition is not what we need, and that's why he used the phrase regime modification? I'm sorry, Dr. Fungi, I just wanted to
No
add that in there
problem.
to
I
get your
think
thoughts.
it's a very good question, and again, you're spot on in every major transition scenario, and Brian can speak to this as well, and other people, I'm sure. The sequence of embassy openings, closures, relocations is not diplomatic housekeeping. It is the clearest signal of which actors have already decided what the outcome will be, and they are positioning accordingly. So embassies are they're also the primary physical channel through which frozen assets are eventually unfrozen and redirected. They are, in fact, the legal address through which financial normalization begins. So the movements around Iran are significant in sequence, and I don't want to go into detail, but we have seen Britain temporarily close its Tehran embassy. They evacuated the diplomatic personnel following a security assessment. Then they were operating remotely thereafter. Germany suspended all visa services, etc., etc. So yes, you're spot on, but I really wanted to add something to what I was saying earlier, if you don't mind. Because
Absolutely, go ahead.
there is a contradiction. So I was talking about this transitional government that inherits the physical vacuum, so, and there's a contradiction that becomes structurally unsolvable. The sanctions architecture designed to pressure the Islamic Republic is now, in a sense, the primary obstacle to funding whatever replaces it. um Reconstruction, and I'm sure there are people who can talk to this in greater detail than I can do. This is not really my area of expertise, but this is logical. Reconstruction requires swift connectivity, IMF credit lines, and World Bank funding. So all of that requires sanctions relief, and sanctions relief requires a political decision in Washington. And that decision requires the administration to have agreed on what it actually wants, which, as of this week, it demonstrably has not. So the result is a transitional government expected to restore basic services to 90 million people with a frozen central bank and no access to international capital markets, while simultaneously demonstrating enough independence from Washington to qualify. You see what I mean? For the international recognition that would eventually unlock that access. So I mean, this is absolutely crazy, because this is the structural consequence of launching a military campaign without a political architecture ready to execute the morning after. And I'm sure Brian can give more details to this. So, could a transitional government technically exist and make decisions in this environment? The answer is yes. Could it deliver enough to prevent the Iranian population from concluding that this transition made their lives materially worse? Almost certainly not. And that gap between a government that exists and a government that functions, that's really important, is precisely where every previous US sponsored transition has collapsed. Military momentum does not close it. Only reconstruction capital, sanctions relief, and a coherent theory of the day after can. And right now, none of those three things exists. So the that's the honest answer. And I think they're all playing with fire here. Whoever wants to come in and fill this vacuum is really going to play at some point with the Iranian people, and that's a shame. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Fungi. I'm going to rotate some of the hands here. I know Alireza had his hand up. I think I can't see it anymore. It disappeared. And then I want to get a new voice, John, and we'll go back to Brian and then Donna. So go ahead, Alireza. Thank you.
Thank you, Ozzy, and thanks for the very interesting discussion. I just wanted to make 2 points. I echo the previous speaker's point about the biggest challenge post-Islamic regime would be the sanctions, especially with the U.S. government. With the U.S. we have 2 types of sanctions. We have executive sanctions that the president can essentially nullify with just a strike with the stroke of his pen. The other one is done by Congress, and in my impression, Congress is super slow in removing any sanctions. If you go and check out, the list of sanctions on U.S. government websites, you can see sanctions related to Soviet Union that are still on the books, and even with respect to other countries, it took decades to remove them. I think President Trump is quick in removing sanctions. He did something, I think, unthinkable in terms of other administrations. He removed a lot of sanctions against Syria to let them have some economic space. I think he could move fast, but there are real serious obstacles associated with congressional sanctions that requires an act of Congress. So that's to keep in mind. There was another conversation about the competition sphere among quantum AI and autonomous weapon systems. Well, quantum and AI is kind of my field. I run a quantum computer company. I think that regard these 3 areas, U.S. and China, they're in deadlock competition. There's nothing we could do really to prevent them from having these. They're making significant advances. I think the real competition is now on the resources and energy. If you look at China, they have a chokehold on 90% of rare earth metal coming through. I think United States needs to compensate for that by really controlling energy. I think there's a bigger picture. It's not just transactional framework that everybody thinks like, hey, Trump wants a cut of Iranian oil production or Venezuelan oil production. It's about really having a chokehold on on China, because China does have a chokehold on United States through rare earth metals. I thought, yeah, I mean, these two points are worth thinking about. And thanks for the time.
Thank you for that, Ali Reza. Let's go to John. John, are you with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I
Oh,
think.
wait,
Oh,
which John are we
sorry.
talking
Which
about?
John is that?
Yeah.
You guys figure it out, to be honest.
John, you can go first, man.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. So I just, I've been trying to think about the full spectrum of this. It does appear that there was a lot that the Trump administration didn't account for, especially in terms of how the Iranians would react attacking Gulf states. I don't know if they anticipated that or just didn't anticipate it to be this extensive. Um, but then at the same time, I feel like, with now it seems like there's going to be attacks on infrastructure in Iran. And I just wonder how much can the IOGC sustain that when they're already under economic pressure, uh, especially with the population and now military strikes. Um, so just for me, it's hard for me to see a scenario where they can survive long term if they're already in a fragile state and their military and their drone production system has been hit, their launchers are being hit, and now their oil gets hit, the oil production gets hit. It's just I just don't see how they survive that. And then thinking about what comes next, like let's say there is another government, I wonder how much input the Gulf states would have on what goes on there. Um, I believe the Gulf states would have a great ability to impact the economic situation there as well. And then, what does Turkey and Azerbaijan think? So these are all things I'm just kind of thinking about. So if anyone, has an idea of how the Gulf might impact what comes next, I'm interested to hear that.
Yeah, thanks, John. I want to get to the other John real quick. Thanks, Samir. Sorry, I'm back. And get your thoughts on some of the conversations we've been having tonight. John made some really good points, and kind of, the more nuanced layers of it that Dr. Fungi and Brian and Tira, and all of us have been having around this. So what are your thoughts on that, even from that perspective, or from the economic or military background perspective? Operationally, I guess I should say.
Yeah, so I actually kind of start kind of to piggyback off of what John said. I think it goes without saying that kind of in the same way that world powers rush to bring industry and funding back to Syria, we would see that in any type of interim government, and it really depends on what type of interim government we would see potentially. Right, we're still at a different place here operationally in Iran. However, I think it's unlikely that, kind of like unlike Syria, we have yet to find a group to take over, or a group of principal decision makers who are willing to accede to U.S. demands while simultaneously having kind of broad support with the people and then also the ruling elite. So we're still, those are really muddy waters there. But going back to some points that I believe it was Brian or Tira mentioned, kind of they're about halfway through the war on terror. They came out with a joint U.S. Army and U.S. Marine Corps counterinsurgency field manual. I'm not going to be able to remember. It's FM3. I can't remember exactly. But one of the things, and this has always stuck with me, and I kind of read the thing all the way through, even though you're not really supposed to. One of the things it highlighted in there is small things like garbage collection and ensuring that people have plumbing and things like that go a long way into them allowing whatever government is put in place, or even allowing coalition partner forces to be there. And that's just something that's going to be hugely important in any next steps when it comes to Iran. We're obviously not there yet. We're obviously still in this operational point. We're very early on in the operation, as most analysts, including myself, would assess that. I think there's kind of 6 questions that we have to ask that I've read from an MWI article, which was really great. And they asked, what regime leaders remain? Do Iranians have the will to overthrow the regime? What is civilian death toll? Obviously, that plays a huge part in the after as well. What are intentions of the Artesh? How great are U.S. and regional partners responding to this? And then what does the U.S. hope to achieve? Right? Is it destruction of Iran as a military or regional threat? or is it to emphasize in place a ruling party that's willing to accede to U.S. regional strategic outlook? And so we're not at this point yet, and it's really hard to kind of pontificate on what, and maybe that's the wrong word there, but to pontificate essentially on what the next steps would be. But first and foremost, the well-being of the people has to come first, and we saw a lot of measures in place by Ahmed al-Shar, formerly the commander of HTS, that were people-driven ventures and things that benefited the people when he first gained the presidency there, because he understood that and was likely told that by other partner nations like Turkey, Qatar, and other nations, including the U.S. But one thing that I'll note, swinging all the way back, and I'll land my plane on this, the beginning of what I said is, we saw French companies like French shipping companies rush in there like the day after Assad fell, right? We're going to see similar things to that if the regime were to fall in the same manner. Now, personally, I think the regime's going to fall in the same manner. I don't think so. I think we would have seen that by now if it was going to. There's reports from Reuters citing senior Iranian officials that there's already beginning to have cracks in this kind of triumvirate council that we're seeing. That still remains to be seen on kind of a high end level here, but a lot of it remains to be seen. I hate to use that term so much, but kind of from that standpoint here, people driven things and things that benefit the people are going to be hugely important next steps before you begin to do other things like physically rebuild Iran, because there's going to be a lot of people who are displaced, and other things like that, and there's other facets of just not necessarily nation building but reconstruction that you're going to have to take into account here.
Thanks, John. I think you've heard me say for the last month and a half or so, what it remains to be seen. I think that's what we're all just living by every day as this goes on. Just a quick update before I go to Brian. I know you wanted to say something. We are seeing more strikes reported. Israel targeted a Ramada hotel in central Beirut. We're also seeing, let's see here, another tower in Kuwait targeted by Iranian suicide drone, and also in the town of, let me see here, Hezbollah forces and IDF soldiers are still clashing the border of Aitarun, southern Lebanon. And finally, on that bomb in Oslo, Norwegian police are still searching for subjects after that explosion at the U.S. embassy, believed to be by a bomb placed at the embassy entrance. So if there's a press release coming out soon, so as soon as we get that, I'll update you all on that. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off. I just wanted to thank all of you guys who have co-hosted and hosted the space all day. It really has been great space, one of the better ones. I just want to leave everyone, because the turnover happens all day long, with kind of the same thoughts I started with. I personally don't have a dog in the fight of who is the next ruler of Iran. If it's not the hand-picked mullah that Trump wants, that'll give us the oil. But if the monarchists want any chance of the United States ever supporting Pahlavi, they need to correct three things right away. Strike one, as I've said for 2 years, was insisting that he be installed as the king, especially after they insisted that U.S. blood and treasure had to be spent to make that happen, number one. Number two, they cannot continue, and I learned a lot about this today, actually, thanks to Dr. Fungi and others, basically equate anyone who doesn't support Pahlavi being installed as a king, at least for the transition, with leftists, Islamists, communists, traitors, enemy of the state. That is not what a leader does to unite a country, and that's strike two. Strike three, in American baseball parlance, strike three means you're out, was Pahlavi going on international TV and telling Trump, without using his name, very clear who he meant, that no president has a role in selecting the next leader of Iran. I actually would have agreed with that statement until they demanded that the U.S. have our service people get killed and our bombs be spent on this. I would have agreed with that. But whether I agreed with it or not, that is strike three. That is the one of the few things you never say to Trump, and you certainly don't say it publicly. So unless they correct course immediately, they're out. That's the last thing I want to say, and I got to run. But thank you guys so much.
Can I add like a fourth bonus to that, Brian?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah.
You know, especially for those of us that live in the West and experience something like the United States with the federalist system that we have here, because this is one of the issues that has had like long been a problem in Iranian culture and society is there's an allergic reaction to the idea of federalism because they equate federalism with separatism, which is not the same. And I think as we're progressing and looking forward, there's a significant amount of time spent on this idea of a federalism or a federalist system. Maybe not like the United States, not cookie cutter, but something to that and the essence or the spirit of it. And in Iran, already the structure is already there. We have provinces instead of states and governors like we have in the United States. But my point is, I think that if that also isn't part of the conversation, which is one of the biggest apprehensions to the idea that is being presented from that group, because it's either constitutional monarchy or a secular democratic system, there's no concept of federalism in there. I think that is that's one of the things that Trump and everyone is looking at, because that is one of the olive branches, if you will, to centuries and decades of concerns within some of those ethnic groups too, and the cultural groups. So I wanted to just add that little bonus in there too, and get your thoughts on that
Well,
before you go.
you're 100% spot on. And as an American, I do not have any hubris about this. I've said this in private earlier today. If there had been social media in 1775, I don't think the United States of America gets created and survives. There has to be a recognition, not just in theory, but in fact on the ground, that every stakeholder in a society has a role. And anyone who demands to lead a country better be able to make the people of that country believe it, or else there's absolutely no chance they'll get picked, first of all, and that they'll succeed once they get picked. So I have nothing against Pahlavi, but he better learn fast that those three things and what you mentioned, Aziz, will doom him as a legitimate leader of Iran. Thanks, everybody. Great day.
Thank you for
Appreciate
joining
you.
us. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
Bye.
conversation. I'm going to go to Donnie and Dr. Fungi. Donna, go ahead. I didn't mean to say Donnie.
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, Donnie. Pastel.
Yes. Well, I thank you. I just, is my microphone on? Yes. I just wanted to say that one of the major problems I have with Pahlavi is the fact that it's diverting so much of our attention towards political groups and factors that can be really instrumental and effective. He has taken so much of the political space in Iran that there's hardly any room to discuss and debate already existing political groups, movements, unions, syndicates, and so on. There's really
Real
a
quick,
lack of
Donna,
knowledge
I
about
just
alternative.
one second.
Yeah.
I want you to
So
continue, but I just want to make it clear. I don't want to make this about Pahlavi. It's just we're talking about in a general sense and like frameworks and stuff. But that was just from Brian's point. Yeah.
yes. It's no. I completely understand, and really, I am making a plea not to talk about him, and I'm aware that I'm talking about him
Would you
by
like to
making that
mention
plea.
some of
So I'm
those
not going
groups
to.
that you feel that he's sucking the oxygen away from?
Yes, well, for the Kurdish groups that we've talked about already, I don't think people know that there have been international conferences where Baluchis and Turkish and Kurds have got together and discussed possible alternatives. There are teachers' unions. There's, I don't think people know about Haftapeh movements in Iran and what they've achieved. There's the Transport Syndicate, there's the Nurses Syndicate, there's the Iranian movement in Iran. And the fact that they actually had considerable achievement during the Women Life Freedom, all of that has gone out of the window. We had one very unifying slogan, Women Life Freedom, that for the first time managed to unify entire Iranians. Look at the position we are in at the moment. It's extremely sad what's happening to the country in terms of death and destruction, but it's also very sad what's happening to Iranians. Our community has been completely fractured. The hatred as the war continues, is deepening and entrenching within our community, is extremely sad. Some of the messages I'm getting from friends, people I've been friends with for 35 years, and we've known each other very well. And the tone is changing, the harassment is increasing. It's really, and all of that is because of the monarchists. It really is in their, it's their camp that started this idea of trying to silence and discredit people who don't follow their narrative. And this is where we've ended up at the moment. They've paved the path for this war. They were the loudest cheerleaders, and now we're seeing the destruction. I don't know
Well,
if people
Donna,
have been following what's happening in
let me
Jannat
ask you a
Abad at the
question.
moment.
Yeah, Donna, let me ask you a
Mhm.
question. We've been talking about, I don't know how much of it you've been hearing, but between Dr. Fungi and Tira and Brian and others, we've been kind of unpacking what it looks like and international law, what the position of the United States could be, how the rest of the region could react to it, Russia, China, et cetera. In terms of different systems, how that would practically look, legally, practically, logistically. And so my question to you
I
is,
think,
what do you see as a way for this to work? What do
well,
you
I can tell you. Mhm. I can
instead
tell
of
you where
like what's wrong with
international.
some of the other groups? I'm curious what you think.
Mm.
How would this actually work? How do you see some kind of, as Trump says, regime modification or transitional government or anything like that with any other group? How do you see that work?
Azi, it's a very good question. In terms of legality, I think there's international agreement that this is an illegal war. According to United Nations laws, it's not very difficult to determine whether this was a legal war or not, because the law is very simple. Unless there's an imminent threat, and attacking the sovereignty, attacking another country with military force is illegal. So that
Okay,
is where the
but
legality stands.
I
Yes.
want to get
In,
more to
go
where
on.
you see this going with regime modification or transition system. Like, how do you just think it?
I think if you listen to Iran experts, they tell you that without boots on the ground, there isn't going to be a regime change. Those of us who oppose this knew that regime change wasn't a feasible option, given how entrenched this system is. Iran is different from Iraq. It didn't have just one dictator who insisted on micromanaging everything. We know that regime is an institution, is a group of institutions, and is very entrenched. So just defining what regime change means, I mean, what people were aspiring. Let's go back to what people wanted. What triggered this? What was the demand of protesters? What triggered this was people wanted the instruments of internal repression in Iran to be degraded, to disappear. They also wanted reprieve from a crushing economic situation in Iran. Now let's think about what this war will achieve. Is this war going to deliver that economic reprieve that people were demanding? No, it's not. Look at the videos, look at the condition, look at the destruction, look at where this war is going. And also, the best this war can achieve is maybe degrade Iran's ability to be a, a perceived threat to its external neighbors. Iran was never a threat. It had not invaded another country for 200 years, but that's a different discussion. Let's just talk about the what this war can possibly achieve. It might achieve that, but it's not going to degrade the instruments of internal repression. In fact, if anything, that's going to increase, because it's going to involve sleeper cells in Iran. There's going to make the regime even worried about its existential situation, is going to make them even go harder. So it's not at all clear that, in fact, it is. What is clear is that there's clear divergence between the demands of people inside Iran and what this war is trying to achieve at the moment. So that is a worry. In terms of the regional countries, the Gulf countries, I really think the best scenario would be for the Gulf countries, and let's not forget, there are family dictatorships themselves. They're not actually paragon of liberal and democracy. The best thing that could happen is that for the regional countries to understand that the best way of ensuring security and peace in our region and for the wider world is to cooperate and to ask, what are American forces doing in our region? They have absolutely no business to be in that region, and they've been the force of war and destruction in our region. And I don't have to talk about Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan and everything that's been happening. That is completely clear. So now that we know that the Gulf countries finally understand that America is unable to ensure their security, just like Israel has been unable to ensure the security of Israelis, then the logical conclusion is for Americans to get out. They haven't been an honest broker of peace in our region, and they have not. All they have brought us is death
Sure.
and destruction.
Thank
So
you,
that would
Donna.
be the way forward.
Thank you, Donna. I want to get to Dr. Fungi and get to some of the other hands. Dr. Fungi, I have a question, and I want to hear everything you wanted to say already, but I wanted to see if you could also comment on this a little bit. We've talked about how Russia and China would react recognizing a government, but I'm curious if a transitional leadership tried to pivot Iran away from its current alignment with Russia and China, how would that affect recognition and economic support from Western countries? And also, how would that impact the transactional relationships that they've had, the intel, the decades of partnership or not friendship, but those transactional partnerships? How would that impact this next cycle, whether it's the regime modification, switching its policies with respect to Russia and China, or just a new transitional government, a new system coming in?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the question, but there are two things.
Yes, you can answer it after. I
Yeah,
wanted you
but
to say whatever
I
you
don't
wanted
want to
to
be
raise your
too
hand
long
for.
because it's getting late here, and I just want to first thank you both Samira and yourself, Azi, for this excellent co-hosting the space. It was really a high quality space, and I really appreciate. And I want to thank all the panelists as well who were there before. There's one thing that I want to answer now because. The claim there's a claim here that I've just heard, which I'm going to debunk, regarding the fact that the Islamic Republic has never invaded another country. This is, I would say, technically accurate in the narrowest possible definition of the word invade. The Islamic Republic has not sent uniformed troops across the border in a conventional military operation in this modern era, but that framing is deliberately chosen to obscure what Iran has actually done, or the Islamic Republic, to put it correctly. And it conflates the method of aggression with the fact of aggression. And by that same logic, we can say that the Soviet Union never invaded Afghanistan because it was invited in. So the distinction between direct and proxy military force is legally and morally irrelevant when the proxy force is funded, trained, armed, commanded, and directed by the IRGC and by the Islamic Republic. And here is what the Islamic Republic has actually done concretely and specifically. It created, funded, trained, armed, and directed Hezbollah, a military organization that has conducted suicide bombings, assassinations, rocket campaigns, and cross border raids against Israel for 4 decades. I'm talking about the 1983 Beirut barracks bombing that killed 241 American servicemen and 58 French paratroopers. This was carried out by this organization, Hezbollah, with direct Islamic Republic involvement. I can talk about the 1994 AMIA bombing in Buenos Aires. That was the deadliest terrorist attack in Argentine history. It killed 85 people in a Jewish community center. And that was carried out by Hezbollah with Islamic Republic direction. Argentine courts indicted Iranian officials, including former President Rafsanjani. The Islamic Republic created, funded, and directed Hamas's military wing, and the PIJ. They provided the rockets, the training, and the funding that made October 7 possible. This is not contested. Hamas leadership has said it publicly. Iranian officials have said it publicly. The Islamic Republic created, armed, and directed the Houthi movement in Yemen. I am half East African. I know who they are and how dangerous they are. And they directed them to the point where the Houthis are now firing Iranian-designed ballistic missiles at Israeli cities, Saudi infrastructure, and international shipping lanes. The weapons recovered from Houthi stockpiles are Iranian military hardware. They're not Yemeni-designed weapons. The Islamic Republic directed the popular mobilization forces in Iraq. These factions killed American soldiers. They conducted cross-border strikes into Saudi Arabia and Israel. They kind of operated as a de facto Iranian foreign legion inside a sovereign Arab state. We all know about the IRGC Quds Force that has conducted assassination operations on European soil. France, Germany, Denmark, Albania. They targeted Iranian dissidents and Jewish community figures. Okay, so the statement made here, the quote unquote Iran never invaded anyone argument, is the geopolitical equivalent of saying a crime boss never personally pulled the trigger. It is technically true, it is false in every meaningful sense. The Islamic Republic has been in a state of active military aggression against Israel, against Jewish communities worldwide, against its Arab neighbors, and against Western interests for 47 years. The method was proxy forces and deniable operations rather than the classic uniformed armies. Not because the Islamic Republic was peaceful, but because that method was more effective and harder to attribute. So the results for the people on the receiving end were identical. I want to make that clear. That's the first thing. And I'm Jewish, and I'm half East African.
So,
So,
Dr. Fungi, I just want to point something out, maybe, and just if you can clarify this. I think I know what I'm trying to not let this conversation, because it's been
yep.
great. I don't want it to go into the direction that I know that it might end up going into by anyone. But I think just so we're all clear on the context of this conversation, we're specifically talking about Iran, not any other country that could have contributed to some of the things that you're talking about as well, because it's not just solely Iran or 47 years of a policy, specifically Iran, but we are talking about Iran right now in this context. So I think I just wanted to clarify or ask you to clarify. You're saying it in the context of the conversation we're having it in.
Absolutely,
You're
because
not suggesting at all that no other country has.
but I don't
Donna,
want to
wait
go
one
on. I
second.
don't want to go on with that
Yeah,
conversation because I want to
that's what I
debunk it.
just wanted to clarify for anyone else listening that you're not suggesting that no one else also did. We're specifically talking about Iran right here. That's why you're
The
responding.
Islamic Republic, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I want
Okay,
to.
I just wanted to make that
Yeah,
clear that so
no, you're
you
definitely
were.
right, and I mean, no problem at all, and I know why you're doing this. There were two things I wanted to talk about, but probably because I wanted to shift the conversation onto a little bit about Europe and what is happening right now. with the European Union. But first, let me just answer your question, and then if you don't want to talk about Europe, that's fair enough. I
No,
really
no, no.
don't mind.
Actually, I mean, you don't have to answer that other question. We've kind of touched on the China and the Russia angle of it, but I am actually curious when it comes to Europe, because I've looked at this, and the IRGC is actually very, very unique in the world. The way that it's designed and structured, it's almost like its own government. And you've spoken about this. There's a lot of research around this. As Iranians, we look at that too and see. I mean, even Araghchi and Pezeshkian and leadership in Iran's current government have also alluded to that over the last week, that they're kind of like, in their own, they're hanging out over here and operating and moving forward with directives in this way. And then you've got the political aspect of it, the government with Pezeshkian, Araghchi, et cetera, operating this way. And there's sometimes a little bit of a disconnect in the communication and the policy and strategy. So with that background, a brief background there, when the EU listed IRGC as a terrorist organization, which is very unique, the way that IRGC is listed as a terrorist organization in many countries, if you can maybe weave some of that in from the legal technical aspect of it too, and what that really, really means, because most might not understand what that means, in addition to what you were going to say about the EU.
Well, I was going to talk about the 27 member states and just explain that Europe did not walk into this war together. It was dragged into it from 3 different directions at once. You have fracture lines among the 27 member states that are now visible, but they were already there. They was just waiting for exactly this kind of moment to be exposed. And what I was going to say is that you have now 3 blocks amongst the 27 member states. And you know that when there's a decision that needs to be taken, it has to be unanimous. And so we have a problem here. We have the eastern flank, the Baltic states, Poland, the Netherlands. They align with Washington without significant hesitation, because their calculation has nothing to do with the Islamic Republic. It never did. These are countries that wake up every morning thinking about Russia, and they have made a cold transactional decision. The Washington relationship that underwrites their security against Moscow is worth more than any principled position on the legality of a US military campaign in the Middle East. So, not condemning the strikes is the price of keeping Trump invested in Article 5. It is rational. It is also deeply uncomfortable, because the same countries that are loudest about international law and sovereignty in the context of Ukraine are silent when Washington is the one doing what they call the violating. And I put that, quote unquote. So that contradiction has not gone unnoticed in other European countries, mainly Madrid, Dublin, or even Brussels. And it is quite a problem when you look at the European Union's ability to speak in a single moral register on anything. Then you have another bloc with France, Germany, and the UK that have placed themselves in the most, I would say, politically uncomfortable position of all. That's what I call the cautious middle, that has convinced itself it can thread the needle between Washington and international law without choosing either. They have made a joint statement, and that's a masterpiece of diplomatic ambiguity. It condemns Iran's Iran strike, so the strikes coming from the Islamic Republic, as disproportional, but they're saying nothing about, the U.S. Israeli strikes. It calls for negotiations, and it says the Iranian people must determine their own future, which is regime change. The German chancellor has been the least, I would say, disguised of the 3. He told Trump privately that Berlin agrees the Tehran regime must go, and he said publicly that Europe does not lecture its partners on military choices. Keith Starmer is in the same position, but he's more constrained because he is still operating on the post-Brexit logic that the special relationship with Washington is the primary axis of British foreign policy, and that friction on Iran, on Iran risks that relationship. We've seen some posts from President Trump, and this is going to probably risk the relationship at the precise moment he needs Trump's goodwill on trade and defense. None of the three has condemned the campaign in really harsh terms. All three have quietly moved closer to endorsing its outcome, but they're just preserving enough rhetorical distance to avoid being legally bound by the words. And we know that France,
Yeah.
with President Macron, is really focusing on Lebanon at the moment. And then you have Spain and Ireland. They have been, well, those are the most anti Semitic countries in Europe. Sanchez named the initial attack as a violation of international law. Ireland has been the sharpest European Union voice on civilian casualties and humanitarian law implications of striking quote unquote civilian infrastructures. So, but these are not peripheral actors. Spain is the fourth largest European Union economy. So, what they are saying in plain terms is that the European Union's entire post 1945 legal order is being dismantled in real time. So that answers your legal question, and that the cautious course decision to look the other way sets a precedent that will be used against European interests the next time the double standard does not run in Europe's favor. That's not my quote, that's their statements. So
Thank you.
this makes the European leaders were notified of the strikes minutes before they happened. They were not consulted, they were not briefed, they were really notified minutes before. That is not an alliance, that is a courtesy call.
Yeah, and you know what? You bring up an interesting point, Dr. Fungi, and I want to give a quick update on some of the strikes that I'm seeing in Iraq. But so if you have to leave, I just want to say thank you to you real quick for being here with us and for a lot of the excellent input in terms of the
Thank
legal
you.
aspects as well. But would love for you to listen to this part of it based on what you just said. You know, Ravi came in. Ravi also follows a lot of the business and industry aspect of things. You know, the impact on different sectors. And one of the things that I remember he mentioned was that I think he said he was just in Dubai and they were working on this huge project and no one had anticipated, nobody knew. And a lot of as time went on, I started to learn more and more that, you know, really nobody knew, just like at the EU, nobody really knew until the very last minute. And I think that's what caught everybody off guard as well in terms of these other countries. And I did notice that there is still a level of restraint. So you hear different members of, you know, presidents or leadership of different countries saying, we reserve the right, we're going to enter this. But I haven't really seen that happen in the real sense. I just see rhetoric around it, but I don't really see anybody getting involved the way that we would assume or expect to see it. And so that is cause for curiosity for me when I'm looking at this. And I wonder if that's one of those perhaps de-escalation tactics where there's, you know, maybe hope that there may sort of be some sort of negotiation, de-escalation or pause or ceasefire or something, because of also parallel to all of this running on a track next to it is the economic issues, the energy crisis, potential energy crisis that could happen from all this. So I do find that interesting, and you know, when you were breaking that down with the different countries and how they're reacting. So thank you for that.
Ozzy, why would you expect to see European countries get involved, though? What is in
I
it?
I'm
Is that what you were
I
saying? I'm
agree
sorry,
with
maybe.
you.
Yeah, I can't even imagine why they would. It's a quagmire. This is a Donald Trump production. They're just desperate to keep them on the side of NATO in many ways, right? So they're all over the place with their statements. They're trying to show some sort of restraint, but also some sort of I wouldn't say support, but not hamstringing him in any particular way, but I can't imagine why any of them would really want to get involved. It's this is the U.S.
They can get involved, but in just one aspect, it's the reconstruction, because normally it has three tools it can use in any foreign policy crisis: the sanctions, the military force, and money. And on the Islamic Republic, on Iran, it has already spent two of them. The sanctions toolkit is exhausted. Europe spent years escalating its sanctions regime, the asset freezes, the oil embargoes, the SWIFT disconnection, the latest, the IRGC terrorism designation. So it has nothing left to add. Every significant lever has already been pulled, which means Europe cannot threaten the Islamic Republic with anything it has not already done, and it cannot offer the Islamic Republic sanctions relief as an incentive for anything, because the sanctions architecture is now so interlocked with the US system that Europe cannot unilaterally lift it, even if it wanted to. The military capacity, well, nothing to be seen in this context.
Yeah.
And then it leaves money, reconstruction. This is the one card Europe still holds, and has not played. So there should be a pre-commitment to reconstruction funding. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any. But that would give Europe even
No,
more
and in fact,
leverage.
Dr. Fungi, I think part of that is because if they do commit that funding, then they're also committed to nation building, which is anti what Trump and the, what Americans are expecting not to happen. So I can understand why that hasn't come up yet.
Absolutely. The reason is politics again. As I said, there are three blocks. So the eastern flank does not want to be seen undermining Washington's transition management. The middle one,
right,
the cautious middle, does not want to spend political capital on a framework that might fail. And the other ones, they lack the weight to force the agenda. It is as simple as
yeah,
that.
yeah. Well, I appreciate you being with us here tonight, Dr. Fungi. Thank you so much. I want to give a quick update on a couple of things. We're starting to see, traffic diversions. Riyadh is diverting their flights and away from their airspace, and also over Iraq. We saw a notice from the Kuwaiti Armed Forces saying that they have intercepted some missiles, but a social security building was struck from some of that debris, and we're seeing some of the fires break out in some of those buildings. So that's kind of interesting. The Public Institution for Social Security Office announced, and I'm looking at a video right now. It's like set ablaze essentially from some of that debris. So I just wanted to give a couple of those quick updates there. I know, John, you've been waiting for a while. Donna, you wanted to respond to something Dr. Fungi said, so I'll give you 30 seconds to just say something real quick to what she said, but I want to get to some of the other hands, to Ali Reza and John and Aladdin for any other thoughts. Donna? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Ozzy,
I,
I
I hear
can
you.
hear you,
I
but
don't
Okay,
see Donna unmuting, to be honest.
okay, so oh, there she is. Donna, are you there? Okay, I'll give it like one more second. Donna, can you hear us? If not, you might have to go down and recycle and try to come back up again. Maybe close the app.
I see her as listener.
I thought I
that's
saw
okay. We
him.
can just
Yeah,
go to
we'll
the
go to
next person.
John.
Yeah.
I think John, you had your hand up, I believe.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what Donna said, but honestly, Dr. Fungi did a really good job. So I just wanted to just add on some details to what she was talking about. So she mentioned the '94 bombing in Argentina.
Yes, yes. John, do you mind if we
Yeah,
just go to her?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Go, sure. Yeah.
Donna, I wanted to get to
Uh,
some hands, but I wanted to give you a chance, 30 seconds to respond to what Dr. Fungi was saying. I know you wanted to say something.
Okay, I'll be
Yeah,
very short. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, thank you, Ozzy, for clarifying that the shadow wars and the proxy wars wasn't being fought one-sided. It was all over the place, and there is a very specific um, definition of invasion and what US and Israel have done because of the lack of imminent threats from Iran amid negotiation, and when there was a breakthrough and where we heard from Omani foreign minister that peace was within reach. I know everyone in this room would know all of this information. This will make it an illegal war. So that's where the legality stands. And also, I really want to go back and encourage people to think about, if they are talking about future of Iran, to include in that discussion the role of Western power, in particular the US in the region. And I really do think that what's happening in the Gulf countries is going to reset people's minds and attitude towards the role of the US. I was actually in Saudi Arabia when the 12-day just before the 12-day war happened, and it became obvious that it was about to happen. And as we were leaving, we cut short, we were planning to holiday in Jordan, and we cut short our trip. It became obvious that they were extremely confident that what was happening with Iran, between US, Israel, and Iran, will not in any way affect them. They really had that confidence. They were encouraging us to stay, that the region was safe, and there was no need to panic. And this was the mindset and mentality of people at the time. So imagine the shock that people will be experiencing now that this has become regional, now that the interceptors that America promised the Gulf countries are being redirected towards Israel to protect Tel Aviv and to protect Israel. This is going to have a huge psychological effect. The political psychology of the whole region is going to change. And let's also think about where all this started. It started with Sykes and Picot agreement, with the British involvement, and then with the American orchestrated coup in 1953 in Iran. All of those memories are still very vivid in people's minds. So there will be serious discussions, and and the role of America in standing, not only in the world, but particularly in that region, will be hugely diminished. So I hope that we will give this, make this part of our discussions going forward.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Donna. John, you want to go ahead? I know you heard, and then welcome Deep. We're going to go to Ali Reza, and then we'll go to Deep.
Yeah, so just quickly to kind of pile on to what Dr. Munji was saying. So in '94, there was a terrorist attack carried out by the IRGC in Argentina. And there's a guy by the name of Ahmad Vahidi who has an active Interpol warrant for his involvement in this. And he was just promoted as the new IRGC chief, right? So it's, a guy who has an international arrest warrant out for terrorism is commanding, a section of the IRGC right now for the Iranian government. And he's been involved in, plenty of setting up these networks and designing them from Hezbollah and others. And then also when Qasem Soleimani was killed in Iraq a couple of years ago, he was in the car with Abu Mahdi, who's the founder of Hezbollah in Iraq, right? So these groups, in various points in different countries in the Middle East have, carried out some pretty ugly atrocities. In Lebanon, Syria, decades of attacking Israel and terrorism elsewhere. So it's you have to keep that in mind when thinking about how the Israelis view these people and then how others view them. Donna also said that she thinks that the attitudes of the Gulf is going to change towards the U.S. because now they're getting hit. But the thing is, first of all, there's no evidence of that. I think the evidence is the partnerships are deepening. They're placing more orders for munitions. There seems to be some building of a pipeline from Ukraine to the Gulf for counter drone tech. And then there's also zero evidence for the U.S. moving interceptors from the Gulf to Israel. Israel already has a substantial setup for interceptors, already. So, there's none of I don't think any of that is true. If you look at the evidence, if you look at the statements, from the government. If you look at the things that journalists from these countries, from the Gulf states, are saying on X, all of it suggests that they're going to deepen their cooperation and ties with the United States. And there isn't in war, people die, right? And if I shoot missiles at your country and you have missiles, you're going to shoot them in my country. And there isn't a magic wand that you can wave to prevent those missiles from impacting. Like the US has created this technology to mitigate some of that, but it happens, right? And there's no one in the Gulf who can say it's the United States' fault that we're getting hit with Iranian drones and missiles. It's the Iranian government's fault for that. Those states didn't attack Iran. In fact, they spent decades trying to build a bridge towards Iran, and Iran just burned that bridge. So I think that's important to keep in mind.
Thanks, John. You bring up an interesting point here. Personally, one of my criticisms is, and I see things from a PR perspective, crisis communications perspective, and the fact that they put Ahmad Wahidi as in charge of that, knowing that there's also an arrest warrant. I wonder what that communication sends, that nonverbal message does that send when we're in the middle of something like this, and there's potential perhaps for de-escalation, for ceasefire, for all of these things. So I kind of wondered when I saw that myself, given the history that you were just sharing with us. I want to get to some of the hands real quick. I'm going to go to Ali Reza and then Deep and Aladdin.
Sure, Ozzy, thank you. Ozzy, did you mean Ahmad Vahidi?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm very tired.
No problem. Yes. So for those who are not familiar with this figure, he's a notorious IRGC commander. He was the mastermind behind a bombing in Argentina, and he held many top national security and defense positions in Iran, and he's back in power again after the war. So I just wanted to also push back on the notion that the threat from the Islamic Republic was not an imminent threat. It was always an imminent threat. It was never dealt with. It was never treated as an imminent threat.
I'm sorry. What was that? What was it that you were talking about? An imminent threat? I lost sound for a second.
I said the threat from the Islamic Republic has always been an imminent threat. Okay, it's not something. I will give you an example. Like all these terrorist activities, all these IRGC activities across the Middle East, it's happening, or it's been happening every day. It's always an imminent threat, but it has up to now never been treated as one or never been dealt with. And at some point, enough is enough, right? So the other thing, mentioning about the relationship between the Arab states and Israel, I guarantee you going forward, you will see a lot closer military and intelligence collaboration between these states. It makes a lot of sense. Israel has an amazing defense technology. 50% of their GDP growth comes from deep tech, and in particular export of these technologies. I'm sure Arab states would love to have these technologies to deal with Iranian missiles or any threats like that. But Ozzy, going forward, I would love to get back to the conversation you started about half an hour ago, and that was the interim government of Iran, and what it entails. I see a lot of hands going up. Maybe we'll come back and have that pick up that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good conversation to continue to have. When we're in the middle, when we're waiting for like news updates and when some of that news is escalated, because right now it's kind of that awkward time where we're seeing some developments, but it's not that daytime hour where we get the bulk of it. And as we hear conversations and statements from Trump and other leaders and other group members of whoever they are, I think it's good to kind of talk through what that really looks like from a practical perspective, and also in terms of like the US policy or the objective side of it. So we can continue to have that conversation. I wanted to ask you a question though about what you said
Sure.
in terms of the IRGC or the Islamic Republic always being an imminent threat, and why no one's ever addressed it. And this is a question for Aladdin too, and others, Deep as well, feel free. Do you various points over the past 4 decades, these Western countries and other countries have indirectly or maybe even directly benefited from, coordinated with, or even temporarily aligned with the interests that aligned those interests with Iran and the IRGC linked actors? Because I can think back to Afghanistan after 9/11, and there was direct cooperation, or there was that Northern Alliance support in the 90s, I remember, even with the Taliban. Iraq after the 2003 invasion, there were these parallel interests throughout time that you could say occurred. And so I wonder sometimes, though, is it that it worked for them then and it just doesn't work for them now, and that's why we're here? Because um, I think it's a little bit unfair to say that they've always been an imminent threat when a lot of powers have also used them this way transactionally, how it benefited. Do you understand my question?
I understand the question, but I, with all due respect, probably disagree with the premise of the question. Look, in Afghanistan, yes, there was a short period of collaboration between the United States and Iran on a shared threat, which was Taliban. For those who might not know, Taliban before 9/11, they massacred a number of diplomats and reporters inside Iranian diplomatic missions in Afghanistan that actually took Iran to the verge of war with Taliban. So there was this deep resentment there, and briefly they cooperated. I'm not sure post 2003 in Iraq, because by that time Iran was on the axis of evil list. So the only other probably collaboration I remember was ISIS, and maybe kind of a loosely collaboration in the sense of Iranians organizing the ground boots on the ground type of response, and Americans having an air campaign. That being said, I just believe right now, for a long time, Iran had, for example, Hezbollah and these proxies as projection of its power, as means of projecting its power. And I remember very vividly reading and hearing from the leaders of Iran that if the United States has these aircraft carriers to project its power, we have these proxy forces. I think what happened since October 7, thanks to Israel, those proxy forces have been completely decimated, especially Hezbollah. And with that has given an opportunity now to address this. I think if Hezbollah was as strong as it had been, probably we would have not seen this war. I think that, thanks to Bibi, this created an opportunity to really go for the head of the snake. Does that answer your question, Ozzy?
Yeah, it does. It does. I get it. But I also think back to history, and I wonder sometimes if we really understand it. And I think the relevance in understanding it is, where we go from here, because we've also heard Trump say, he's fine with a religious person who gets along with the West and its neighbors. And so when I think back to it, I think back to the 80s during the Iran-Iraq War, and I think of the relationship to the extent possible. I give that disclaimer, but the relationship that existed to the point where, I mean, Israel and Iran had some kind of transactional exchange there, where Israel supported Iran during the Iran-Iraq War. And if we think about the life cycle and the evolution of the IRGC, it wasn't until the late 80s where we saw a real war, like a transformation from the war of what the IRGC originally was. And then when we go post the late 80s into the 90s, we see it expanded into this political and economic establishment. And then, of course, from the 2000s to now. So I guess given that history of it, though, and when we talk about it has always been an imminent threat, I think if we're being, historically accurate, I don't think that that's the way that all the countries see it. I think that as Iranians, when we're looking at things going on now with the desires and the outcomes that we're perhaps seeking, we sometimes forget this history there. And I think if we don't make sure that we acknowledge at least its existence, then as we look forward, as we look at what's going on now, we're kind of missing some of the things that we should really be looking for that could, I don't know, give signal or help us understand what's really going on here and what to see in the future. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. As I said, like,
Yeah.
Ozzy, I don't want to
So I want to.
dominate. I don't want to dominate the
Yeah,
conversation.
I want to get to John Aladdin. So I want to go real quick, and we can continue this another day too, Alias. I think it's a good conversation to have. I'm going to go to actually Deep first. He's new to the panel tonight, and then I'm going to get to Aladdin and then John. And then we'll start wrapping up with some final thoughts for the space tonight. It's a little bit slow with the news cycles as well. So, but excellent conversations tonight. So welcome, Deep. How are you?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Great discussion. Look, as far as how am I mean, I don't like the optics of war. I don't think anybody likes the optics of war, but at the end of the day, we can understand why things are happening and try to kind of get to context of how we can kind of shape tomorrow's future, right? Just to get straight to some of the things that were brought up while I was listening, at the end of the day, great powers will always pursue great interests, and it's not always going to be, you could say, the way that things are optically supposed to be. And I think the reason that I came up actually was, I think there was a lady from New Zealand that was up earlier saying that this war is illegal and what happened is illegal and everything. And there may be some truth to that, but regardless, if a great power has interests in the region that it feels like it's compromised, it's going to take a natural course of action. And I think most Americans here want to pursue their interests. They want to, have the petrodollar on top of the world, and they don't want any threat to the petrodollar in the region. And to be straight to the point, the current setup of Iran was kind of getting towards the concept of multipolarity and this idea that there can be an alternative financial system and a hegemonic system to the West. And you mentioned, like, in the earlier stages of the Islamic Republic, there were periods of cooperation, and there were periods where, the U.S. saw interests aligning with Iran. But unfortunately, over time, as a state or a nation grows, and that state or nation has differing interests from the U.S.-led world order since 1949, or sorry, 45, right, post World War II, there will be a natural course of action against that particular government or entity. And to be very honest with you, I think the United States and Israel felt that Iran was getting emboldened. It was getting more powerful. It had certain military capabilities in the region with its proxies that it was exercising quite effectively. And they just didn't want to see any threats. And this isn't anything new from Trump, right? In the first Trump administration, you saw him take out Qasem Soleimani. He made countless threats to the government, but I don't think it really changed the calculus of the region in any way, shape, or form. And then come the second Trump administration, he's made it very clear. If you look at the actions in Venezuela, you look at the pressure on Cuba, and then of course you look at what's going on in Iran right now. Any threat to the petrodollar, any country that is a middle power that is kind of contending or going hostile to the U.S., the U.S. will go after that country. And I don't think that is anything different from Russia or any other great power in the world order. It's just preservation of interests. Now, what happens next is too hard to say. I kind of would have hoped that diplomacy certainly would have worked out, but it didn't. And we're here stuck in this warlike situation with oil prices going to skyrocket to record highs, in my opinion. Other people could have differing views. My view is that we are going to see a global energy crisis from this the longer this goes on. I hope this thing gets resolved in a couple weeks, but there's no there's no kind of timeline here. This thing could go on for a long time, and the longer it goes on, The longer the Strait of Hormuz is not fully operational and functional, yes, it's not closed, but nobody wants to go through it because of the risk at the moment. As long as that exists, I think there will be issues. But at the end of the day, I don't really see this as too different from great powers for just pursuing their own interests. And I don't necessarily think it's moral or immoral. I mean, I just think it's whatever nation states feel like is important to keep their hegemonic dominance and power in the world. And maybe this is a lesson to other middle powers that are listening into this, that are hostile to the U.S. Is you just, do you want to be the enemy of the United States? Do you want to create hostile interests to the United States? And if you do, don't expect rosy scenarios in the future. And I think that a lot of Americans voted for Donald Trump, just to conclude, as a commander in chief that exercises the power of the most or the greatest military in modern history. So, a lot of things will be analyzed and said when this is all over. My main concern is
Yeah,
the
what
humanitarian aspect of things as well. And
well,
yeah.
speaking of that, I mean, the humanitarian aspect, I think, of course, inside of Iran, already was kind of not in the best condition. Already a very, very poor economic situation. And then for those that don't remember or follow this, shortly after the 8th and the protests in Iran on the 8th and the 9th, that week, at the same day of the UN Security Council that America called, they also hit they put out a 25% tariff. And I think it was India that immediately stopped exporting rice to Iran. And so, they were already dealing with a drought and coming out of that. So even like domestic rice production was actually an issue. I was following that for a long time. And so there is the potential for that. But I did also see news of Lulu Group, I think out of India, airlifting through, I think it was helicopters, to UAE. So like this air cargo used as a temporary workaround. What's the feasibility on that long term? How do we see that, especially with Maersk kind of pausing some of its shipment, not completely stopping all food shipment, but we are seeing, they've sort of stopped accepting some of those cargo bookings. So with that in mind, even expanding that issue across the region, do you see the potential for that kind of
Oh,
escalating as this
100%.
war continues?
100%. I mean, if you were a shipping company, why would you want to enter into a region that is engulfed in war? Even if you were to, let's say, get guarantees from the U.S. military, which Trump is ready to provide, there's still a lot of problems that can go wrong. And if you are in the IRGC, you're also thinking of, well, how can I conduct asymmetrical warfare? And asymmetrical warfare could be planting sea mines. It could be doing all sorts of things that can get disruptions in global shipping and commerce, at least temporarily. And the other problem is let's just say that this whole situation gets resolved in a couple weeks or 4 weeks. Trump goes on, just like George W. Bush did, and says, mission accomplished. We did everything we needed to do, and you start seeing traffic resume on the Strait of Hormuz. The real question is, how long will it really take to get back to where we were at pre-war levels? And the answer is, it's going to take a long time. And on top of that, right, energy is the biggest feedstock to everything. Without, stable energy prices, you are not going to have a functional running economic system. And that goes for us in the US. Yes, we are energy blessed. We do produce 13.5 million barrels of oil per day, but that still doesn't mean that Americans are going to have to pay record high prices at the pump. It still doesn't mean that inflation is going to go back up into 4, 5, 6% over time. Just depends on, or even more, depends on how long this thing goes on. But we
Right.
are going to see, just to wrap it up, we are going to see inflation across the entire commodity basket, and I don't think that people here should kind of be accustomed to what they've been used to being accustomed, in the sense that we're used to lower prices for food and energy in the last year. I think we're going to see things double or triple, and the developing world is going to suffer a lot more, unfortunately, than say the United States or even Russia, which is an energy superpower, because they don't have access to cheap and efficient energy, and a lot of them are not going to get, especially countries like India, they're going to have a hard time with fertilizers. A lot of their, like 25-30% of their fertilizers come from the Gulf, and nobody wants to ship right now through the Gulf. So let's
Yeah, and
yeah.
speaking on that real quick, and then I'm gonna get to Aladdin, but appreciate the thoughts, Steve. I said this the other day. This kind of reminds me of the pandemic and 2020 and going into 2021, 2022, because the inflation rates that went up, a lot of that, I think the number one or number two reason for that was the shipping issues. The shipping industry caused a lot of that significant inflation globally. And I think we're starting to see that now. If we see the energy go the direction that it is, the energy markets, especially with the shipping and the impact going all the way from Asia, towards the Western Hemisphere. I wonder if we're going to start to see something reminiscent of those days as well. What do you think?
Yeah, just the last thing on that. So the Strait of Hormuz is responsible for 20.9 million barrels of oil per day in global maritime trade, right? In terms of oil trade. And that is more than the United States as an entire country consumes, which is over 20% of the entire world's global energy in a given oil consumption in a given day. So if this thing is not resolved in a few weeks, we are going to have to pay for that at the pump and the grocery stores everywhere, and there's going to be massive disruptions, and the developing world is going to suffer a lot more than the developed world. I mean, I do think Europe is going to suffer more in the developed world because they have a hard time getting energy as it is with the Russia-Ukraine war. But then on top of that, you have this massive
Well, do you
global
think those sanctions that Trump was willing to kind of
lift on Russia.
lift on Russia?
Yeah, that's not enough. I mean, Russia
Yeah.
already has, I think, a lot of their oil, sold to their market. Yes, it's not at optimal production capacity for Russia, but even if you get Russia and American shale at optimal levels, you are still going to have over 20, like this is a massive amount of energy we're talking about. Like the Middle East, the
Right.
GCC is responsible for uh, a very large chunk. It's over a quarter of global energy in a given day. And if you just
Yeah.
don't get global commerce flowing, you're going to have issues. And yes, Russia is going to make a lot of money from this. Russia is going to profit an awful lot from this because they are an oil-centric economy. And America needs that Russian oil in the market to bring down somewhat of that price pressure. But
Mhm.
it's not going to be enough to relieve triple-digit barrel oil until we get
Yeah.
the Middle East
So
back online. Triple-digit oil.
I think we're going to start to see some of that. I think maybe some indications. We'll see what Monday brings us. I'm going to go to Aladdin. Thank you so much for waiting. What are your final thoughts on what we've been talking about and where we're going next?
I actually did my analysis. I put in the jumbotron, so everybody, we got like 2,000 plus people on here. Go to my page, look at my analysis. The Iran, Israel versus U.S. Iran versus Israel. I did a quick analysis. And also, I'm going to do an update on every IRGC attack since 1983, which is the first one recorded, and accredited to IRGC. With that being said, I think the IRGC, they are playing the long game in here, and I think at this point, I think the Trump administration thought they can wrap this up in 2 weeks, and it seems like it's going to take a lot longer because the Donald Trump himself quoted a couple of days ago that it's going to take about 4 to 6 weeks, and I think is going to drag a little bit longer than that. And the IRGC are going to capitalize on that as closer we get to the election, the midterm in the United States. And the longer this conflict uh, takes, the more catastrophic the election going to be on the GOP, especially. And that's my analysis. And I think the
Thanks,
IRGC.
Aladdin.
Yeah, thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you. John, I'm going to go to you in a second, but I want to say welcome to Dr. Diraj. We're kind of wrapping up here, but I'm grateful that you joined us, and I'd love your thoughts on what you've seen so far. Where do you think we're headed? Go ahead if you can hear me.
Hi, good morning, guys. This is Dr. Dheeraj, and thank you for having me on your space. And I think I just heard this, and I've been hearing a couple of days earlier as well. I really like the thoughts coming out of here, and I heard you, Azi. I think you're right on spot. I actually do speak as an expert on AI healthcare and geopolitics. I'm currently in India, so connected well to Indian news media channels. I appear there regularly. But I think some of the thoughts coming out of here are exactly right. I do feel that IRGC has had been preparing for this. They have multiple layers. So the top layer is gone, the second and the third is gone, and they have multiple layers. So they are fully intending to stretch it out. Like you guys all know that recently there was a video released to show how much stockpiles of missiles and drones they still have. Definitely, if you talk about how India is looking at it, they are watching it. And recently, Russian oil, the U.S. government has spoken to Indian ministry and told them that they will open up, they will let them buy more and more Russian oil. So definitely, Russia is benefiting in it. But I feel this war overall, I personally don't feel this will go for a very long time because huge financial interests are involved, and at the more the war is like lasting, it's spreading more to even UAE, Saudi and Qatar, and there are so many statements coming from their official channels that they're not going to just sit and watch. So Saudi has a very strong air force, UAE does, and I'm worried if these countries come and join the war, it may become a little more ugly for Iran, which is not good because I have a lot of Iranian friends,
Yeah.
amazing people, hardworking people, and I really wish this war lasts much less than it looks like it will. And I really hope that Iranian youth, which have been protesting, get more strength, and somebody rebels from IRGC or senior level, and can be the face, and this war can be halted.
Thank you, Dr. Diraj. I have a quick question for you. This is more framed around your healthcare background. Um, one of the things that we don't really talk about are the implications on healthcare system, whether it's the mental health system, mental health aspect of it, or the medical physiological aspect. When we think about these things, one of the when we see wars like this happen, when we see the ability for import and export, how do you see the hospital systems managing, for example, chemotherapy, getting drugs, all of those things that sometimes we take for granted that occurs every single day in the healthcare system? Just really quickly, if you can maybe talk us through what you're seeing. Are you tracking any of that in terms of the healthcare, as any impacts to healthcare inside of Iran?
Azi, I think that's an excellent question. Matter of fact, nobody wants to even know about it. So I'm a transplant kidney pancreas specialist. It's an advanced medicine, but even at the basic level of nephrology, dialysis is hugely disrupted. Like even in Russia-Ukraine war, I've been speaking to a lot of friends and folks over there in Ukraine. It is healthcare is one of the first thing which gets affected when you have mass bombardment. Same thing happened in Palestine. Right now in Iran, I have some friends who are nephrologists. When you talk about Tehran, there is a disruption in dialysate, which is required to do hemodialysis. There is a disruption in ambulatory system. There is a disruption in certain ERs. But to tell that it's massively disrupted, I think that would be an overstatement. Chemotherapies, as you know, are not emergent most of the times unless you have
Right.
lymphoma. So they
That
would
was
be
just an example
disrupted.
I could think of. I don't know why I didn't think of dialysis. My uncle's a nephrologist. I
Oh,
totally should have thought of that.
no, I would say, dialysis is more urgent. I won't call it emergent. You have to do 3 days a week. but chemotherapy most of the times is stopped even if you have an infection. So this is one of the first one to go. But for long term, if you halt it for a few weeks, the cancer starts spreading. That is another thing. The other thing is child care. Vaccination gets disrupted big time. Children feed get disrupted big time. Elective surgeries, orthopedic procedures. So those go in a back burner. But things like, ICUs, antibiotic distribution, pressors distribution, ventilators, the other things like pacemaker placements, cardiac cath elective, they all get pushed back burner. But overall, healthcare is hugely affected. And I think what you were also, I will just like to add on, everybody who watches war does have some kind of hit on their mental health. So it's very important to get out, do some breathing exercises, because this is a very uncertain time. I'm right now traveling in India. Everybody's worried about their future. If you talk about youth, third world war, so on and so forth, it's very important to de-stress, be around your loved ones. And I hope this doesn't get out of control.
Thank you. And I hope you join us again for one of as this continues and we have these spaces, maybe one of those times where there's not a lot of news to discuss and we're having some of these other peripheral conversations, we can discuss more on that aspect of it. I appreciate that. I see your hand up, Deep. I think you had a comment to make, but John, we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Deep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, kind of some closing remarks. I think there was rational fear of the IRGC from Gulf countries for decades at this point, um, primarily due to their activity in Lebanon and their activity in sort of attacking Israel. And then I think the fact that, as far as we can tell, it seems like they fired more drones and missiles at Gulf states than they have at Israel. And Israel actually attacked them, and the Gulf states did not. Um, So I think that fear that they had is like, this is like we can point to it and say, look, like this is kind of what we felt under the surface for years. Um, so that's one thing. And then another thing is, depending on how this goes, like let's say the IRGC does fall and there's a vacuum and then some kind of situation, what the situation could look like going forward is, I think it's very possible there could be a sort of regional task force. I know Turkey has said if the situation deteriorates enough, they would push into Iran and set up a buffer zone. I wouldn't be surprised if Azerbaijan had some kind of plans that are similar to that. Um, so I could totally see a situation where there's like regional peacekeeping force or organization on that end, and then maybe money from the U.S. and Europe, um, and maybe even China as well, because I think even though China is allied with the IRGC, I don't think they're ideologically tied to them. I think they're more interested in oil and financial economic ties. So I think it could look something like that, depending on how this ends up going. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, John. Let's go to Deep for a final remark.
Yeah, absolutely. In the next couple of days and weeks, with where the situation goes, I think it's important to track the oil flows that could potentially continue, depending on, of course, the severity of the strikes. We'll find that out hopefully in the morning hours to see just how much is damaged. But it's a very simple apparatus. If Iran, the IRGC in its current form, if they run out of ways to export that oil to China, which is the economic lifeline, then it's very hard to function as a regime, regardless of whether you have multiple layers or people who are in the succession line. As a state, as an entity, you need to function with revenue, and without revenue or without the money trail, it's pretty much all over. Regarding kind of Trump and what he wants, it's a bit of a nuanced situation because to be honest with you, Ozzy, I do think that Trump wants to see a Western friendly government in Iran again, and that would probably lead to the Shah that's currently in Washington D.C., But that doesn't inherently mean that that's the only thing that is available or what's optional or optimal on the ground. And if there is a cleric that would want to work with Israel and the United States, which I don't think is ideologically possible, because of course the revolution and what happened in the years followed is very much geared towards the quote unquote liberation of Palestine in its entirety and away from Israel as a state entity. It would be interesting to see if it would be like a revised charter of some sort with kind of the U.S. and Israel cooperating. But I think at the end of the day, Trump wants to see a friendly regime or a friendly government in the coming days and weeks to U.S. and of course Israeli interests that are aligned in the Middle East. What that will look like, how that will look like, I think is the least of Trump's concerns at the moment. I think the biggest concern for him is, can I get the operation of reducing the capacity of the IRGC in its entirety done without creating massive economic damage globally and, of course, at home? And that's, I think, the biggest concern of the administration. Thanks.
Thanks. And before I go to Dr. Strange real quick for his brief thoughts, Dr. Strange, thank you for joining us. We're kind of wrapping up with the hints, but I want to read something that Trump said on Air Force One today. He said, "I said unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they, Iran, cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer, and there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too." So I think that was a good time to mention Trump's quote there. A lot of longers and unconditionals and crying uncle. Dr. Strange, go ahead.
Hi, Ozzy. Thank you so much for giving me the mic. I appreciate it. And I apologize if I'm keeping you guys up. I know you guys are wrapping up. I've been fairly consistent in my position from the get-go. I've always said that for the U.S. to topple this regime, or any other regime for that matter, it's usually a cakewalk. I would say that it's probably at a cost that the U.S. did not expect, but toppling the regime is not the issue here. And it's very naive to come in here and basically make it about toppling the regime. It's the day after. There is no force that can come in and basically fill the vacuum. And what you're going to have is more than likely, because that force is not there, the only way you can stabilize that region is to have boots on the ground. And this is a slippery slope. And this is how we end up getting involved in another Middle East nation building exercise. There is no alternative force that can go in there and basically stabilize it. And once we go in, just keep in mind the IRGC or elements who are supporters of the Ayatollah, it's not a small chunk. That's a sizable chunk, I would say, ranging in the millions. These people have lots of weapons in the country, scattered all over. They also know how to make weapons. And this is going to be another Iraq 2.0, far worse, though, far worse, because their population was much smaller, whereas Iran is 90 million plus. And these individuals, we're going to be in it for a long time before we actually are able to stabilize that region. And this will metastasize into potentially terror groups that will basically take over an oil field and then use that funding for all kinds of nefarious purposes, destabilizing the region, attacking on various Gulf countries, Saudi, Bahrain, and others who have allegiance to it's never top analyst out there ever about
Dr. Strange, Dr. Strange, you're starting to rubber band really bad. Is it just me or is it Samira? Can you hear him okay?
No, I actually had the same issue.
Okay, Dr. Strange, if you can hear us, maybe try to leave the space and come back. I appreciate. I think I understood what you're trying to say. It's a conversation we've been having, for at least a week now. So it's an important conversation to have and constantly remember that, what are we seeing next? And I think until we know fully what, Trump's objectives are and what his plans are for the next steps, we won't really know. So I hope you can join us again. I want to get to another speaker. Khalil, you're new to the space. Welcome. Would love to hear your thoughts on what you've been listening to and where you see where we are now. Khalil, can you hear me?
Sorry, I missed the mute button there. I think the situation is very complicated, in the sense that we really don't know why this is playing out the way it is. We don't really know why it started. We don't really know what the intentions are. And in listening to the different explanations for why we're doing what we're doing, there's some ones that are kind of simple, straightforward, and seem to make sense. But the direction it's going in.
Sorry, we're hearing a little bit of feedback. I don't know if you're moving around or not, but
sorry,
there's a little bit of microphone feedback.
Yeah, it's. I think it's difficult to figure out what the ultimate goal is. But given that, we know that energy is a big deal. We know that most of this is going to be driven by a sense of ownership over resources in a geopolitical competition between great powers. I think the great power question is one you got to pay attention to. I think it's encouraged by ideological underpinnings and a lot of emotion that goes with that. So there's this willingness for religious and ideological reasons to be hard hard fast in the positions you take. And so the likelihood of people backing off and thinking rationally is reduced. And so that creates a different kind of challenge. What you have to kind of weigh out, I think, is when does the economic damage that's being done and the challenges that presents outweigh the benefits of acquiring resources and holding on to them, and is a counterbalance against the ideological forces that are at play. What is true is that you can't get regime change by bombing people. It doesn't happen. What you can do is destroy the social fabric, the economic and social infrastructure that's there, and that will, in of itself, cause collapse. It's just easily predictable, and what comes out of that is unknown. When you have very complex systems that you create chaos in, the predictability of outcomes is reduced significantly. It's almost like a lottery ticket as to where you're going to end up. I think we all need to be thoughtful about what we hear and what we understand to be the motives of each side, and reduce them down to at least some semblance of a cautious understanding of where the motives are that drive goals, that drive strategy, that drive tactics, and what the ultimate outcome might be. And I don't think at this point we can predict that. I think we need to be careful with that. It is apparent that in the face of where the future of global power is going to go, we've kind of regressed back to this imperialistic approach, and it's on the part of all these great powers, where growth in your economy is tied to how much, the resources that you can acquire in whatever shape or form you acquire it, typically through force. I mean, large empires were always built around, I need to expand in order to expand my resource base. And that could be people to work on things, slaves, captive communities, captive, populations, or, you just wholesale take over the waterways, the sources of energy, the resources you need in order to build things. We're kind of back in that state. The other side of the equation that I don't think people think about, not entirely relevant to what's going on in Iran right now in the Gulf, is the impact of emerging technologies on where economies can go and what kind of end state those might have. So I think what we may find out, a generation from now, is that this was an entirely unnecessary and futile event, that we didn't need all of this, that we have better sources of energy. We have alternatives that are useful and meaningful. I've heard talk from colleagues about small nuclear powered reactors and things of that sort. So I think what we need to be thinking about is the near term. How do we get out of where we are? How do we resolve this crisis? How do we get back to something that's normal? And for the long term, how do we, as a global community, benefit from where our capabilities are technologically in a way that keeps everybody happy and reduces the friction of great powers around, I own this, I own this part of the world and you guys own that part of the world. Anyway, that's just
Thank you.
Playing into that. Thank you.
So, do you mind if I ask you one follow-up question?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm assuming you were around during the revolution, leading up to the revolution. Sure. And I was wondering, we have this conversation a lot. Maybe this is just very quickly, if you can kind of briefly share what you remember briefly, what led up to it, because we have a lot of conversations around, revolution, or there's a regime modification, or the will of the people and the diaspora. We have so many different groups. We have, ethnic cultures, from the Baluch to the Kurds to the Azerbaijani, the Iranian, Turkish, Ahvazis. And they've experienced, decades, not just in 47 years now, but even prior to that, they've had this decades of being othered in a way. And so with all of this and all of these different groups and different factions and everybody having all these different ideas, where do you see this going? Other things equal, let's just say things kind of settle down and it's the will of the people and the agency of the people. What lessons from back then, what do you see that's different now that perhaps isn't facilitating or getting us there, that existed back then, that galvanized people to make something happen?
Well, if I, at some risk of being criticized for it, but what the heck, there were tremendous pressures that built up over time prior to the revolution that the kinds of ways in which the government responded during the time of the Shah to those pressures, which were just boiling and finally boiled over. It was a lot of miscalculation and excessive force that caused the revolution to occur, that sort of led to the opportunity for a revolution to occur. What this war has just done is preempted and prevented that from happening organically within Iran, and it was already headed in that direction. While the crackdown was severe and the repression was severe, and there were a lot of people that were hurt and killed, the directional gradient, the vector that it was headed on was increased resistance, increased pushback against the government, and a gradual buildup of that same kind of pressure to change the status quo. Iranians at the time of the revolution wanted a free and open society. I don't think there's anyone who would argue that in general, Iranians aren't American-like. I often tell my American friends that there is no other country that has a culture as similar to the American culture as Iranian culture. We came out of a melting pot. We are a melting pot in Iranian culture, and that served us really well. It is why we have the history we have. It is why we have the rich cultural diversity that we have. All of that came out of that. And those people want to be free, and they've wanted to be free for a long time. They thought they were gaining freedom. They got complacent. They lost it, and they were starting to go back in that direction. And what this war has done is prevented the opposition from being able to express itself. Because if you do, you're immediately branded as a traitor in the middle of a war. You just don't do that. So the rising up is not an option in the sense that it was 2 weeks ago. So where we are now is a very difficult place for Iran. For the Persian culture and for the Persian people, for the rich diversity of the Iranian people, broadly speaking. And how this ends will define how people in Iran perceive the West, perceive the United States, perceive regional adversaries, those that brought this upon their country. One Iranian said to me, look, I didn't like the regime, but I wanted us to take it down. I didn't want somebody else to come and take it down. We didn't need someone that was another bully coming in and telling us how to live. That's going to, and Iran's a big country with a lot of people that are very passionate about their nation, their history, their culture. And, it's a totally different kind of feeling now. And I think it's going to take a while for people to figure out how they want to work through it. One other little data point I'll give you is
Thank you.
Around the time of the revolution, the literacy rate in Iran was somewhere in the order of 30%. It's now upwards of 95. You're talking about a very well-educated, intelligent population. Anyway, thank you for this. This was very interesting. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Thank you for joining us. We hope to see you again.
Ozzy, can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you. If you want to quickly finish what you were saying, and we're gonna wrap up. I want to hear Samir's thoughts on everything, and then we'll close out.
Thank you so much, Ozzy. I appreciate it. And I want to add to what Khalil was saying. There are a lot of talks. I came into this space earlier. You weren't here, Ozzy, about people saying, "Oh, the Iranian people are completely against this regime and they want this change, and they hate Islam and they all want to basically, leave Islam." Well, there's propaganda and then there's reality. Pew Research showed that 78% of Iranians believe religion is important in their life, and 87% of Iranians pray on a daily basis. And then on top of that, yes, the Iranians are unhappy with the economic situation and because of the sanctions, and they're not happy with the government. But that does not mean that they're going to greet us as liberators. This is wishful thinking. What we're seeing is a sense of nationalism, a rise in sense of nationalism, and the simple thing that I can point you to is that over 1 million people came out to grieve the Ayatollah's death in Tehran alone, right?
not somewhere else, but in Tehran alone. And the Iranians didn't live in a vacuum in the past 25 years. They saw very well what happened to their neighbors on both sides in Iraq and in Afghanistan. They saw what this invasion caused those countries and Libya as well. It basically blew up. So don't underestimate that the Iranians are dumb and they didn't see, or they weren't around. They were living in a different planet and did not see what happened to their neighbors. They're very much against this invasion and these military incursions. They're looking at us as a military aggressor. And to make things worse, the Israelis are involved. And you know that in the Muslim world, they look upon Israel as the root of all the problems in the Middle East. So you've got a exponential issue that's rising, and you will have a lot of people who will stand against the U.S., against these military invasion, even if they didn't like the regime in the past. Now, a lot of people are comparing this to Afghanistan and Iran and Iraq. I would say it's even worse because, as I said before, when the U.S. went in and took over Afghanistan, it was cakewalk. It literally, we were able to decimate the Taliban within a matter of days. They were running, they didn't have weapons. They didn't have 1/100th of the weapons that the Iranians have, right? There was also a strong military force inside Afghanistan that allied with the US, and they were able to come in and fill the vacuum. And we were able to topple the Taliban in days. They stood no chance. This is very different in Iran. And I don't want to go into the specifics of it. It's somewhat reminiscent
Yeah, we
of.
can go into that for a long time, Dr. Strange. I
All right,
want to kind of
I'll
wrap up.
skip
I want
that
to get
point.
to your
That
thoughts. Yeah, let's just
I'll land
yeah,
it with
you can.
this. I'll land it with this. Look, this war is causing inflation globally. Oil prices at 92. People did not expect that. Now it may rise even higher. The cost of goods produced by foreign countries that import into the US, this is going to cause those costs to go up. So that means higher inflation for US consumers. Transportation costs are going up. Kuwait and Iraq cut their oil production because there's no way they're, they can't send it anywhere by 1.2 million per day and 1.4 million per day. I believe those are the numbers. The Gulf countries turned around and said the 4.3 million 4.3 trillion dollars of investment that they had made into the US, the commitments that they've made, they have to change it because they no longer can afford that because they've got their own area to now all the challenges, all the expenses that they've incurred because of this war, they have to now put that money towards that. The allies in the Gulf and Europe no longer look at the US as a reliable partner. They're making deals with China. We've just accelerated that path far more because we're in a global competition with China, a global economic Cold War with them. What we've done is this, we've pushed our own allies into the arms of China. Look no further than what Canada is doing. And this is going to continue. This domino effect is going to continue into Europe because the Europeans are really suffering. The energy costs went up by 30% because of this war, right? So you've got inflation rising in the US, you've got
Yes.
because of the oil prices. And then what makes it worse is the unemployment went up recently. We're being sandwiched in a uncharted territory, and this all could have been prevented. And there's
Like,
nothing to justify this war, to be honest. I mean, other than what Bibi wanted and his wet dream,
well,
this had no value for the US. I'll land it there.
I'm yeah, I'm thank you. I do want to add, I think though, and I say this, I think that you could put blame, if we're putting blame on, if that's where you're going with this, with blame, I think that all sides maybe didn't really go into it with that specific agenda in mind. They each had their own objectives. So, I mean, I don't think that, we can definitively say that on the regime side that they really didn't also give the stick to hit themselves on the head with. So Ali, go ahead for your final, very brief thoughts. We're really wrapping up, but I know you've been trying to come up and down several times, so I want to hear your thoughts real quick, and then
Yeah, thank you.
we're really going to close this up.
Thank you. I'll be just short. It's just so today, from a Pakistani perspective, we've been dealing with the Iranians in a back channel, and Field Marshal was there, of course, on a back channel with the Iranians and with the Saudis. I think from a Pakistani perspective, this is extremely worrying. Of course, an attack, especially on Saudi Arabia, where we actually signed a defense agreement, of course, is something which we need to honor. And I think Pakistan is going absolutely to support our Saudi brothers, and of course, um, support the GCC. Now, of course, today it was absolutely clear after the Pakistanis negotiated with, of course, the Iranians. There is back channel going on that, of course, they will not attack Saudi Arabia, and of course, after the Iranian president's of course speech, there was an attack in Dubai, and of course, then to Saudi Arabia. And just closing this down, that actually shows that, of course, we have to deal with two Irans. The presidential system, the IRGC, has taken over Iran, and that is a worrying sign. I don't see, but of course, I do see this escalation going down in about 48 hours to 72 hours, with, of course, uh, a lot of pressure. And I actually agree with Dr. Stan when he says the GCC now actually does not look America as a primary security partner. This has failed. And apparently, I know, and the understanding here, of course, in Asia and South Asia, and of course in the Middle East, is that this will escalate. But of course, the cost the Americans and the Israelis would pay would be unbearable, apparently, it seems. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think as this progresses and evolves, we're going to hear more also from the Pakistani side as well. So thank you, Ali, for mentioning that. Samira, do you have any thoughts? I know you've been here all day too, in and out. So
No, I just
we've
want
had
to
a lot
say,
of news.
yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for today. It's just so much like complex, fast moving events. And there's just so much going on. But like at least we have this space where we can have honest dialogue and hear from different perspectives. So thank you, Ozzy. And thank you to all the speakers.
Yeah, so we're going to wrap up for tonight. Thank you to everyone who joined us today, our speakers, co-hosts, listeners from around the world, really, from all types of backgrounds and expertise. These are incredibly complex and fast-moving developments. We're now in day 8, and I personally appreciate the thoughtful discussions and diverse perspectives we've heard tonight and all day today. As this conflict continues, we're going to see, this evolution across military and economic and political fronts. And so we're going to keep following the latest news closely and the developments. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time as we head into the second week of the U.S.-Israel-Iran war and to discuss the latest updates and what may come next. So thank you, everybody, for being here, and we'll see you tomorrow.